Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're in the Somnium. What all things do we have to work with? Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Warehouse door, forklift. Warehouse door, large box.
A forklift.
Wait, what? What is this? A?
I see. So this is the bonus stage. Yeah! Ha! Ha! Ah! Yeah! How many combos was that?
It's not a fighting game.
Oh no. Large box?
A large wooden box.
Hit, push, investigate. Ding. Let's do hit.
Leave it to me. A wooden box is no match for me. I will crush it to pieces with my special right strength.
I'll leave it to you.
Ah! By the way, what is your opinion on pineapple and sweet and sour pork?
Wow, you really tried to change the subject there.
A large wooden
box. Investigate?
This box is too large to exist in reality. This must be a reflection of So's deepest psyche.
His deepest psyche. He definitely doesn't want us going any further.
It seems that way.
This guy's a pain in the ass even in his dream.
In any case, moving this box may take some ingenuity. A large wooden box.
Oh god, that makes them all 50 seconds. Jeez Louise.
No good. I cannot move such a large object.
But it's right in the way.
Okay, that didn't do it.
5 minutes left, Dante.
Oh, boss is here. All right, let's see. Forklift, door.
A warehouse door.
Knock.
Is anyone there? No response.
Even if there was someone there, they might not answer.
A warehouse door.
All right, we got to use one. Let's see.
I hear a dull impact at regular intervals, like a knife plunging into meat. A warehouse door.
We got to use all of them, so knock.
Is anyone there? No response.
Even if there was someone there, they might not answer.
Is it going to be the same for all of them?
I hear the sound of dripping liquid. A occasionally a spraying or squirting sound.
By liquid, do you mean blood?
Unknown, but it is unnerving.
The only thing we got left is Warehouse I.
A warehouse door.
All of these suck so bad.
Is anyone there? No response.
Even if there was someone there, they might not answer.
Yeah, so it's the same each time. Okay.
A warehouse door. I hear laughter, but they're far away. I cannot tell who the voice belongs to.
I don't think we have anything else to interact with. Except the forklift.
A forklift.
Drive? Yes. I guess.
Roger that. Leave it to me. It is time to unleash the Drift King.
Didn't you crash a minute ago? Besides, the forklift is front-wheel drive.
The Drift King. Wait, is she gonna fall in the water? Oh god. So much for Drift King.
There's something here.
Maybe you should jump in. You might unlock a bonus stage.
Do you have the mind of a child?
Oh, nice. You picked up a timey that has a negative effect. Negative timies can multiply time or force you to use them. If you pick one up, be careful. Portal A. Okay.
A mysterious warp space suddenly appeared.
Oh no, it's gonna force us to use it. Well, then we want to throw a pebble because it's only 10 seconds. Whoa!
It appears to be connected to that place.
That sound makes it hard to believe it was a pebble.
A portal.
20 seconds? 20 seconds. Well... we could use the 20-second one and it basically is nothing. These will stay the same.
Hello! How are you?
Shut up!
Oh, time's getting low.
A portal. Here?
Yeah.
My hand.
Yeah, you can do it.
I suppose if I must.
Whoa. So she just pushes the box out of the way.
Oh, I've seen a boss character like this before.
Oh.
Are those boxes in the way too?
We do not have time to move each one.
If only we could use that crane.
If only. Mental lock number 1 unlocked. Remove the large box and made an escape path. Okay. Okay, so what do we have now? Oh, the small box is gone. G. Oh, wait. Was it... It's X. Yeah. You can see your current location and objects you've invested on the Somnium map. If you're lost or want to save time, try checking the map. Yeah. So we get to see the ones we haven't done. Wait, is this the fragment that we dropped? Yeah, this is the fragment that we dropped. Oh, yeah, there it is.
3 minutes, Dante.
Pieces of concrete.
Investigate kit. Damn, 1/10? Jeez.
Ah! Ow!
Are you okay?
I want to go home.
It's okay. Don't push yourself. Just give it another shot, okay? You can do it.
Stop it! You trying to be nice makes me want to cry. Pieces of concrete.
Investigate.
It is the same material that makes up the ground. Though I am unsure why it fell from the sky earlier.
So things that go through that portal come out supersized. Got it.
Running out of time. We got 2. We got warehouse F and warehouse E. That's it, right? Warehouse F and warehouse E. Okay. I'm not sure I want to go on that one. Let's do E first. We're running out of time, though.
A warehouse door.
Oh, no, they're going to make us do the 2.
Is anyone there? No response.
Even if there was someone there, they might not answer.
We only lost 1 second.
A warehouse door. I thought I heard the voice of a woman. She sounded frightened.
All right, so none of the warehouse doors have been any of them.
The door to the warehouse. I cannot see inside.
No! At least they're only 20 seconds, though.
Why does peep sound so perverted?
Isn't that perfectly normal to say in this situation?
You sound like the kind of man who uses the word trim unironically.
That isn't important right now.
So I was right.
No! Just look, please.
Well, if you really want me to. Oh my.
What is it? Did you see something dirty?
Shut up, pervert.
We only got
Door
2
to
minutes.
the warehouse. I cannot see inside. That door should have led to the warehouse, but
Okay.
You have less than 2 minutes, Dante.
I know. Oh god, we got so many things over here. Okay, we've been kind of wasting time on the doors, so let's go to the control panel.
Is this some kind of control panel?
Oh god. 120 seconds, what? No. No. They're all bad. Investigate.
Does this go to the crane?
It appears that way. Should we try it?
Oh, that didn't do
It's
it?
a control panel.
Input fighting game combo. Why not? Oh, no. Let's see. If I do the other two, I lose 60 seconds and I go down to 40. That's not good.
The one that is difficult for humans to input?
Yeah, the GH raging combo.
Fine, just be quiet. No, wait. Inputting that sequence of commands with the lever shaped like this.
I think you can do it.
I'll try.
All right, made it.
Oh, it moved.
Nice.
Ring out!
That's a KO.
That's mental lock number 2.
If only she could fit through that gap.
All right, let's see. We got crane, box crane, and a bunch of warehouse doors. So far, the cranes have been useless. Oh, they're both on the other side, too. Okay. Whoa, what is up with warehouse A?
A warehouse door.
Enter.
Delivery!
You have 1 minute left.
A wooden box hanging from a crane. A crane. How about
Come
a
on.
stone? Huh, I hit it, but nothing happened.
Yeah.
A cut. Hello.
A crane.
Date, you've got less than 30 seconds.
I know. Okay, I know. Ride, tackle. Ride, I guess?
Not that I am against it, but
Can you not climb?
I don't see any place to get a hold.
That's not good. What else do we have? Oh, we have new warehouse doors too. Oh, okay.
A crane.
Not good. That puts me down to 11. Ugh.
A warehouse door. What's this? Something came out.
Edible seaweed made this way was thought to be a delicacy for nobles during the Heian era.
Nobody needs to hear your superfluous narration.
Oh, nice. She gets past the barrels that way. Nice.
Is the box hanging from the crane in the way now?
Was there something under the wooden box?
Let's just go back and lift it up for now.
Time's up.
A crane. There is no point doing this by force. If we are going to move it, we have to find another way. Date, we're out of time!
Damn you, So! How many secrets are you keeping?
Damn you, So. Restart from a checkpoint, restart from the beginning. Let's do it from the beginning. There's the so-called Drift King.
Did you witness my superior driving technique?
Yeah, I saw you get in an accident.
No! I only pressed the wrong pedal!
That's what you call an accident.
Oh, look at that.
Don't change the subject.
Observe the surroundings.
Huh. In a word, I'd say it's strange. Maybe this is So's corrupt nature manifesting itself.
The man's Somnium is almost as corrupt as he is. I am impressed. Never mind.
Yeah, this is a real bad dream. Let's get the clues we need and get the hell out of here.
It's Iris. What on earth is she doing here?
Iris! We can't go any closer?
We cannot.
That silhouette we saw.
This is So's Somnium. During a sync, we experience the subject's dreams from a third-person perspective. In other words...
It has to be him.
I cannot say for certain, but probably.
What's going on?
It appears that time is looping in this warped space.
Time is looping? Can't you do something about that?
What exactly do you propose I do?
You're telling me I have to watch this scene over and over?
I don't want to watch it either.
Well then...
I suppose we can help her. We may then be able to ask this manifestation of Iris some questions.
Huh? Sure, do whatever you gotta do.
Yes, we have to save Iris, no matter what.
Yeah. But to do that, we gotta do something about that huge wooden box.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Alright, we already read this yesterday. Alright, so we know the forklift. Oh, they have a check mark next to the ones that we've already done. Oh, or is it a check mark next to the ones that advances it? I guess that's it. Okay, so drive.
Roger that. Leave it to me. It is time to unleash the Drift King.
The Drift
Didn't
King.
you crash a minute ago? Besides, the forklift is front-wheel drive.
Nice driving, Drift King.
There's something here.
Maybe you should jump in. You might unlock a bonus stage.
Do you have the mind of a child?
Okay, so that partially unlocks it.
A
Remember, they
mysterious
forced us to
warp
use this
space
next one.
suddenly appeared.
40 seconds. We gotta put our hand in.
Here?
Yeah,
My hand.
yeah, you can do it.
I suppose if I must.
Oh, I've seen a boss character like this before.
They upskirt her so bad right here. What is going on? Wait, what was it? Why did the stab noise just suddenly play?
Are those boxes in the way too?
I do not have time to move each one.
If only we could use that crane.
Mental lock number 1 unlocked. Now, how do we do the second one again? Where is my...
5 minutes left, Date.
I don't understand what is going on. I am so confused. Oh. I'll have to mess with it later. Okay, so... we want to enter here.
The door to the warehouse. I cannot see inside.
Go in.
That door should have led to the warehouse, but...
Okay. And then we want to go to the crane game and input the combo.
Is this some kind of control panel?
Oh god, but since I said it's gonna be 120, oh no, it's gonna be 60 seconds, but still, that's a lot of time. Yeah, this is a lot of time.
The one that is difficult for humans to input?
Yeah, the GH region combo.
Fine, just be quiet. No, wait. Inputting that sequence of commands with the lever shaped like this.
I think you can do it.
I'll try.
Oh, it moved.
Ring out!
That's a KO.
All right, that's mental lock number 2. Dun, dun, dun. Still gets stabbed.
If only she could fit through that gap.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so we never investigated warehouse A. Why is it? Okay, so we need to go to warehouse A. Dun, 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 dun.
4 minutes.
A warehouse door. Is anyone there? No response.
Even if there was someone there, they might not answer.
A warehouse door. I hear the sound of scraping metal, like a knife being sharpened.
Sounds dangerous. Be careful.
Okay, so we want to go back through, right? There's nothing else for us to do here.
A warehouse door.
Yeah, so we have to go back in.
Delivery!
Okay, and then here... We already messed with the concrete fragments last time. We didn't mess with the box stuff, though.
3 minutes, Dante.
But last time it was we had to open the door, right? I think we had to open the door to help her. Yeah. All right. So.
A wooden box hanging from a crane.
Oh no, they're gonna force us to take double time on this, on both of them too. Ugh. D.
A warehouse door.
All right, 110. 3 seconds.
What's this? Something came out.
Edible seaweed made this way was thought to be a delicacy for nobles during the Heian era.
Nobody needs to hear your superfluous narration.
Is the box hanging from the crane in the way now?
Was there something under the wooden box?
Let's just go back and lift it up for now.
All right, so we gotta lift the wooden box. Oh my god, that stab noise. Okay, so map. We have... Portal B. Portal B. Oh, this right here.
What is this?
Looks like a premium channel before you pay for it.
Peek inside.
Oh, I got smaller.
If you got any smaller, you'd be as flat as a surfboard.
Okay. Let's see. We have to lift. Box near crane. Crane. Crane?
crane.
Double time? No. Alright, let's use this. 10 seconds.
How about
Hey, Lumi.
this stone? I hit it, but nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa, warehouse C is weird.
A warehouse door.
Go inside.
Delivery!
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
Oh shit. Whoa. Okay. What the?
Is this some kind of control panel?
Do it again.
No, it won't budge.
Got it. Well, if that wasn't it.
Are we able to walk? No, we can't walk down. Where are we? We're on top of the warehouse. Oh. I see.
It's a control panel.
Let's see. Raise lever, lower lever, investigate.
Does this go to the crane?
It appears that way. Should we try it?
Well, it's obviously we don't want to lower the lever because it's
a
already
control
lowered.
panel. Understood.
Is there something underneath it?
Oh, is that the ending? That's the ending. Hey, nice. We did it. Oh, he can jump in there too, though. Uh-oh. Got him. Nice.
It appears Iris was saved. Barely.
That shadow must be...
Dun. Awaken. Eliminate the threat and made an escape path. Nice. Day 3, Sunday.
Iris was in the Somnium earlier.
Yes, we saw.
An unidentified figure tried to stab Iris to death. And Date and Aiba...
Who is that figure?
Probably so himself.
We don't know that, though.
He could imagine himself in his Somnium that way. Mr. Date's ego algorithm processed the figure into that particular image.
What are you people talking about? If you're quite done here, hurry up and release me.
Oh, okay, so he's... Alright. Long...
Beat so over the head with that thing.
I see. Apparently you need your dosage increased.
Dosage?
Dosage? Many objects are scattered on the table. I open the binder. It's a map of Shinjuku. Dun, dun, dun. A binder. Different strings of characters and numbers continue to scroll on the monitor. A metal shelf. A CRT monitor. This monitor is turned off. This door leads to the sink room. A chair. A locker. What I would give to be trapped in there with Rika. Oh god. A locker in the corner. Oh god. Is that everything? You can see the sink machine through the window. Alright, pewter. Pewter looks the same as usual. About the mysterious figure.
The subject of the sink remembers certain persons or objects that appear in Somnium. But they might not have a clear form. Our dreams are sometimes vague or unclear, after all. Even the subject of the dream themselves. I told you earlier that the sinker experiences the dream from the perspective of an observer. That is why the person creating the dream can appear within it. But perhaps they do not have an objective view of themselves, like a mirror or picture. Perhaps he's never watched himself on television. Rare for a politician, but not unheard of. He lacks that objective picture of himself. He remains stoic and unattached despite his position of power. I find that quite powerful. To be able to put your ego aside and see yourself as God sees you is an ability many charismatic people share.
Okay. About the mysterious figure.
He may not have a rational, objective assessment of himself. So, even if this figure is ambiguous,
It could be so.
indeed.
So how does psyching work? Or yeah, how does syncing work?
During a sync, the sinker's consciousness, or ego, is brought into the subject's somnium. They enter the subconscious mind, or more accurately, sink into it. At this time, the sinker's memories are left in their original body. Picture an egg. The ego is the egg yolk that goes into the subject's brain. The sinker's memories are the whites which remain in the shell. The sinker, or rather the sinker as their pure ego, experiences the subject's somnium. But to be precise, it is not only ego. When synced, a modicum of memory data does get sent into the subject's brain. Imagine separating an egg yolk from its whites. No matter how you try, some of the egg whites will always stick to the yolk. This is just like that.
Okay. What is the ego algorithm you mentioned?
Imagine the human brain as being made up of two elements: memory and algorithmic structure. The former is preferable because the latter can be problematic. It can output things based on the inputs it is given. To make this easier to understand, compare this to a computer. Memory is like your data stored on a hard disk. The algorithm is the program. This program controls everything, from higher cognitive functions to primitive instinct. This program is what creates the phenomenon of consciousness.
I see. What is the ego algorithm you mentioned?
In short, it is your ego algorithm, what you call your mind. Recognition, cognition, consciousness.
Okay. What is the ego algorithm?
All of these processes are incomprehensible without the ego algorithm. However, the Wadjet system is revolutionizing the way we think about consciousness.
The Wadjet system controls my core programming.
Using Wadjet, we could map the neural circuitry of the human brain. And we discovered a specific circuit that is key to the phenomenon of consciousness. However, we human beings are still unable to fully grasp it. It's far too complicated. But even if we don't understand it, we can still use it. You don't have to understand electromagnetism to use a microwave oven.
That's true.
The Wadjet system is how we are able to extract the sinker's consciousness. That is what makes syncing possible.
Boss. The boss is standing there. Did the crime scene investigation team report anything?
No, nothing yet. They arrived a while ago, but that warehouse is owned by Okiura Fishery.
I know. Iba, can you check to see if it's the Okiura we know?
Searching.
There's only one. I mean, can we get an arrest warrant on for So?
Are you kidding me? You know that what we find in Somnium can't be submitted as evidence in court. Besides, we don't even know for sure if that figure was So.
You said it was.
I said that it's probably him.
Excuse me? I'm right here. I can hear everything you're saying.
About Samian earlier.
I saw it on the monitor. Iba saving Iris as she was being stabbed. Of course, since you and Iba are one and the same, it's like you saved her, Date. But that was just a dream. It's not real. Saving her in Somnium won't save her now. I'm sorry.
Boss is standing there. He looks tired. The medicine is hasn't fully worn off yet. It's making him a bit dazed. About Iris.
I've been telling you I don't know anything.
That's impossible. I saw Iris in your dream. You have to have some memory of her.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Why did you call Shoko?
Come to think of it, I still haven't heard your explanation for this. 2 days ago, you called Shoko Nadami just after 9 p.m. Why?
That is a private matter that I will not discuss with you.
God, he's such an asshole. What's your alibi for Shoko's murder?
What were you doing at 5 p.m. 2 days ago?
Reading a book at home. You can ask my housekeeper or my bodyguard.
Wait.
They will confirm that for you.
That does match what the bodyguard said earlier.
That is true.
But they're like family to him. They're not above telling a lie to protect their boss.
You killed Iris, didn't you?
I didn't.
Are you planning on acting dumb all night? How did you know Iris was stabbed?
I heard it.
What?
On my way to this place, I heard that woman over there talking. Something about a girl who got stabbed in the back.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, you.
I don't remember exactly what I said. It's possible that I mentioned a body with stab wounds to the back.
Boss.
Did
It's
she?
impossible to determine now.
Yeah.
He very well may not have seen Iris's body.
No. He still must have. He was in the warehouse.
But does that mean we can conclude for certain that he saw the corpse?
I mean, the body was covered. You could have probably not seen it.
Date, the investigation team is calling.
This is Date from Abyss. What happened?
Hey, sorry to call you out of the blue. There's something we want to check. Is now a good time?
Sure, what is it?
You said you found a body at Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. The one at Ariake? Warehouse District?
Yes, that's right.
It's not there, is it?
Okay.
Why? What happened?
It's, not here.
What's not there?
We searched all over the warehouse. We didn't find any bodies.
What? Did we imagine it? Sunday, 11:25 p.m. No body.
What do you mean there's no body?
We looked everywhere, but nothing.
Date, I am not doubting you. However, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I saw it. I know I saw it. I saw Iris's body with my own right eye.
Then perhaps someone moved the body. Between the time we left and CSI arrived.
But that would be like
No, there's another possibility.
another one.
There is?
That it's still here. Wait, where is he going? Oh, he's going to her house. She's not stabbed.
Date?
Iris!
What are you doing? Barging in without ringing the doorbell? Oh, you see, Mizuki ended up staying at my place. Something wrong?
The world changed.
She's not stabbed. We clearly saw the body, though. And we're at the police headquarters, 9:32 a.m. Monday.
Iba and I saved Iris during the sink yesterday. She wasn't killed.
True, but that was only a dream.
Was it, though?
Maybe the dream changed reality.
Impossible.
Then how else would you explain it? Iris came back to life.
Yeah, so it's day 3. This is all the same path. Da-na-na. Ongoing. Okay. Alright, let's see. New file. Album. Day 3. So A. The Drift King. Oh god, no. It's the Drift King. Alright, let's see. Persons. So. He's 60? Man, he does not look 60. I mean, his hair is white, but he don't look 60 at all. Congressman. Likes authority, fame, and assets. Dislikes anything that threatens the above. Mahjong, golf, and carp breeding. Well, that is true, because he... he did mention both of these. So, as a member of the post-war generation, he grew up poor, which gave him 2 things. His motivation for seeking power and wealth, and his vindictiveness towards the upper class. Let me see. Okay. Mama. Oh, we never did read Mamas, did we? Mama owns the bar Marble and Golden Yokocho in Shinjuku. Dante and Okira. Yeah, that's how you pronounce that, right? Okira. Okira. I'm not saying the U. Yura. Okira. There it is. Wait, number 89. Early 40s. Nothing. A mysterious inmate currently serving a life sentence at Fuchu prison for murder, known only as number 89. Bags hanging on the rack. They're filled with whips? Wait, they were filled with masks before, boss.
You know, the kanji for chair comes out to strange mushroom. Makes me think of a man's strange mushroom, if you know what I mean.
Seriously, is that the only thing you can think about right now?
Boss's chair. Shelves. There are wine bottles lined up. Moss tombstone. A cabinet. Cold air is blowing from the AC.
I thought I told you to stop with the wolf whistles.
And I told you not to flatter yourself.
A Matroshka.
Hey, Date, who's cuter? The Matroshka? or
Matroshka.
The first one.
I will carve out your insides and turn you into a matryoshka.
Damn. Ouch. He can't win. A Matroshka. Matro. How did I get the tro part, though? Oh. I see. Oh, that's a hard one. It's a large key. Hey, Mario. Boss's friend, Mario.
If only money rained down from the sky.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. A remote control car.
If only I could control you with a remote. Make you do this, make you do that.
What are you talking about? An RC car. And a soccer ball.
I've been wondering, which balls are bigger? Yours or this soccer ball?
The soccer ball, obviously.
A soccer ball. It's a volleyball. A broom is leaning against the wall. A flag with big catch on it. A Saba restaurant door curtain. A Tanuki statue.
I can't believe it's not a raccoon.
What?
Shogi piece. It's a king shogi piece. A coffee maker.
There's something about a man who likes his coffee black. Black coffee puts hair on your chest.
Does it now?
And somewhere lower.
I understand. You're referring to Date's leg hair. It is quite prominent.
Yep. She is indeed. Boss's desk. There are stickers all over the front. There's a nice rug here.
Under no circumstances are you allowed to look under this rug. Do you understand?
What have you got under there?
A coffee maker is sitting on the shelf. I don't think I want to know. She has a computer on the desk, the type that has a monitor built in. There's a clock off to the side of her desk. A dead clock. A pumpkin carved like a jack-o'-lantern.
Where should I put old Jack here?
I thought his name was Bill.
A bookshelf. It has a ton of things stuffed in it.
Happy birthday to you. That song used to be copyrighted, you know? But now it's public domain and I can sing it to my heart's content. Don't you love it?
Electronic dart game.
So the darts board has all these holes and the tip of the dart goes in, right? It's kind of sexual, don't you think?
I do not understand. What is sexual about it?
You don't want to know.
Oh my god.
We should go skiing.
That was out of nowhere.
Is that a no?
Of course it is. We're in the middle of an investigation.
What? You don't want to go night skiing on my bunny hills?
I will not allow such scandalous behavior.
I was just kidding. What are you,
Jealous? Skis. A snowboard. A triangular ruler.
Did you ever used to play with these rulers like a gun when you were in elementary school?
I don't know. I don't have any memories from back then, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, man, that's like the most serious one. A triangular ruler. A police poster. A public bath curtain. A boy band poster.
I sleep with a different one every night. They're so fluffy.
Oh, body pillow.
Symbol. Stationary bike. Boss has a lot of body pillows, eh? It's a floaty.
Consider it a good luck charm. So you don't drown when you sink.
Oh, God. A plaster figure.
Merry Christmas.
It's November.
That's close enough. A map on the wall. A mysterious mass is displayed on the wall. A mysterious mass is displayed on the wall.
Grandpa. Answer me, Grandpa.
I'm really worried about her mental health now. There is a pendant adoring the wall. A Saba restaurant door curtain. It's been there ever since I first was in this room. There's a lot of stuff hanging on the coat hanger. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Oh, I didn't do myself, right? I'm in Iba's line of sight. Oh, that's it? Really? That was the least one? Iba jumped out of my eye socket. Boss is sitting on the desk. Let's see. About so.
Congressman Sejima is suspicious in more ways than one. Exhibit A. 3 days ago, So called Shoko Nadami's phone. We still don't know exactly why. He only told us it was meant to be private. Exhibit B. So Sejima was at Okiura Fishery Warehouse last night, but he didn't inform us of this. There must be something he doesn't want us knowing. Exhibit C. So was in Iris's Somnium. Dreams are constructed from memories. Yet the good congressman denies he ever knew Iris.
That's impossible. Yeah, that's impossible. He also knows who we are too, because when we first met him, he said you. Like we've met him before. We're So now.
I sent him home yesterday.
You released him?
What was I supposed to do? We can't hold him without solid proof. What we saw with Iris hasn't happened yet.
In any case, we have to speak with him again.
Okay. A dream changing reality?
Date and Iba saved Iris and Somnium, and that changed the history of the real world? Well, I guess it's not impossible.
That isn't what you said yesterday.
That was then, this is now. A woman's mind changes with the phases of the moon, you know?
No, it doesn't.
Anyway, I believe in Date. I trust him more than anyone else in Abyss.
Why is that? About a prophetic dream.
Stranger things have been known to happen. 2 days ago, Date found
Prophet
Iris's
dream.
frozen corpse in Mizuki's Somnium.
That is true.
Must have been a prophecy.
Boss.
There's a lot of stuff in this world that can't be explained by science.
Boss knack for change is one of her good qualities. Not having beliefs is what she believes in. That's why she establishes herself as a major player in the police department. That's how she establishes herself. Because she believes what she wanted to. About Renju. Yeah, we still haven't found him.
Mizuki went to Bloom Park 3 nights ago. She was prompted by a Nile message from Renju.
Mizuki, Daddy got caught up in something serious. Please come to Bloom Park's merry-go-round right away.
There are 3 possibilities. 1. Renju killed Shoko, or was an accessory to the murder. 2. Renju was threatened or blackmailed into luring Mizuki to the scene. 3. the culprit used Renju's phone to send the Nile message. In any case, the motive is still unknown. We need to talk to Renju.
Renju, where did you go?
Hey, bearded one. Hello, happy Sunday. Where is Renju?
You asked Mama at Marble for information regarding Renju Okiura, correct? It is possible she may have something for you by now.
I asked Mama for information too, but I had to add Moma. I had to promise him a meeting with Iris. Moma can wait for now.
We can talk to Iris's mom as well. She was Renju's classmate, right? Iba told me about her.
A dream-changing reality?
It is absurd. Not possible. Dreams are figments of the imagination. An incident which took place entirely in your mind cannot have any bearing on the real world. That is preposterous. Consider it. If you were to find money in your dream, does your bank account balance go up in reality?
No.
If you were to be attacked by aliens in your dream, does a swarm of UFOs invade Earth?
But at the warehouse,
You must have been hallucinating. Within Mizuki's Somnium, you saw Iris's frozen corpse. It is affecting your mental state. Last night, you were so fazed by it that you couldn't speak. If it bothers you to this degree, why not go talk to Iris?
That's true. We could go talk to Iris. Where's Iris now?
Her cell phone is on. I can trace her via GPS. She is currently somewhere in the Lemniscape building.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the Lemniscape building. I just woke up. Well, good morning, sunshine. About Okira Fishery.
I have done some research. As the name suggests, the company is owned by the Okiuras. The same Okiuras we know. Renju's father created the company.
another connection to Renju.
No, actually. Currently, Okiura Fishery has nothing to do with Renju. The company has been managed by office representatives for the past 17 years after Renju's father died. Renju holds no shares and is not involved in the management. In short, Renju did not inherit the company from his father, and it was instead given to other persons.
But it can't be a coincidence.
It certainly is suspicious.
It is suspicious. Look at about Okira Fishery.
I would suggest searching the warehouse again. You may be able to discover why Iris was resurrected.
Hey, have a great rest of your day, Vesper. Summarize. Summary.
There are 4 people I should talk to. Sosajima, Iris and Hitomi Sagan, and Mama. And I need to check the warehouse one more time.
We have many avenues of investigation.
Let's get moving.
Yeah, we do. We got a lot of places to go see. Shoot, we got 5 places. Let's go to the warehouse. Yeah, let's investigate the warehouse first. Hold on, I'm changing my screen's brightness. Okay. Oh, that's not any better, but... Alright, cold storage warehouse Monday. With Iba in my left eye socket, I walked into the cold storage warehouse. I could see my breath. I looked around shivering. Nothing seemed changed from last night, though. Okay. Let's see.
There are numerous cardboard boxes on the shelves. There is nothing abnormal about them.
Okay. Shelves packed with cardboard boxes. There's a cardboard box on the floor. There's nothing in it.
It's a wooden box. There is nothing inside. There are only a few items on the shelf. It is likely that this warehouse isn't in regular use.
Okay. This storage space isn't in use.
Hi, I'm Jemimon.
What?
Iba, the jokes, you've got to stop.
An oil drum. It doesn't have a magical pockets, though. Let's see.
You first arrived here yesterday at 9 p.m. At that time, lying on this workbench was...
Iris's body.
Iris's dead body, covered with a white cloth.
But the second time,
The corpse was gone.
it was 11:25 p.m. But the body could not have simply vanished. Crime scene investigation was here before 11:25 p.m.
What
When
time
did
did
they
they get
arrive?
there? Yeah.
According to the report, 10:30 p.m.
So an hour and 30 minutes later.
After we finished syncing with So.
It took them an hour and a half to get here?
Correct.
Why?
Why did it take them so long?
Yeah.
Unknown. The report does not specify.
That's odd.
Perhaps a result of outside influence.
So,
Outside influence.
an hour and 30 minutes to get to the crime scene? That's not normal.
In any case, there is nothing of note about the bench. Examining it will not reveal any further information.
Yeah. It's a workbench. There's nothing on it.
A forklift. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Okay. A normal forklift.
That machine is used to cut ice. Do they store ice here?
Ice cutting machine. An ice cutting machine. You can barely see it back there. It's so disguised by the fog, you see? It's so hard to see.
A switchboard. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
A switchboard installed in the back of the warehouse.
A forklift. It doesn't seem like it's in use. It was likely just left here.
Okay. A forklift. The tires of the forklift and the ground they're on are clearly frozen. The last thing we got is the overhead
A crane. On
crane.
the ceiling. Nothing has changed.
The crane on the ceiling. Did I miss anything? No. An empty wooden box on the shelf. We searched the warehouse again, but we didn't find anything useful.
Nothing.
But finding nothing may, in fact, be something.
How?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I was just thinking out loud. Let's get going. Date, your temperature is dropping. At this rate, they might find your body in here.
Okay. We didn't find anything in the warehouse. Let's go to So, his residence.
So Sejima is a key person of interest in this case. Earlier, the boss cited 3 points of suspicion against him, and I agree with her assessment. I checked the call logs of So's phones. Congressman Sejima has 1 phone under his name, and a burner phone rented under a fake name.
Why, though?
Did you find anything interesting?
Unfortunately, no.
Really?
But I do have something. I looked into So's secretary's phone. 1 call in particular stood out to me.
Okay.
Huh?
It was 1 week ago. From Fuchu Prison. The
Fuchu.
caller identified themselves as inmate number 89.
Number 89.
Yes. This is most likely the same person who called HQ.
I know who killed Shogunadami.
The steering wheel. The dash.
When you crash, the first thing you hit is the dash.
Interesting.
The center console. The glove box.
This box is where you keep your doves.
It's not a dove box.
It's a glove box. The gear shift.
Date, can I move the shifter around?
No, don't. Resist the urge.
Don't do it. It's the passenger seat. There, we examine everything. It looks like Iva is sitting in the passenger seat. What's the relationship between So and number 89?
Unknown. You would have to ask Mr. Sejima for that information.
Number 89 said he knew who killed Shoko.
Yeah.
He did. But that may be a lie.
Does he have any connections to the Cyclops serial killings?
Unknown. In all honesty, I have no idea.
Nobody knows anything about him. Who is number 89?
From what I can determine, he is an assassin. He accepts jobs from the criminal underworld for substantial rewards. His code name is Falco.
Falco?
Correct.
Falco. Wait, why do we just have that? Normally we have that when things of our past. We remember things of our past. Okay. Falco. What's number 89's name?
Unknown.
You don't know?
He is not registered in any databases.
What?
He could be a foreigner or recent immigrant, but it would be impossible to determine from where. However, I did not detect any accent in his speech. I believe we can conclude that he grew up in Japan.
Okay. What's he in jail for?
Murder. He is serving a life sentence for multiple counts. He was imprisoned 6 years ago.
6 years ago?
6 years ago.
Another 6. Another 6. Summary.
Number 89.
Should we visit Fuchu Prison?
No, we don't have time. Call up boss. Tell her to request that number 89 be brought to Abyss.
Roger.
Roger. Sejima residence, Monday.
I heard there was no body found at the cold storage warehouse. Isn't your investigation over?
Hey, Hot Loop. Hey, Lady Gaga. She is an AI, Lady Gaga. A tree. Wait, what was that? It's a big green mochi. Actually, now that I look closer, it's just a bush. A spherical bush. A garden lantern.
Speaking of gardens, what kind do you prefer?
I like a well-manicured lawn. But some bushes aren't bad either. I mean, what?
Oh my god. There's a garden lantern. The Shijima residence. Not a mochi.
Iba, look. A merman.
So is a wealthy politician. It is no surprise to me that he has a merman. Wait, a merman?
Oh, hey everybody! I'm a merman.
What the? I heard a strange voice just now. Could it be? A pond. What the? There's a small island in the center of the pond. It's a merman. We've met a merman. A garden stone. Hey, Stereo. Hello. I think that's it. There's an arc-shaped stone bridge over the pond. Okay. So is feeding the koi in the pond. About number 89.
Number 89? Who is that?
An inmate at Fuchu prison. He used to go by Falco. He was an assassin.
Odd, finding such a person in Japan. What about him?
About a week ago, he called your secretary.
I don't know anything about that. He was probably calling for a pardon or some such nonsense. My secretary probably decided it wasn't worth my attention.
About number 89.
If you need information, you can ask her. I can't help you.
Why were you at the warehouse?
I told you I will not answer that question.
And why not? We didn't find anything there. There's nothing to hide.
It appears that he will not respond.
Yeah. That's odd. There's nothing in the warehouse, but he doesn't want to say why he went to the warehouse. That's so suspicious. Why did you call Shoko?
You are beginning to irritate me.
What did you want to talk to her about? What is the private matter you mentioned? What is your relationship with her?
I'll answer your questions when you present a warrant.
What an asshole. About Iris.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know that girl. I've never seen her before.
Date.
I knew he was lying. This proves it.
I am having difficulty determining his motive for lying.
Yeah.
After all, Iris was not killed.
Maybe he's got a secret with her he doesn't want us knowing. What are you hiding so?
He's lying hard, too.
Haven't you people got enough? I'm very busy. Excuse me. Oh, actually, I do have one more thing to tell you. To be honest, Kaname Date, I don't like you. I don't ever want to see you again. So I suggest that you don't show your face here anymore. It's what's best for both of us. Understand?
Huh. Okay. So walked away sternly.
Who does this guy think he is?
Date, your blood pressure is skyrocketing. Any higher could kill you. Relax, Date. We still have much to do.
I know.
Marble. Let's go to Iris. Since So is lying about ever seeing her. He clearly has seen her once before. But why lie? What do you gain by lying? Not much, you would think.
I apologize for yesterday. I arrived uninvited.
No, I'm grateful. Thanks to you, Mizuki has her voice back.
No, I didn't do anything.
It's the front door. It's a shoebox. A clock. There's a calendar and a strange object on the shelf. A wooden shelf. A bookshelf. There's no books in it, but it's definitely a bookshelf. Like a ski resort with no skiers. A bookshelf by the wall. The lights are on. Or the lights are off. There's a lot of dishes. A dining table. A refrigerator, or a microwave. A refrigerator.
Date, a riddle.
Oh, God.
A man-eating alligator lives in a river.
Uh-huh.
There are no bridges or boats.
Uh-huh.
How do you cross?
Well, let's see.
You throw someone in.
You jump across?
Wrong. The solution is simple. You just swim across.
But what about the man-eating alligator?
He's at a convention out of town.
Well, how is that a
He
riddle?
isn't in the river.
How is that a riddle? That doesn't even make sense. A refrigerator. It's a kitchen counter. That doesn't even make any sense. Workbooks. There are some elementary workbooks on the table. But looking closely, one in the middle is different. How to handle a monster parent. There are elementary workbooks and a self-help book on the table. Steam is rising from the tea. There is some tea on the coffee table. A speaker system. There are pineapples growing in the corner. That's what I thought anyway, but then I realized it was just a plant. Dun, dun. You can see the trees and the sky outside. It's for lighting. A ceiling fan is spinning. A cushion. Hitomi is sitting on the sofa. A telephone in the corner. Anything else? There's a door in the back of the room. We've never even seen what's back there. A blooming winter iris. It's supposed to be a sign of good luck and hope.
I've been wondering about that picture.
Iris drew it when she was 12.
That's you on the left and Iris in the middle, correct?
Yes,
And who's on the right?
the man I was dating at the time. It was only for 3 months, but
Only for 3 months.
I met him about 6 years ago.
6
Have you been to the Kume Shrine in the Minato district? I was praying there one day, and I heard a voice. Well, more like a groan. Behind the shrine, I saw a man sitting on the ground. He was bleeding badly from his stomach. I took out my phone to call an ambulance, but he grabbed my wrist, and he held me, and then he kissed me. I was shocked, but when I stared into his eyes, then I heard footsteps, and then a bunch of men yelling. They were looking for him. When the voices and footsteps faded, he let me go. Don't call an ambulance, and don't call the cops. I knew he had to be a criminal, so I took him to an underground clinic I knew.
You took him to a mob doctor?
Renju's friend. I only met him once.
Oh, that's a hell of a story. She met him 6 years ago. So many 6 years ago.
Even though we had our first kiss seconds after meeting each other, it took a long time before I got to see him again. The first time we held hands was when we watched a horror movie together. The first time I took his arm was when we went to a haunted house in an amusement park. But I wasn't the one who grabbed him. A zombie jumped out and scared us, and he clung onto my arm. He had that cute side to him, and I was falling in love. Our second kiss was in the car. It's cliche, I know, but we drove around at night, looking at all the lights. We parked our car near a warehouse and kissed. I don't think we ever said I love you, but we both knew. We were getting closer and closer.
And something happened. Because he's not here.
I introduced him to Iris about a month after I first met him. Iris never had a father figure in her life before. She warmed up to him immediately and treated him like a real dad. From then on, it was always the three of us together. We would go to the beach, the river, the zoo, the amusement park. Going to barbecues with another person was a new experience for me and Iris. Everything felt so fresh. Every day was so exciting. Oh, sorry. You asked about the picture. He wanted to make okonomiyaki one day. He was working with the hot plate. It was ridiculous. He was trying to flip one, and it flew up in the air and landed right on my head.
Oh.
Iris saw the whole thing and laughed and laughed. I hadn't seen her laugh like that in a long time. I was having so much fun that I put an okonomiyaki on their heads too. Plop, plop. I added the bonito flakes and mayo and sauce. At this point, there was no going back. Eggs flew, flour going everywhere. The room was not a pretty sight. After our battle, we laughed like crazy. We were rolling around on the floor. So Iris decided to draw it. It's nostalgic.
I was gonna say she kept the picture up of a guy she only knew for 3 months, like for 6 years.
But those days didn't last. 6 years ago, in November, a man with a gun broke into our house. Fortunately, Iris wasn't home at the time, but my boyfriend was. That's why the gunman came. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill him, and he would never stop. He pulled the trigger. I tried to protect him. The bullet hit me, but the police arrived. They were both arrested and incarcerated.
Why was he after your boyfriend?
Before he met me, he committed some terrible crime. I don't know the details, but it was awful. So he became a target for underworld criminals. I don't know exactly why, but I know that he betrayed them in some way.
Okay.
May I ask you something?
Of course.
I had heard that incident was a random break-in gone wrong.
Oh, that's
Thank
not
you.
true. I lied about
Two
it at
whole
the
years
time
of high-quality
because of Mizuki.
content. Thanks, aka, and
Mizuki's
thanks
Iris's
to the
friend.
cute chat.
If she found out, Iris would find out too. I didn't want Iris to know
Know what?
that I was dating a criminal. He was her father figure. Iris looked up to him. If she found out about his past...
Yo, Soka, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 2 whole months, man. Thank you for the 2 year. I'm sorry, 2 years. The 2 year resub. Thank you. 2 whole years of high quality content. Thanks for the kind words, Soka. Thank you for the 2 years. It's no problem. Thanks for supporting my stream. Thank you. Thanks for supporting my stream and enjoying what I do. There's a drawing on the wall. Iris drew it when she was 12. Okay.
If she found out, Iris would find out too. I lied about it at the time because of Mizuki. Mizuki is Iris's friend. If she found out, Iris would find out too.
Okay. Well, damn, we learned a lot about... Okay, we learned a lot about this. So she was dating a criminal. Hitomi is touching her right shoulder with her left hand. It's Monday, isn't it a school day?
Today's a holiday. I suppose there's never a day off for a detective. Oh, but you aren't a detective, right?
Technically, yes. But I still deal with crime.
I see. Today is a holiday.
You forgot too, didn't you?
About Iris.
I've put Iris through so much. I was 19 and single when she was born. People didn't take kindly to that. But Iris was such a fighter. She always protected me. I remember, one time at the nursery, some of the other mothers were talking about me. Iris ran up to them and said, "Don't talk about my mommy." I'm supposed to be the mother, but it's Iris who's always protecting me.
What about your parents?
They died when I was 17. I was an orphan, and my relatives lived far away. They might have taken me in, but I was already in my second to last year of high school. It wasn't a good idea for me to move that late. So I decided to stay here, by myself.
And take care of Iris.
Yes, all alone. But Renju would help sometimes.
Wait, but Iris didn't come until 2 years later, though. About Iris.
It was always just me and her. Vacations, barbecues, zoos, amusement parks. Just me and her. Oh, that reminds me. When Iris was 5, there was a children's theater show in Bloom Park. It was called Milky Moon.
Okay.
It was about girls as magical space rangers and such. She loved singing and dancing. Even as a kid, whenever she heard music, her body would start moving. It was a quirk of hers. And she did it at the show, too. Toward the end, when all the Milky Moon girls were dancing to the ending song, Iris climbed up onto the stage and danced with them. I tried to stop her, of course. I grabbed her arm and tried to get her to sit, but before I knew it, she was up there, dancing. And everyone was so excited. Even I was dancing by the end of it. When it was over, she had the biggest smile on her face. "Mama, you're a good dancer." That's the kind of girl she was.
About Iris.
Whenever she sees someone playing music on the street, she'll run up and join them, right then and there. Music at the train station, the crosswalk beeping, even at convenience stores. When their little chime played, she would start dancing. It almost got her into trouble once. She was on the jungle gym and a truck drove by. It was playing loud music out the windows. She climbed up to the top and started dancing. but she lost her balance and fell. She fractured her leg pretty badly. It was on a Sunday, and it was hard to find an open emergency care. I was carrying her on my back, running and running through town. I could still hear her crying. Will I still be able to dance, Mommy? Can I still dance? She cried and cried into my shoulder. It was the only time she ever cried so much. No, that's not true. There was one other time.
Oh, okay. What was the other time? Uh-oh.
6 years ago, I was the victim of a shooting. After the surgery, Iris came in running, and she was sobbing.
I can imagine.
Mommy, don't die! Don't die! Please don't die, Mommy! Don't die!
I swore to myself then that I would protect her, no matter what. Iris is everything to me, more important than my own life.
Hey, Mashed Potato, thanks so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everyone from Mashed Potato Stream. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a nice time playing Elden Ring. Where is Renju?
You asked me that yesterday.
There's no point in hiding it. I told her about Renju's disappearance.
Right from the hospital? I'm sorry. I have no idea.
She doesn't know. Summarize for me.
Date, we can't spend time reminiscing. We have to get moving.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. I wonder what... And tell me he's touching her right arm with her left hand. Okay. Marble. Let's go to Marble. I want to save Lemescape for last. Let's go to Marble. Marble Monday.
You need more info on Ren? I'm sorry to waste your time, but I don't have anything for you.
I see.
Let's see. There's a TV on the wall.
Care to watch some riveting videos with balls and holes?
Sorry, I don't like golf.
There's a TV on the wall. It's a menu. It has writing on the back. A beer tap.
Hey, Date. You know what I say when I turn into a drunk devil?
Dev Ale.
Oh, God. That's awful. A beer tap. There are bottles of alcohol on the shelf. There are bottles lined up on the counter.
You're so cold, Mama.
Hey, I'm over here.
There's music playing over the radio. A refrigerator. A picture on the wall. A bar counter. The specials are written on the chalkboard.
Hey, Mama. What's with the pizza, fish, and chips?
People used to call me that on the internet all the time. Guess it's stuck.
Pizza, fish, and chips. Ah, I see. Piece of fucking shit.
I didn't get the reference. Okay.
This, however, appears to be a simple Italian pizza with fish and french fries.
The specials are written on the chalkboard. There's a poster on the wall. Tax Taxi driver. Wait, what is this? It looks like a poster for something. Here's a poster on the wall. A flyer. A stool. A sofa. There's a table in front of the sofa. Yeah, I think it was a reference to Taxi Driver, the movie, yeah. Is that everything? We can't click on the door. Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah, totally wasn't rage-inducing. Elden Ring never is.
Oh, hey.
Mama is polishing a dried bonito fish. Hey, Mana. Hello. Mono. About number 89.
Oh, Falco?
You know him?
I know him as a famous assassin in the underworld. Just rumors, though. Nothing specific.
What kind of rumors?
He's good. 100% success rate. No evidence. He was a world-class killer.
Did you ever meet him?
Nope. I don't even know what he looks like.
Any other info?
I know he's connected to the Kumakuras somehow.
Them again.
That's about it.
Connected to the Kumakuras. Okay. Why are you always brushing that fish?
I find it calming.
Why is that?
Don't ask me.
How's it going?
Well, I could use a little help down there, if you know what I mean.
I do not know what she means.
I don't either.
Perhaps you should take her up on her offer.
Absolutely not.
About Renju.
You know about Renju and the Kumakura gang, right?
Yeah, I know. I heard it from his own mouth right here.
Do they have anything to do with the talent scandal at Lemniscate?
Maybe now they do, since Renju is the president of Lemniscate.
Talent scandal?
Even before that, Renju and the Kumakuras go way back. All the way back to high school.
Hey, Date. Have you ever seen a dead body?
Wait, that's the... I remember Renju saying that to me after he and I went through a bottle. That's the voice of Dimitri from...
You're a policeman.
In Fire Emblem.
I don't know what department, but I assume you aren't handing out traffic tickets. So, how about it?
I didn't answer. I turned the question around
What about
on him.
you?
Me? Well, yeah.
Hey, Capcom.
Not just one. Countless bodies.
Hmm?
When I was in high school, I had a pretty crazy job. You know the Kumakura gang? I was hooked up to one of their phone fraud scams. I just had to go collect the money from drop points and give it to the Kumakuras. It was an easy job. Eventually, I became friends with the higher-ups. They started taking me with them on jobs.
What jobs?
The target was always an elderly person from the country with no family. Elderly folk who owned a lot of land, you know? They live every day in loneliness and desperation. You just have to be nice to them. That's all it takes. Guys would get to know the old people and they would set up an adoption process. After that, you just have to get them really drunk, throw them in the tub full of hot water, and they pass. Just like that. Attack, brain
okay.
hemorrhage, or they simply go to sleep and drown. The police almost never investigated. It always looked natural, like they died of old age. So the adopted gang members would inherit the land. Then we sell it and make massive profits. I watched a lot of people get killed like that. And I've seen journalists get killed for getting too close to the truth. So I... Why am I telling you all this? Are you going to arrest me?
I took a sip from my glass and I didn't say anything for a while.
You didn't do it yourself, right?
No, I was always the lookout. But still... Date,
Tears fell to the counter. We didn't say another word until the ice in his glass had melted to nothing. I hope you're doing well. I am doing well, Capcom. Thank you. Summarize for me.
I don't have anything else for you. Sorry, I'm not much help.
No, don't worry about it.
Can you come back again tonight? There's a regular here who is good friends with Ren. They should be here tonight. If you ask him, he might have some information for you.
Tonight?
Yes. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, alright, we're finished here. Now we gotta go to Lambasgate. Hey, Snowy. Hello. Yeah, you did. You came in at a dramatic moment. He was admitting about freaking land fraud. Lambasgate. This is his business. The guy who was just confessing.
I am so aggro right now.
Who says that?
Why are you angry?
You backed out on your Shovel Forge promise.
I didn't make any promises.
You promised me a date, though.
I did go to your house.
2 minutes before midnight, and you didn't even take me anywhere.
Yeah, because we only had 2 minutes.
We could have gone somewhere. Iturup, Kunashir, Shikotan, Habomai?
Absolutely not.
Then you should have come earlier.
Well,
Hey, ma'am. There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk. There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk. What's your type?
Well, I like guys that like New Guinea fruit bats and yellow spotted neck turtles.
I cannot even picture that.
No. I don't even think I understand the reference if it's a reference for something. I want to know your measurements.
I'm 5'4".
That is clearly not what you meant.
Oh my god. Can I have your contact information?
Why?
well, because it may lead to something in the future.
I don't know.
Date, we're on an investigation.
Just let me have this.
Let him have one. Can I have your contact information?
That's enough. I'll come right out of your eye socket if you don't stop.
Can I have your contact information?
I'm serious. I'm going to pop out.
Can I have your contact information? Iba flew out of my left eye and started dancing on the desk. The receptionist immediately fainted. Iris saw the whole thing and also fainted. Oh, right, she's never seen the eyeball. And so my story ended. The end. Game over. But I couldn't let that happen, so I decided to not ask her for her information. There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk. I want to know where Renju is.
I want to too. We've been looking for him. We've been getting so many calls, it's hard to keep up with.
There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk. That's a receptionist desk. The company's logo. Lemniscate. A plant.
Dante, look! It's a Terraphila camellifolia. Look! Yay! Yay! Go Terraphila camellifolia!
Iba is getting awfully excited about insects. A large window. It's a sofa.
I should lose some weight.
I didn't say so fat.
Okay. A blank monitor. Nothing is displayed on it. A plant. It's a sofa. There's a lot of magazines in that rack. Special. How to make good saba. I'll bring that one home for later.
It's a high table.
Date, I don't understand. You want me to say hi to this table?
That's not what I said.
What? I don't get it. What? It's a high table. A vending machine full of drinks. A door. It's probably an office back there. A promotional video of the agency talent are playing.
It's Shinsen Chatran.
Who's that?
Sin. Oh. No, I wasn't done. Shin Sin Sha Trans. It's playing. Video is playing. Oh my god, is that a mouthful? Shin Sin Sha Trans. Jesus. It makes sense though. Shin Sin Cha Tran. God, leave that's hard. That is hard to say. Did we investigate everything? Nope. A lot of magazines in the rack. No Oda, thank God. Oh, wait, no. There's an abstract painting hanging up.
Like it? It's called Fisherman Shagging a Common Dandy.
Say that again? There's an abstract painting hanging up. Can you run that by me again? One more time?
It's called Fisherman Shagging a Common Dandy.
What? Iris is looking at me. Have the day off?
Off?
Yeah, from school.
Oh, yeah. It's a holiday. So I decided to come to Lemniscate. We're going to do a recording for a show soon.
Okay. Why was your phone off yesterday?
I know you were mad about our date, but why was your phone off? I couldn't get a hold of you.
Oh, she was doing something. About last night's visitor.
Last night around 2 a.m., someone visited you. Who was it? And you left the house as well. Where did you go?
You really want to know?
Yes.
And you'd do anything for the answer.
Ah.
Yes.
All right then. Shovel Forge.
No.
Then go on a date with me.
Again, no.
But you owe me for yesterday.
I told you I couldn't get a hold of you.
Objection. Even if you did get a hold of me, you didn't want to see me anyway, right? Until you fulfill your promise, I won't tell you anything.
Where's Renju?
What about him?
I don't need to hide it. I told her about Renju's disappearance.
A traffic accident? I'm worried.
Any idea where he could have gone?
I'm sorry, no.
Wait. What? How does she not know, though? I assumed she was helping him. I assumed it was him who came to her house at 2 a.m. in the morning. If she doesn't, then who the hell came to her house at 2 a.m. in the morning? So, do you know So Shijima, the politician?
I've seen him on TV.
Ever met him?
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Okay. I saw your body.
Iris, promise you won't laugh, but I saw something at the cold storage warehouse last night.
What?
Your dead body. I told you not to laugh.
But, come on, Date. I'm alive. I'm right here. Look, I can jump around. Woohoo!
Stop, I'm serious. In my dream, I saved you from being killed. And here you are. Which is why I was like that when I went to your house yesterday. Sorry, there's no point in telling you all this.
No, it's fine. Sorry for laughing. I just didn't know what was up with you.
Huh?
I believe you, Date. Maybe you were in a parallel world or something.
Another bizarre explanation.
Right. Okay. Nothing more with the receptionist? Summarize for me.
So, what are we doing?
What do you mean?
For our date, of course.
Oh. Oh god, I have to take her out on the date. Don't go on the date, go on the date. Go on the... Wait. Hold on. Is there a flowchart here? No. No, it's the same. Okay. Alright. Hold on. I might need to read her case file. Iris. She likes singing, dancing, the occult, irises, and Mizuki. She dislikes scary people. Well, that's easy. Her hobbies are singing, dancing, and let's plays. Okay. Wait a minute. Who do we have over here? Mermaid. 20 years old. What is Rata-ta-ta? What the hell is that? Bang Bang and Slappy Slap. Sea kings who stay for an hour after ordering just 1 cup of coffee. Hobbies: breeding triple wart sea devils. Skills: exploiting the vanity of her customers to make large sums of money. I see. She works as a maid at Sunfish Pocket, and she's friends with Iris, Mizuki, Oda, and occasionally goes on haunted tours and UFO sightings with them. What the fuck? Bodyguard. So's bodyguard likes boobs and erotic novels. Dislikes men, males, testosterone. Hobbies: swimsuit magazines. He's one of So's many bodyguards, even though they look alike, they're not clones. They all wear face masks to hide their identities. What? Really? His bigger brother. Wait, is his... No, that's not his... 42 years old. 24. Okay. We haven't looked at this in a long time. Shovel Forge. A masterpiece of sandbox video games in which you create structures by stacking cubes on a map. A sandbox game refers to games in which there is no story or goal, allowing the player to just relax and play. The name Shovel Forge is a parody of a popular game in the same genre, which I will not mention for legal reasons. I see. Okay. Fine, let's go on a date.
Fine.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yay!
Wait.
So you'll play Shovel Forge with me?
I will not.
So we'll go on a date then.
Yes.
Deal. And you have to honor our agreement this time.
I can't believe it.
Oh, but we can't go right away. I have a recording coming up. I should be done by 3, though. Tessa, we're starting soon. Got it! So, Date, meet me back here at 3? If you ditch me, I will be beyond furious. Anyway, bye for now. Peace!
Iris smiled and strolled over to the studio.
There is no point remaining here. Let's get moving.
Alright, back to headquarters. We didn't really learn a whole lot, I don't think. Not really. Alright, Monday, 2:49 p.m. Wait, we gotta meet Iris at like 3. Or after 3. I returned to Abyss HQ with Iba. I needed to talk to the boss. As I entered the room, boss smiled, like she was waiting for me.
I took care of what you asked for.
Number 89?
He's here, in the interrogation room.
I'm on it.
You'll go without me this time. I have some errands to run.
Oh.
One of the higher-ups needs me.
Okay.
I'll have Pewter go to the interrogation with you.
Understood.
Oh, okay. So we get to see what number 89 looks like. Wait, that's the guy who shot... That's the guy who shot Hitomi. Yeah.
Let's get started.
This is the guy who shot Hitomi. He was in the house with the gun. The room is reflected in the mirror. A camera used for interrogation. Okay. A surveillance camera near the entrance. There are pipes on the walls of the room. Okay. A desk in front of the room. The man known as number 89 is sitting right in front of me. Why did you call So Tsujima's secretary?
Oh, you know about that. It's true. I called Tsujima's secretary. I got him on the line and I told him something very important.
You spoke with him directly?
Yeah.
Well, then he lied, saying that he never talked to the guy. Tsujima told us that his secretary never told him about it. So he lied. What did you tell him?
I told him to call somebody.
Somebody?
Shoko Nodami?
I can't tell you anymore.
Okay. How many people have you killed?
I don't know. It's not like I'm counting.
Where are you from?
Djibouti.
Northeast Africa, a small republic of roughly 900,000.
I don't take kindly to stupid lies.
What's your name?
Number 89.
Your real name?
I don't know, I forgot.
About Shoko's murder.
All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. 2 days ago, you called our investigation office. You said you know who killed Shoko Nadami.
That's right.
Who?
Hey, don't be so hasty. We haven't agreed on a deal. You're gonna let me out of prison, right?
Yes, I promise.
You're lying. You don't want to release me. That's fine. I was expecting this anyway. I just wanted a good excuse to leave the prison.
What do you mean?
You really want to know? Here's what I mean!
Oh God. Whoa. Damn. Damn, he just knocked this out. Jeez.
You'll make a good hostage for me. Take me to the exit. Now.
Well, okay. Police headquarters 406. Wait, Pewter's still here.
Darn.
Are you kidding me? A criminal serving a life sentence just escaped from Metro Police. I ordered everyone to keep quiet about this, but it's only a matter of time before the press sniffs this out.
Uh-oh.
We need to get number 89 back before then.
Can I check her room again? Boss's chair.
I really like chairs. They look delicious.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. That is weird. Bags are hanging on a rack. Inside the bags are colorful handcuffs. It's a large
But
key.
no keyhole for it. Same as you, Date.
What do you
What?
mean by that?
Shelves. Yeah, Pewter is so tall. He's very tall. Mom's tombstone. There's some wine
Dante,
bottle.
Pewter. Once we're done here, let's pop that bottle.
Not a bad idea.
But when the boss gets drunk, she has the tendency to crush balls.
In that case, perhaps we should never solve this case.
A cabinet. Hey, Mario. Boss's friend, Mario.
I want to go to Susukino.
Susukino. An RC car. A soccer ball. A volleyball.
Spiking is an important part of volleyball. Spiking. Spike Chun?
What is that?
Only the publisher of this game. A flag with big catch on it.
Wait a minute, did you let number 89 escape on purpose? So that you could catch the bigger fish?
Yeah, boss. Exactly.
I was kidding.
The flag with big catch on it. A Saba restaurant door curtain. A Tanuki statue. A broom is leaning against the wall.
That's nostalgic. When I was a kid, I used to put a broom between my legs and pretend to be a witch.
A Persian rug is laid out. No. A King Shogi piece.
A shogi player gave that to me. I think his name was Hanyu?
The Hanyu?
Yep, that's him.
Am I supposed to know that reference? The coffee maker is sitting on the shelf. A shogi piece. Apparently she got it from a famous person. A pumpkin. A bookshelf. There's a ton of things stuffed in it. A happy birthday banner decoration. She has a computer on her desk. The type that has a monitor built in. Boss's desk. There's stickers all over the front. A clock off to the side of her desk.
If you had the power to stop time, what would you do?
Do you even have to ask?
Your heart rate is increasing rapidly.
I wonder what it is. Hey Mo, hello. How you doing? Skis. A snowboard.
I want to knock you over the head with that snowboard right about now.
Then allow me to say this. I will slalom away from that attack.
Not funny.
I don't get it. An electronic darts game. A triangular ruler.
Date, look! A UFO!
That's a symbol.
A symbol.
Boss, I turned your stationary bike into a coffee grinder. You use the pedals to grind the beans.
Why the hell did you do that?
Good. How's the game going? The game's going great. Have you ever seen this game before, Mo? Or heard of it? If you happen not to, this one released back in 2019. It was the first game that I played after I became a Twitch partner, so it has a special meaning for me there. But there was a series of games on the DS called the Zero Escape franchise. First one was called 999. I think it's called 9 People, 9 Lives, 9 Doors or something. And then VLR, Virtue's Last Reward. And then Zero, Time Dilemma. All of them have the same writer and director who made this game too. So I was looking very much forward to this game when it came out because I loved the Zero Escape series. So yeah, we're replaying this because they just came out with a sequel to it like a couple days ago. So I wanted to replay the first one to get ready for the sequel. A public bath door curtain. A map on the wall. It's a visual novel game for the most part. It's a detective visual novel game. A police poster. A boy band poster. A boy band poster. This and 13 Sentinels suffer from the same problem of naming not exactly sound. From the same problem of naming not exactly sounding interesting. What, AI and Somnium Files? I mean, it makes sense though for the story of the game. AI and Somnium Files. The I, Somnium Files, has meaning with, you know, stuff they do in the game and stuff. Yeah, that's true too. We played Doki Doki's Literature Club back in 2018 as a joke during October. And I was always a bigot towards visual novel games. It sounds like word salad, but I mean, if we go by how you're going, then everything would sound the same. Gotta appreciate different stuff, you know? Stuff being different. Eventually, like, stuff would just sound exactly the same. Have the same rhyme or reason. It's a floaty. A plaster figure.
They were kind and had a big smile. Such a shame.
A plaster figure. Oh no, I clicked on that. A decorated Christmas tree. It's been here since the first time I was in the room. A mysterious mask is displayed on the wall.
Reminds me of your ex, Date.
It shouldn't.
A mysterious mask is displayed on the wall. A pendant is adoring the wall. A police poster. We're almost done. Oh no, it already gave us the Saba curtain. Or does it count? I didn't click the Saba curtain. There's a lot of stuff hanging on the coat hanger. How's Mandy enjoying Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak? I got a key for it from Capcom, but I didn't want to play it until I finished AI. So I've been MIA from everyone who's playing it. The entrance. Alright, did we do everything? The cold air is blowing from the AC.
So now you're ogling me too?
Okay, I'll stop.
Well, you have Kingdom Hearts, and then you have Kingdom Hearts 1, and that's it. Then you have Kingdom Hearts 2, and then that's it. Then you have Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories, which Rechain of Memories makes sense when you play the game, like the actual name of the game. I'm trying to remember all the games. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, Recoded makes sense for the game. Dream Drop Distance. Drop is a name of the gameplay mechanic in the title, and Dream is literally tied to the story. I don't know what distance is supposed to be. Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep makes sense as well. Fragmentary's Passage also makes sense because what you do in the game. I'm forgetting one. Or maybe I'm not. Was that all of them? No. 356/2 days. I think that one's the most obscured one. That one kind of does make sense. It does when you play the game, but it makes you think like years or half a year. Boss. The boss is sitting on the desk. She's loving it. It's great. Nice. Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about it. Which is very great, because base Rise was very hit or miss, depending on who you ask. So it's nice to hear. Apologize.
Boss, it's my fault he got away. I'm sorry.
Don't waste time apologizing. Go catch him. I'm the one who has to go on an apology tour now. You really messed up this time.
Cuter. Cuter is standing calmly. Yeah, for someone who is just, like, held hostage by a criminal, he seems pretty okay. How did he get away?
He punched out an officer and stole his clothes. He put on the uniform and brought me with him at gunpoint. Well, he had the gun in his pocket, hiding it. No one on the floor even knew this was happening. He got on the elevator and made it to the ground floor. He even stole my security card.
Wait.
He said he'd kill me if I tried anything. I suppose the whole escape took him about 5 minutes.
What?
He must have planned this.
You're rather calm about all this.
Exactly.
I'm coming down from being terrified for my life. I'm in a bit of a fugue state right now.
You're telling me that he knocked out another... How did he knock out another cop with you at gunpoint and put on his clothes and you not try to do anything during that time? Then again, the guy is a world assassin. I wouldn't try anything against a world assassin if I was in contact with him, so yeah. 5 minutes though? He stole a car, knocked out a dude, put his clothes on. Putting the clothes on would take longer than 5 minutes. Where's 89?
How would I know? After he got to the exit, he let me go. I didn't see where he went. I collapsed right there.
Collapsed? Yeah, he's a scientist, yeah, so I guess, yeah. Very scared for his life. Where's my gun?
Number 89 still has it. But don't worry. I have a spare. I'll give it to you later.
Okay. Summarize for me.
Date, I know you are already aware of this, but there are security cameras all over this compound.
Did they find him?
I checked all of them. Number 89 fled in a car that was waiting for him.
Oh.
So he had an accomplice.
Yes,
Did you see who was driving?
I did.
Who was it?
Who was it?
You and I know him well.
Renju.
What? Wait, Renju is an accomplice of the dude who just got out of prison? This guy's been MIA in the story for so long. What? How did he know the guy was at the police station, though? What is going on here? The boss? I told Boss and Pewter what, Alba revealed to me.
Renju?
Why?
Yeah. Ellipsis.
Date, Moma is calling.
Okay.
Moma? From the Kumakuras?
What does he
I'll
want?
connect him.
Hey, Date. I just got the word. Renju's been seen.
What? Where?
Hey, don't forget our deal.
Deal? What deal?
You forgot already? I'm talking about Tessa.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'll be waiting. You know what to do.
I guess
What
that.
should we do?
Guess
We
that's
have
where
no
we're.
choice. We have to take her.
Yeah.
To Moma?
Yes.
Renju finally shows back up in the story. Finally. Limbuscate. 4:43 p.m. But why would he help a convict?
Oh my gosh! Late. You're late.
I'm going home.
Never! Have you forgotten the vows you exchanged?
Are
Vows?
you drunk?
No, of course not.
You're drunk.
I'm kid. I'm kidding! I can't believe I'm gonna shovel forge with you. I'm getting excited!
We are not shovel forging.
I was talking about the date, silly.
Shovel Forge and a date are synonymous, apparently.
So where are we going?
I'm gonna take you to go meet a guy from the Yakuza. It's a sofa.
Slipper, usually made of leather.
That's a loafer.
Oh my god, there's so many of these. A plant.
Date, look! It's a Parastatoda tepidariorum!
What?
Hooray!
Hooray!
Go, little Parastatoda tepidariorum!
Aiba is awfully excited about insects. I have no idea what bug she's talking about, though. A plant. A sofa. A monitor, there's nothing displayed on it. A large one, though. A lot of magazines in the rack.
Special. Catch a skyfish. Next time these magazines get replaced, I'm taking that one.
It's a high table.
Date, I've been thinking.
Uh-huh.
About what?
I have my greeting ready. You were asking me to say hello to the table earlier?
No.
Do you have nothing to say?
Wait, what? I don't get this reference. What is this supposed to reference? I don't get it. That's the second time they've done this joke. It's a high table. I don't get it. A vending machine full of drinks. A promotional video of the agency's talent are playing.
Oh, that's Quinten Rapcone.
Oh, I've heard of them.
I'm not gonna even try. A door. It's probably... There's probably an office back there. Oh, God. Quinten Ra... What did she say? Quinten Rapcone? I forget what E sounds like in Japanese. The company's logo. Lemboskate. The receptionist is nowhere to be seen. Where is she? The usual receptionist isn't here. Oh, we can't... Oh, okay. We can't look at the photo. Okay. Where should I take her? A really nice place. A gangster's bar. To a Yakuza office building. To where the dragon is.
To meet the dragon.
The dragon? Like that dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Like a fantasy world with swords and magic. And you're gonna teleport me there. Woohoo! I'm getting fired up!
She didn't completely understand, but I didn't have time to care. I took Iris to the Kumakuras. Oh god, this is gonna be one hell of an interaction. The Kumakura's office, Monday, 5:10 p.m. Oh god.
Ooh, look at the dragon! So cool! So, this is a crime syndicate building, right?
Yeah, the Kumakuras.
And you were trying to make me believe this was some kind of fantasy world?
No. That's what you thought.
Date lied to me!
Date, you bastard! You made Tessa cry!
Mister, save me! Throw this man into Tokyo Bay!
Got it! I'll have him sleeping with the fishes.
This is an interesting turn of events.
Oh my god.
I can hardly believe it.
Me neither. What the? Wait, am I gonna die?
Moma, I held up my end of the deal.
You sure did! You want to hear about Renju?
Mr. Okiura?
Yo, Shadowfang, thanks so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a nice stream. Welcome everyone from Shadowfang's raid. Hi. I literally thought once it faded to black, I'm like, oh no, I'm getting thrown in the river. No. There's a partition set up by the doorway.
Hey, Tessa, let's have a party!
No thanks.
Ouch. Ouch. The entrance. Last month's schedule is written on the board. 23rd, Hot Spring, was it Summerler? Wait, what was that? I didn't get to read it, no. Some kind of permit. The company's philosophy is written on the wall. Restaurants will take forever to fulfill your bottomless drink orders. So order them all up front. Company's philosophy is written on the wall. There are lockers near the window. A window. A tiger rug.
Poor thing. What you did to that tiger is awful.
Oh, that's fake.
A tiger rug. A leather
How many cows did they kill for this?
It's a fake?
What do you even say to a question like that?
Date, look! A UFO!
That's an ashtray.
There's an ashtray on the table. What do you even say to that? There's files lined up on the shelf. Ah, shit. A bronze dragon.
Lanterns.
Hey, Iris. What do you think of when you see two lanterns pushed together?
Huh?
I mean, it kind of looks like something, right?
Not really.
No, really. Picture two lanterns pushed together, and you put your face between them. There's something that reminds you of?
Lanterns.
What, you mean boobs?
Damn it, Moma. You're not supposed to say it.
There's lanterns with Kamakura written on them. Wait a minute, Moma. It's a desk. It probably belongs to someone in the gang. A chair. Lockers are lined up on the wall. I was about to fall asleep and I had to end. That's a good reason to end. There's a telephone on the desk. The door to the next room. A PC on the top of the desk. A chairman's desk.
Tessa, if you're tired, you can sit on my desk.
On your desk.
The Kumakura's crest. There's an A-set figure hidden in the safe behind it. Shinto shrine. Okay, I think we exhausted everything. Iris is standing there. Introduce Moma.
Oh yeah, I haven't introduced this old man yet.
I'm 24!
Moma is lying. He is at least 48.
Absolutely.
Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Moma Kumakura. I work for a prestigious advertising agency.
You run the Kumakura gang, right? You're like a mob boss.
How did you know that?
Is he stupid?
Introduce Moma.
Moma may not look it, but he's a huge A-set fan.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm a huge fan.
Gambling.
Bet, debt, A-set!
Worries.
Forget, fret, A-set!
Now what does she say?
A-set, you bet!
Wow, my catchphrase! Thank you!
This is kind of embarrassing.
But sorry, Moma. I don't like gangsters.
Oh no!
I don't like gangsters either. Gangsters are awful.
He's gonna have to turn his life around.
All those nasty Yakuza guys should drop dead, am I right?
Sincerely apologize.
Sorry for bringing you here.
It's okay.
You don't have to be scared, Tessa. We're not thugs. We're just a gang.
About as contradictory as meatless beef.
Yeah.
The old boss was really violent.
He would take a cheese grater to someone's leg if they looked at him funny.
But after I took over, we went crystal clean.
Crystal.
Methamphetamines.
No, we don't do drugs. We don't deal with that stuff. We had to restructure the whole operation. Cut a lot of people off.
Cut?
Their throats.
No, not like that.
About Renju.
What happened to Mr. Okiura? I heard he escaped the hospital.
So did I. But I don't know anything more than that.
What?
Please tell me.
Renju escaped from the hospital estranged. 3 things struck out to me. I laid out the facts. Mizuki was lured to the place where Shoko's body was found by a message sent from Renju's phone. I found Iris's body in an Okirua fishery cold storage warehouse. But that's not tied to him, though. Earlier today, Renju fled with a prisoner escaping a life sentence, an assassin named number 89.
Hold up. What were you saying about Tessa's dead body?
Oh, well...
Date saw a parallel world with my dead body in it.
A parallel world?
Never heard of it?
Oh, yeah, of course I have. Yeah, right. Parallel worlds and all that shit. Yeah.
I don't understand it, but I suppose he does.
Good, because I don't feel like explaining it.
But why would Mr. Okira do that?
Yeah.
I don't know. He could be a hostage or an accomplice. Either way, we need to find him.
Motive is like so confusing. Moma is sitting on the other side of the desk. Hey, Lander. Hello. Where are your goons?
They're out, looking for Renju. Besides, I can't have them here seeing me like this.
Good point.
That's an expensive looking ring.
Why do you care?
Can I have it?
What?
Can I have the ring?
Why would I give it to you?
Hey, can I have the ring?
Absolutely, of course you can. Here, take it. wait, no. I can't give you this.
You're so cheap.
Come on, it's not like you're losing it.
It's exactly like I'm losing it.
Aww.
You guys are a good team. Like siblings.
About the Renju tip.
You said on the phone that you saw Renju.
Yeah, I had all my people looking for him.
So, tell me where he is.
I could.
Hey, I held up my end. I brought Iris like you asked.
Date, come here.
Oh, okay. Moma took me to the corner of the room. This can't be good.
Date, I don't quite know how to ask this, but... Can you ask Tessa if I can shake her hand, please?
Oh, that's it? Sure.
Moma and I broke our hurdle. Oh my god.
Iris, could you do me a favor?
A favor?
He, wants to see your boobs.
What the fuck, dude? I didn't say that!
Oh, sorry. What I meant was, he wants to shake your hand.
Oh, a handshake. Sure. I would never show my boobs.
Iris took Moma's hand and gently and shook it.
Date, this is the happiest day of my life. It feels good to be the boss.
So how about it?
All right, here it goes. Renju was seen in 2 places. First, Sunfish Pocket, the maid cafe. Second, Ikume Shrine.
Ikume Shrine?
Sunfish Pocket and Ikume Shrine.
We haven't been there yet.
Got it, thanks.
No problem, bro. Really.
Why Ikume Shrine, though? The maid place makes sense because he owns it.
Anyway, Moma, take care of Iris for me.
What?
What? Wait! You're leaving me here?
You'll be safe with him.
Are you serious? Look at his face. Not to mention he runs a crime syndicate. What if he sells me to the highest bidder?
Tessa, I would never do that. I told you, we're clean now. We all go home on time, we follow government regulations.
See ya.
Wait! What about Shovel Forge?
I told you I never promised to play with you.
But you promised me a date.
Date, is this true?
Oh God, no.
Son of a bitch.
Oh no, we're dead. Oh,
I'm gonna ignore that.
Good idea.
Hey, you're gonna look for Mr. Okiura, right? Take me with you. If you do, I'll tell you about last night.
Her late night visitor.
Oh yeah, she never told us about it.
Fine.
Yay!
Date, don't ignore me.
A clean gang.
Oh, that's just a toy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just a toy.
Let's leave them alone for a while.
We have 2 places to check. Sunfish Pocket and Ikume Shrine.
I want to go to the warehouse too, where you found my dead body.
Why?
Bothering you?
No, I'm just curious. Oh, and one more thing. Can we eat somewhere?
Food sounds good. I haven't eaten in a while.
Oh, my chest hurts. Getting hard to breathe.
Where is this game set? It's set in Japan. In a Tokyo district. Yeah, Tokyo city map. There's the 999 logo of the first game, actually, right there. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so we haven't been to the Akumi Shrine at all, or Akume Shrine. And we've been everywhere else, though. Wait, why are we going to the diner? Yeah, why is the diner a place to go? He said that... Oh, to get something to eat. Right. Let's go to the warehouse. Because this is where we found her dead body. But she's clearly not dead. Cold storage warehouse Monday.
I saw it. I'm sure. Your corpse, Iris. Right here.
But I'm here now. Maybe I'm a ghost.
Oh,
You
God.
don't look like a floating sheet. You have legs.
But maybe they're not legs. Maybe they're my boobs.
I tried to picture Iris's boobs swinging down there like that. And then I decided not to.
Didn't you say that you saved me in your dream? What did you mean by that?
I told you that I'm with an organization called Abyss, right?
Yeah, you told me 2 days ago.
We find clues in the minds of suspects and witnesses. We enter what we call a somnium, a dream world projected by their subconscious. That's what the entire organization is about.
How do you even do that?
With the machine.
We have a machine that we call the sync machine.
What is that?
It's a sync machine.
That's not an explanation.
It literally does
Tell
what
me how
he...
it works.
Well, I can explain, but it will require a bit of background to understand.
Background?
Yeah, so to catch you up to speed with what's going on, if you weren't here from the beginning of the game, so there was a murder. We found a dead body on a merry-go-round in a abandoned park that's been closed off because of chemical pollution that happened about 8 years ago. We arrive on scene. The lady is handcuffed behind the pole on like the horse you would sit on the merry-go-round, and her eyeball, left eyeball, was missing. We eventually found her daughter hiding in the center column and she had in her hand what looked like the murder weapon, which we thought would be an ice pick because the puncture wounds on her body were so small. We deduced it was an ice pick, and we found her daughter with it. Her daughter tells us that the ice pick was lodged in her eye, in her left eye socket, and that she removed it because, you know, her mom had an ice pick in her eye. So we've been trying to figure out who murdered her pretty much ever since. Her husband has been prime suspect number 1. Renju, who you've probably heard of. This is her ex-husband. He's been pretty much MIA. We haven't been able to find him anywhere. We found he was interrogated. Well, we found him once, but we didn't find him. The police found him, brought him to the police station, interrogated him, and then they let him go because he didn't seem like he was a suspect or for reasons. But as soon as they let him go, he pretty much disappeared. And eventually find out that he was in a car crash, or he was in not a car crash, but like basically like a highway wreckage with a bunch of cars involved. And he was taken to the hospital. They performed surgery on him, but 40 minutes after he got out of surgery, he escaped the hospital, even though his wounds would reopen if he would move. I deduced that he must have had help because, you know, that's just not, you don't do that on your own. So, and then ever since then, we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him, haven't seen him. He's been MIA, and then we just seen from him again, helping this guy escape the police station. So, this guy called he called this guy, who's a congressman, and said that he knew who murdered her. She's the lady that died. Congressman lied about the phone call, saying that he never received it, said his secretary only did. So we ended up bringing him to the police station, asking him about it. Well, then he escapes the police. You came in, Mo, at the time where he escaped the police station. And then waiting in the parking lot to help him get out was him. It's like, what? Okay. All right. During that time, though, we've seen her dead body twice. We brought him into questioning because after we went to go question him the first time, he was being very, you know, he's a congressman, so he knows his rights. He was being very evasive. And then when he said, "I'm leaving," and we were talking to his bodyguards, we found out that he was fleeing his house. Well, we tail him down to I can't show you, but we tail him down to the warehouse district, and he goes into one of the warehouses, or he's coming out of one of the warehouses. We go inside after he leaves, and we find her dead body with like 20 stab wounds in the back, and her right eye is missing. So we bring him in. We bring him into the police station. We interrogate him. He doesn't give a shit. So what he just explained to her, we hook him up to this machine. And this basically allows us to enter the person's brain to try to find clues and information that they're withholding from us. And during that, we don't really find anything, actually. We ended up saving her because in his brain, she was being stabbed over and over and over again. And by the end of it, we ended up saving her. But in doing so, we now believe that we somehow brought her back to life. Because this is where we found her, right here. She was dead right here. But now that we saved her in that little brain combination of brains, she's right here, right in front of our eyes. So we have no idea how she's here. Because we saw her murdered. And so that's like one of the mysteries right now in the story that's going on. And we have no idea how the congressman's involved. The congressman clearly, like, knows who we are as a person before we've ever seen him. And then there's also these mentionings in the story of something happening 6 years ago. So, like, we don't remember anything from 6 years prior. We don't remember anything from 1 to 24. And all these events have been happening for like 6 years. Like, for instance, she got shot in the shoulder 6 years ago. He got sent to prison 6 years ago. He looks like the guy who shot her in the shoulder 6 years ago. Rohan. Rohan is the former leader of the Komakuras. The guy we were just speaking to is the new leader. He committed suicide a year ago, but he relinquished his control of the gang over the MoMA 6 years ago. There's been all these like 6 years ago references happening over and over and over and over again. So, and then there's multiple paths you can take. So we're on path 2 at the moment. We haven't even explored path 1 yet of the story. So, yo, Dan, thanks so much for the raid, man. Thank you for the raid, sir. Welcome, raiders from Dan's stream. How's it going? How's Resident Evil Gaiden? I saw you playing that. I saw your tweet about that. How was it? So it's a big mystery right now of what's going on. And that's everything that's going on. Overall, not too bad. A few spots were rough, though. Did you end up finishing the game? Yeah, did you end up finishing it? I know it's a Game Boy game, so it can't be that long. You did manage to finish it? Nice. I've never actually seen that game before, ever. Yeah, never have. Thanks for the raid. I'm glad to hear you had a great stream. Thanks for the recap. It's way more fun now that I roughly get it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else. Did I miss anything?
Thank you.
Also 33 feels good, man.
Yo, hey man, thanks for the resub. Thank you for the 33 months. Thank you. I appreciate it, Dan. Thanks, man. Hey, Skazums, hello. How's it going? Hello. And yeah, no problem, Mo. It's very confusing. It's very, very confusing. Let's see. Let's take a look around for clues. But I'm personally a sucker for murder mysteries. I love murder mysteries. They're fun. A shelf packed with cardboard boxes. An oil drum.
Hi, I'm Jemimon.
You too.
Yeah, I was gonna say you too. Ugh. What is that? What is this? You can't click on it. Weird. A forklift. There's tires. The tires of the forklift and the ground they're on are clearly frozen. Okay.
So my corpse was on here?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a workbench. There's nothing on it now. The switchboard installed in the back of the warehouse.
Hey, get out of my house!
What the hell?
I'm a poltergeist inside the circuit board.
What?
You said I was a ghost, right? Maybe I'm haunting the warehouse with spooky astral projections.
What are you talking about, Iris?
The switchboard installed in the back of the warehouse. The crane is hanging from the ceiling. A hook is hanging from the ceiling crane. You can't look up, though. A forklift. I don't see anything special about it. An ice cutting machine. Where's the box? A wooden box on the shelf.
giant robot.
A what?
You know, from kaiju movies.
Again, what?
Is that supposed to be a specific Rim reference, or... No, I don't think so. The Pacific Rim isn't that popular. There isn't a lot here. There's a cardboard box on the floor.
That caramel over there looks so good.
Yeah, you're right. But if I tried to eat it in one bite, I'd break my jaw.
What are you talking about, Date? That's a cardboard box.
You started... Never mind.
Yeah, I think mechs in general, yeah. I think we examined everything. Although, I don't know why it's not allowing us to examine this. That's clearly a power switch. Or a switch for the crane. I've worked enough construction to know that. Okay. Do you know about the Wojcik system?
I guess not.
No, I know what it is. It's the core programming behind AI, right?
Wait, how do you
That's
know?
right. What's wrong?
What?
You're shivering.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
No, it's...
To borrow Pewter's explanation, with the advent of the Wojcik system, we can extract the data of the human psyche. This data is sent to the brain, which achieves the sync.
But how would she know about that, though? Do you know about the BBB?
I've heard of it. The blood-brain barrier, right? Inside the skull, there's an army of little teeny tiny soldiers that surround the brain. They protect the brain from bad stuff in the blood, right?
That's almost it, yeah.
The blood-brain barrier describes the architecture of the microvessels of the brain. It is a kind of shield that protects the brain. To get through, an object must be no larger than 0.4 nanometers. Objects too large to slip through the barrier cannot physically access the brain.
Okay. Do you know about nanotechnology?
Nanotech? Yeah. Technology related to really small things. Like really teeny tiny things. And when they make a machine, they're called nanomachines. I heard they use them a lot for medical and tech fields. Some of the cutting-edge nanomachines can even go inside your body and cure illnesses. They can even cure cancer. And they go beep, beep, beep. That's what Mom said. Well, I don't know if it was like beep, beep or brrr. But anyway, nanotechnology costs tons of money. Only a few people can even afford it. My college professor said only the richest of the rich have nanotechnology. But he's pretty liberal, so...
Largely accurate. Nano is a prefix meaning 10 to the negative 9th power. A nanometer is therefore 0.0000000001 meters.
Jeez.
The sync machine uses machines approximately 2.16 nanometers long. Viruses are on average 20 to 970 nanometers, so sync nanomachines are far smaller than that. This allows them to access neural circuitry. During a sync, the nanomachines are used to write in the syncer's data.
Okay. I have a theory, but I won't say. Here's how sync works. Wait, did I do this? Iris is standing there. Okay.
Okay, you have the basics down. Let me explain how syncing works. Syncers like me equip the sync gear and use it to access the subject's brain. Inside the helmet are nanocables. And on the tip of each of these cables is a special nanomachine. But the machine can't reach the brain through blood alone. Do you know why?
The BBB soldiers say, "Go away," and push them back?
Well, yeah, kind of. But for the sync to work, we have to get the nanomachines into the brain itself. How do we do that?
Drill a hole in the skull?
No.
In Shovel Forge, you can use a pickaxe and...
No, it has nothing to do with tools. We don't have to open a hole. Skulls already have holes in them. One of those holes is the optic canal, which is a nerve canal located behind the eyes. The nanocables of the sync gear go through your eyes, then go to the back of your eye socket, then through the optic canal to the sea.
The sea?
The sea of brain cells, anyway.
That sounds kind of romantic.
It's only a chunk of protein.
I wouldn't really think of it that way, but okay. Here's how sync works.
Once the nanocables arrive at their destination, they can begin the sync process. They slide into the brain like roots of a tree. And on the tip of each cable, the nanomachine sends and receives data. This is controlled by the Wadjet system. And that's how the syncer and the subject exchange information.
Exchange?
Think of it this way. The human brain has a max capacity of one psyche, one consciousness.
Multiple instances of consciousness inside one brain can cause a total collapse of higher brain functions.
You know how a car only has one steering wheel? If there were two, there would be accidents all over the place.
Well, don't some planes have 2 control sticks?
Okay, maybe it wasn't the best metaphor. What I'm trying to say is that the human body can only hold one person. If you try to have 2 people inside one brain, it will break.
I see.
Okay. Here's how sync works.
Because of this, the syncer's data goes inside the subject's brain. And the only thing inside the subject's mind at the time of the sync are their memories. Like a house with no one inside. We syncers break into the house, look for clues, and leave. All within 6 minutes.
There's a time limit?
Yes, or else the house will collapse on our heads.
The neural circuits would become too deeply entwined with one another. To put it simply, the syncer would be trapped inside the subject's house.
Okay. Summarize.
Thank you for explaining it. I don't completely understand how sync works, but still.
Just don't tell anyone. This is extremely confidential.
It's okay, I won't. Date, tell me this. Who did you sync with yesterday?
Didn't I show you his picture? Congressman Sojima.
So that's why you know so much about him.
But you've never met him, right?
I haven't, I swear.
But he knows you, and he's lying about it. Summarize.
Hey, Date, you saw my corpse here, right?
I did. I'm sure of it.
And in SoStream, you saved me from getting killed.
Yeah.
And then somehow, I resurrected.
Yeah?
Date, that means you're... Achoo!
Date, is the cold too much for Iris?
Yeah, I'm freezing too. Iris, let's get out of here for now.
Roger that!
Wait, what were you gonna say? You're what? You can't just not finish it. Alright, let's go to Akume Shrine. We haven't been here before. First time it was mentioned was by Hitomi. She found her boyfriend here. Akume Shrine, Monday. Oh, is it gonna be nighttime? Yeah, it is. Oh.
You okay?
It's okay. I just, missed a step there.
Yeah, sure. Do. It's an arc. The arch. A lantern. A stone monument. A guardian dog. Wait. Oh, you can click on the flowers. Wow. Wait, night vision?
It's too far to see.
Too dark, too.
Huh. How are you supposed to make out what that is?
An iris. More specifically, a winter iris.
Ironic.
This is the same flower that was on display at Iris's house.
Yeah. A winter iris. Is it just gonna keep letting me do this over and over again? Yeah, it's saying exit now. A winter iris. Okay. A chozua. You wash your hands and face here. A tree. Hey, have a great rest of your night, Scuzum. A sacred straw rope. A rope hanging from the bell. The offering box. A Shinto shrine. It looks rather solemn. I think that's it. There was nothing really they had comments on. Did we miss anything? I don't think so. Okay. She looks out of it. Iris is looking off in the distance. You're looking at the winter iris, aren't you?
Yeah. How did you know? It's the same kind that's at my house. I told you about what it means, right?
Good news and hope.
Iris is also a part of the Eye, and the Greek goddess of rainbows. She delivered messages from the gods. That's why the flower means good news and hope.
Your thoughts?
It's nostalgic. This place is a memorable one for me. 6 years ago, I used to come here with someone.
Someone?
6 years
I
ago.
used to call him Uncle.
Again.
He was a thoughtful, reliable man. I thought of him as a father. But one day, he just disappeared.
She's talking about
Hitomi's lover.
Yeah, he got arrested. He got arrested by the police. How has it been to return to this game? Oh, it's been great for me. I'm a huge fan of 999. So I was very much looking forward to this game when it came out the first time. And when we played it for the first time, I had a great time. I remember I was getting kind of tired of playing Fallout 4 all the time. Around then, I think I played it for like 3 months straight at that point. So it was a nice change of pace back when I played it for the first time. But it's been just as nice coming back to it. I'm looking very much forward to the sequel. About this uncle.
When you asked me why I became an idol, I wasn't being entirely truthful. I told you that it was because I wanted to become famous. But more specifically, it was for Uncle. I've been looking for him for 6 years, but I didn't find him anywhere. I didn't know where else to look. So instead of me finding him, I thought that he could find me instead.
You think if you became famous, he'd contact you?
Yeah.
So that is why she became an idol.
I mean, it's also been my dream since I was little. That's a part of it, too.
So why do you use the name Asa? Shouldn't you use your real name?
Oh no, I don't have to. He was the one who came up with the name Aset.
Ah.
He told me that if I ever became an idol, I should use that name.
Becoming famous just to track down one person? Goddamn, right? About this shrine.
It's called Ikume Iribiko Isachi no Mikoto.
Whoa.
Or sometimes Ikume Tenno or Ikume no Mikoto. There are legends about this place written in the old text. It's a shrine dedicated to the gods. The old legend goes like this. One day, Ikume Iribiko sent one of his followers, Taji Momori, on an urgent quest to find a mysterious magical fruit. A fruit called Tokijiku no Kaku. It's said that eating it will grant you immortality. After many hardships, Taji Momori was able to find the fruit. But by the time he got back, Ikume Iribiko had died. Taji Momori mourned. He handed half of the fruit to the man's wife, and he left the other half on Ikume Iribiko's grave, then died on the spot.
Ugh.
It is said that that fruit is still inside the shrine behind us.
Really? Fruit of immortality.
Yes.
Immortality, huh?
Not interested?
No, not really. I'd rather have normality than immortality.
About Renju.
Mr. Okura isn't here. I mean, of course he isn't. It's not like we came here right away.
He's already taken off.
Too bad.
It looks like there are no further clues here. It appears we've wasted our time.
Yeah, that sucks. We didn't really... Oh no, it's not over yet. Summarize for me.
Date, we have no time to waste. We should get moving.
Got it.
That's the second time she's done that. Yeah, we didn't really learn a whole lot here. Not really. Alright, Sunfish Pocket or Matsu Shida Diner? We'll do Matsushita Diner. Imagine Oda's gonna be there. Oh god, no. Oh, it's nighttime though. He might not be there.
I'm so hungry.
Tessa? Why are you here?
I told Date I was hungry, so...
I've always wanted to eat here.
I'll have my usual, Ota.
Yes, right away.
Oda flew into the kitchen. Oh god. Iris watched him go and take a seat. Oda. Oh, I didn't know that Oda actually cooks here.
That's a Martian.
That's just a stool.
A round chair. A lucky cat statue.
Meow.
Huh?
What are you doing?
Oh, you don't know? It's good luck to imitate a cat in front of one of these.
Really?
Meow? Guess I'll have good luck.
A bookshelf. It's got stickers on the side of it. Iris is a cutie. Oda is like her online stalker.
Hey, Date. I've got this video of girls in bikinis washing this armored car. Wanna watch?
Absolutely not.
What? He said no? A CRT TV. Nothing's playing on it. A beer ad on the wall.
Date, you're drooling.
Oh, I'm just really hungry.
Yeah, the first time we're introduced to Oda in the story, he literally has 3 Twitter accounts, and he's bashing her on one of them and then defending her on, bashing her on 2 of them and then defending her on his. It is, ugh. A beer ad on the wall. Menus written on the wall on Tazuka paper.
Oh, that's Hayashi Samba's Hayashi Vangole.
Who?
Yeah, who? Some celebrity signature. Disposable chopsticks. There's a menu on the table.
Kuroda Kazuaki's grilled tongue with salt.
Grilled tongue with salt? Ugh.
Salt, pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an Unidentified liquid?
Mayumi's juice with mold?
What? None of us can figure out what that sauce is. I don't think I want to know. A table. Like, ew. This guy sure knows how to win over a girl. What a genius. Tongue is chewy. Okay.
Hey, Tessa, could you kick that bucket there?
Sure. Like this?
Yeah, but more.
Like this?
This is awesome!
I did not realize there was someone more perverted than Date.
I don't get it, though. How is that perverted, though? What's perverted about that? I don't get it. A bucket. Yeah, kick the bucket I only understand in, like, dead terms. It's a mop. I don't get that one. The counter. I'm not sure what's perv about it. I'm not either. I don't get it. She said that's perverted. I don't get it. What? Maybe he got a good view of her when she did it. Ah, that's probably what it is. Yeah. A family photo. I think maybe he's imagining her kicking him and some masochists. Think so? Maybe. I don't know. A swinging door. A child's chair.
Look, a chair for baby goats.
Why would anyone bring a goat to a restaurant?
Yeah. Why? I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't get it. There's like so many of these references that are like perverted or something, and I just don't understand them half the time. And I'm like, what is it? I don't get it. Nothing but a window. A low table. A lot of them are just play on words, though. A small sitting cushion.
Date, wanna have a pillow fight?
Tessa, not in the store, please.
So many, even catching half of them is still... that is true. I still don't get the high table one. I don't get it. It was two times. They did it 2 times, and I don't get it either time. I didn't get it. Hi. Wait, what? It's November, but the calendar says January. Looking closely at it, even the year is wrong. This is old. It's a clock.
Hey, what has 2 hands on its face?
A mom playing peekaboo.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck was that? The gears have stopped turning. Does it even make sense? An old calendar is on the wall. I think we... Oh no. It says good luck. Okay. Wait, there's a phone. A cordless phone.
Ring ring. Who's on the phone?
Who cares?
High table, versus high table. As in, like... High table... It's a play on word of just saying high table. Like, hi... As in, like, hello, table. That's it. Welcome back, Chrono. That's because you're a pure and innocent human. It's just a play on word and that? Okay, alright. Oda is cooking in the kitchen. Iris is sitting in front of me. Have you been here before?
Have you met Ota's mother, Mayumi?
Yeah, but I don't think she likes me.
That's not true.
That's an understatement.
Mom is just jealous of how pretty you are, Tessa.
She hates your
Very
guts.
reassuring. Whether out of jealousy or otherwise, she still doesn't like Iris.
Yeah, she hates your guts. What's your usual?
Omelet rice. Ota's omelet rice is so good it gives me stomach cramps.
Is that a compliment?
You're embarrassing me.
Well, Ota appears to have taken it as a compliment.
About Iris's resurrection.
Iris, about your coming back to life.
Hold it! What do you mean coming back to life?
She died. I decided to tell Ota about Iris's resurrection.
Date jumped into a parallel world where I'm still alive.
Tessa died?
She did. Yep. You're good at cooking, huh?
Yeah. My dad taught me when I was little.
You're making me something too, right?
Sure. My treat, Date.
I don't trust him. Seeing as the last time we saw him, he wanted to kill us. Let's see. Where's your mom?
She's in the living room. I think she's watching TV.
How about you? What are you doing here?
I was just doing some meditation, lying on the ground.
He means sleeping.
Date, why are you with Tessa?
We are
Not Shovel Forge.
on a date.
Oh, a date. Huh. A date?
I'm on an investigation, and she wouldn't let me go.
Date, I have some delicious fugu eggs. I promise they're not poisoned. Would you like some?
No thanks. I'm fine.
Where is Renju?
You're still looking for him?
Still.
Well, like I told you before, I don't know.
Oda is cooking in the kitchen. About the parallel world.
Hey, can you tell me about this parallel world idea in more detail?
Oh, sure. How should I explain this? Well, oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Yeah, if we tie, nothing happens. We just shake hands. If I win, you have to give me something.
What if I win?
I'll do anything.
Anything?
Anything.
Date, your heart rate is rapidly increasing. Why exactly is that?
I wonder why.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
What should I throw out? Shit. Let's see. Wait, what was... Look. Iris is ready to play rock, paper, scissors. This is life-altering decisions right here. Scissors.
Shoot.
No!
Yay, I won.
Oh, no. You see, this looks like scissors, but it's actually paper.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, why did I throw out scissors? Why?
You're really not taking this well.
So I get my prize.
And that
I
is...
don't have any money.
I don't want money. Instead,
Yeah?
can you pet my head and say Iris is a cutie cutie? The cutest person in the whole wide world? A cutie angel?
Fine. Iris is a cutie.
No. Put your heart into it.
Iris is a cutie, the cutest person in the whole wide world. A cutie angel.
Get Oda. I repeated the whole thing while petting Iris on the head. What the hell?
We just played rock, paper, scissors, right?
Uh-huh.
I won and you pet me. But in a different timeline, maybe we tied. Or maybe I obeyed your orders and did something really scandalous.
Rewind time, do it now!
I do not have that functionality.
So those timelines are what I'd call a parallel world.
So you think I jumped from a world in which you were dead to this one where you're alive?
That's what I think.
Huh. Parallel world, huh?
Huh?
I can't believe it, but...
Sure you can. Parallel worlds exist. Do you know about the Mandela effect? Or the Booba Kiki effect? Or the 100 million balls? If I explained that, would you believe me?
I never heard of that one. I've heard of the Mandela
Sounds
effect.
really interesting, Tessa. I know some urban legends like that. The spatial temporal man, and the lost friend, and the story of two sisters.
I've heard people talk about it. Oh. Wait, are we gonna... Oh god, okay. The Mandela effect. Yes.
Do you know Nelson Mandela?
Well, yeah. The former president of South Africa. He helped abolish apartheid.
He died in 2013, but a strange thing happened. When the news broke, people all over the world thought, didn't Mandela die in prison in 1980? That's the Mandela effect. It's when your memory and history have discrepancies.
The Mandela... Wait. The Mandela effect.
There are lots of examples. Like the name of this kid's book with the bears having different spellings. Or people remembering that Kennedy was assassinated in a 4-seat car. But in our world, he was in a 6-seat car.
Huh. I thought it was a 4-seater too.
Or that electric mouse from that video game. You probably remember the tip of its tail being black.
It wasn't?
Nope, it's all yellow. And the design didn't change.
Oh.
Lines from movies, company logos, historical events, and little things.
Oh, that was a Pokemon
the Mandela
reference.
effect is everywhere. Why do you think that is?
Because those memories are from parallel worlds?
That would explain it, I guess.
I didn't understand. I was like, wait, what? What are you talking about? That's a Pokemon reference. Okay. The 100 million balls? I've never heard of this one.
This world is full of really interesting stuff. But you know the most interesting thing of all?
No, what?
That humans exist at all.
The universe developed in a very particular way to get here. If things were even slightly different, well, the galaxies and solar system and all of that might not have existed at all.
And that means humans would never be born. And even if everything happened exactly like that, the probability of human life developing is extremely low. And yet, here we are. Imagine a box full of ping pong balls, labeled 1 to 100 million.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to pick out the one?
No.
Not likely.
But what if there were 100 million of you?
Well, then one of us would definitely pick up the one.
Exactly. The birth of humanity is so improbable that it's basically a miracle. But if there were multiple universes...
Then it wouldn't be strange that at least one of them had humans in it.
She is describing the anthropic principle. I may have underestimated her intelligence.
The Boba/Kiki effect?
Dante, look at this picture.
Iris pulled up a picture on her phone.
There's a famous experiment regarding this picture. You show this image to people around the world and ask a question. Which one is Booba and which one is Kiki? Believe it or not, 98% of people asked have the same answer. The rounder one is Booba and the jagged one is Kiki. Isn't that weird?
No.
In other words, everyone thinks that Booba is a certain way and Kiki is the other.
Yeah.
It applies universally across languages and cultures. It's like something ingrained inside all humans.
Yeah, because I don't know what it is, but with Kiki, the K you kind of associate it as being sharp, and B you associate it being round. But I mean, because the letter B is round, though. I'm quite familiar with the booba effect.
Like worshipping the sun and the sea, or thinking that the mother is soft and the father is jagged. Regardless of your culture or background, you probably think this way. It's what Jung called the collective unconscious. There exists a second psychic system of a collective universal and impersonal nature, which is identical in all individuals. That's what Jung said about it. Think of it like bamboo. Bamboo stalks look like individual plants since they're separated. But underground, they're all connected. Human psyches might be like that too, connected at a subconscious level. That's...
The parallel world?
Yeah! You saved me in the dream, right? And dreams are all about our subconscious minds. So if you follow the roots...
You get to another bamboo stalk.
Yeah, something like that.
Iris is sitting in front of me. The lost friend?
There's this kid, A. He's in elementary school. Well, A had this close friend named Suzuki. One day, after school, they're walking home together. A turns around to tell Suzuki a joke, and Suzuki is laughing his butt off. And he's laughing and laughing, and he laughs so hard that his eyes fall out of their sockets.
What?
Okay.
Well, they were hanging down out of his eye sockets.
Uh-huh.
The nerves were still connected, but... A is, of course, in shock and doesn't know what to do.
Uh-huh.
Suzuki just takes his eyeballs and jams them back into his eye sockets and keeps walking like nothing happened. So A asks him about it. Like, hey, are you okay? Your eyes fell out. A is really concerned for his friend, you know? But Suzuki just says, yeah, I'm fine. He doesn't say anything about it. And by now, A is really curious. But he's not getting any answers. So they just part ways and go home.
Okay.
The story only gets weirder from here. The next day, A goes to school, and Suzuki's not there. A is confused and asks his teacher about it. Hey, where's Suzuki today? And the teacher says, Suzuki? Who's that? There's no Suzuki in this class.
What?
A says, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And he goes and asks all of his classmates about Suzuki. They all say the same thing. I don't know him. There's no Suzuki in this class.
So that kid must have jumped into a parallel world without Suzuki.
That's what I think.
Okay. Not every language uses the same alphabet as English, so comparing letters doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay. A lost friend.
Couldn't Suzuki just be an imaginary friend or something?
No, A was really serious about remembering Suzuki.
It is weird. And there's no way you can pop your eyeballs back in like that.
Well, not necessarily. There's such a thing as a dislocated eye. It actually isn't too hard to put your eye back in if it falls out.
Ota is correct. Dislocated eyes are easy to replace in their sockets. As long as none of the nerves or blood vessels were damaged, there are usually no lasting negative effects either.
But that doesn't prove this Suzuki exists.
Well, I guess not, but...
That's a weird one. The two sisters?
So, there's this girl. Let's call her B. She's practicing piano in her room.
Uh-huh.
And her little sister is watching TV in the same room.
Okay.
He asks her to turn the TV volume down so she can hear her piano playing, you know? So B goes back to practicing, playing a little bit. But her sister doesn't turn the volume down.
Uh-huh.
She's not listening at all. So B turns around to scold her. She was really gonna let her sister have it. But she's gone. She's nowhere to be seen. She thinks, I wonder where she went. But then B hears her sister at the door. I'm home. B runs to the front door and sees her sister and her parents standing there. So B asks, "When did you go outside?" But her mom says, "What are you talking about? She went shopping with me." B is really confused by all of this, of course. She asks her little sister about it, and she learns that her favorite TV show was on. And before she went shopping with her mom, she was deciding whether or not she wanted to stay and watch it or not.
So depending on her decision, a parallel world was made.
Yeah. What B saw might have been from the world where her sister stayed behind.
Okay, I get that one. Anything else?
I know a ton of stories like this. Like being suddenly transported 1 year into the future, and there's a missing persons report out for you. You look down at your phone, but you realize that it's not yours. It's not the one you remember having. You look through the contacts, and it's filled with names you don't recognize.
Sounds scary.
There's more, too. Like this town where everyone is Japanese, but they're speaking a completely different language. And all the signs and magazines and stuff have different letters. And it's not like Korea or China. It's the Japan we know, but the language is different.
That's a prime example of a parallel world.
The stuff they're discussing has been somewhat proven to be true by quantum mechanics. I won't lie. It might be a little unrelated, but every now and then, I don't know whether I'm sleeping or something, but I get like a vision, right? Like you know something while you're sleeping. But it doesn't feel like a dream, if that makes sense. And months will go by, and then the vision will happen. And what the vision is, it's a part in a game that I've never played before. I've had this happen like 4 times. And it weirds me out every single time. Like it's like I don't know how to describe it, but like I'll see it and then I'll play a game later in that exact part it's exactly the same. And I've never even played the game before. And I know it sounds weird, dude, but I've felt it happen to me like 4 times. It's been like really strange. And when it happens, I'm like, is that not what I saw? Every single time. I'm like, I saw this before. I will only ever take it as proven when I find... Wait a minute. I will only ever take it as proven when I find myself in the pilot seat of a magical robot. It's a type of deja vu? I thought so too. Because that's exactly what I thought. I was like, how have I seen this before if I've never played it? Or I'll have had other glimpses of it where someone will say something to me in a specific way, and I'll have dreamed of that one. Like dreamed of what, or I don't know if it's a dream, but I'll dream of it, and it's said in a specific way, and like, I don't know, months, weeks, days later, the exact same thing will happen, and I'm like, this is weird. I've had that happen at least like 5 times to me, but it's odd. I always wonder what it is. Yeah, something new happens and you feel like you know exactly what's happening. Exactly. Yeah. Something's new happening and I already know exactly what's happening. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's weird, but I've had that or felt that many times. It's must be proof that you're truly a god gamer. I don't know. It always weirds me out. I don't know if it's I don't know. It hasn't happened lately, but I don't know if it's when I'm sleeping or if I'm like daydreaming or something. Hey, Lobster. Hello. Is it spatial temporal man? Spatial?
Yeah, it's sort of like a common experience. A lot of people have experienced waking up in an uninhabited world they've never seen before. And most of them describe seeing the same person. The spatial temporal man.
The spatial temporal
He's supposed to be an ordinary old man wearing work clothes. The spatial temporal man guides people back to the real world. He tells them, this world is not for you, or something.
I'd like to meet him someday.
New game comes out. Akka starts the boss fight. Yes, I foreseen this. Most of the time I think it's decisions. I think when it happens, it's decision based where I have to pick between two things. But I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. But I've had it happen to me like at least 5 times. I don't really dream much, though. I'm one of those people that don't remember their dreams. I can't tell you the last time I remember I dreamed. Not really. But it's weird. I've never heard of this game, but the music is relatively relaxing. Yeah, the music in the diner is really nice. Or the music in this game in general is really nice, but it's no surprise you never heard about this game. It's a visual novel game, and those games don't really they're not really, like, super popular genre. What about others?
So, this elementary school kid, let's call him C. He goes to school and there's a bunch of things on the floor. Postcards, towels, a coffee cup, rice bowls, a sink, lots of stuff. But C realized that those were all things from his own house.
How did they get to the classroom?
No one knows. It's not like anyone did it on purpose or there was a thief or anything.
Maybe something happened that made 2 parallel worlds fuse.
Yeah, maybe.
Almost all of my dreams are a result of outside stimulation. Huh.
When did you two get so knowledgeable?
Oh, I don't know.
Tessa is always writing about this stuff on the internet. That's why I decided to research it too. That's how I learned all this stuff. Oh, hey, I know about conspiracies and secret societies too. I find that stuff fascinating. If you want, we could talk about those.
Maybe next time. Where's that omelet rice?
Done.
Oda brought the dish over. He laid out omelet rice in front of me and Iris. Iris grabbed her spoon with a huge smile on her face.
Bon appetit!
She picked up a spoonful. No, actually, she tried to pick up a spoonful. Wait, what? Okay.
Tessa, are you okay?
I'm fine. My hand slipped. Let's eat.
Iris and I ate the omelet rice in near silence. There was no conversation. Just the sound of the spoon hitting the plate. Diner echoed with it. And before long...
Thanks for the food!
Iris was totally re-energized. Her face was back to her usual easy smile.
That was good. Ota, your omelet rice is seriously the best.
Yeah, it was actually really good.
Aw, thanks. I owe it to my dad. He taught me well.
Is Tessa... I paid for the food in stood to go.
Let's get going, Iris.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Come back soon.
Yeah, they're the same person. So her real name is Iris. She's like an internet idol. I guess what you would call it that in Asia, but you wouldn't really call it that outside of Asia, I don't think. But her online name is Aset. And then her nickname is Tessa. The community nicknames her Tessa. Oda is standing next to Iris. Iris is sitting in front of me. Alright, let's leave. We only got one more place to go, and that's Sunfish Pocket. I think the belt Oda has as a reference to Kamen Rider. Kind of looks like it. I still don't understand what that belt is. Yeah, this is the original 999 game right here. I think it's 9, which is this. This right here, see? It's from the same director and the same writer. I don't know if I can show you. As you can see, it was a Nintendo DS game, but they made versions of it for the PSP and PC. It's pretty cool. The game's a masterpiece. I love 999. Even the third one, which people say is not as good, I still enjoy it quite a bit. I love that game single-handedly changed my opinion on visual novels. I saw a familiar face as I entered. It was Mizuki. Wait, what is she doing in Sunfish Pocket? Iris and I sat at Mizuki's table. The puzzles in that game are so hard.
This is surprising. What's going on here? Why are you two together? Oh, well, it's... Forget it. Thanks for letting me stay last night. Oh, no trouble at all. Anytime. You could even live with me if you want. That's a great idea. The roommate I have right now really sucks.
This girl.
I can't get over this, but why are her thighs literally getting suffocated by this stuff? Look at it. It's driving me nuts. She's literally suffocating her leg. An empty wooden box. That can't be comfortable. Like, that can't be. There's no way. A chair. A table. Oh, I could just click on this. A store's menu. No. Nayo Tai Mori. 780 yen.
Eating sushi off a naked woman for 780 yen?
That's it. Let's go. We're going. I've made up my mind and my heart.
Oh, that sign is wrong. Someone added letters. It's supposed to say Nita Yamori, boiled newt.
Nita Mori. Boiled newt.
Oh. Boiled newt, 780 yen.
Honestly, that's almost as intriguing as the body sushi. Newts aren't even fish. I don't even know what a newt is. A trident. A rusty oil drum.
It looks like a lifesaver, but it's actually a calamari ring covered in white chocolate.
What? Last time you said it was a donut. It could possibly be a calamari ring. Wait, there was something over here. Wooden barrel. A barrel made of wood.
Sunfish Pocket riddle time! There was a kid playing hide and seek who hid in a barrel. But he was found right away. Why? Well...
There was obviously a hole in the barrel.
Oh, I see. I got it. Because there was a hole in the barrel.
Correct! Wow, that was amazing! Date, you're a genius.
Well, I'm nothing special.
Damn you.
A barrel made of wood. Let's see, is that everything over here? Mizuki ordered cream soda. I remember when she called me childish for ordering cream sodas. Dude, cream soda is freaking delicious though. Cream soda. What are you talking about? I've never seen it green though. What the heck is that? Light shines in from outside the window. Hey Ifrit, hello. Even Iris is staring at her like, how do you walk? Seriously though. Look. Yeah, she's like, what? That is just not real. He looks bored out of it. He looks bored on the outside, but I bet he's nervous as hell. I understand, man. I do. You're just waiting for the right time. The security cameras. There's pictures of girls on display. Oh, there she is. I wonder. The door. Store menu. The mermaids are working hard. Those two shells on their chests are working hard too, in their own way. Okay. You act cool, but on the inside. What? On the inside, what? The counter. Keep at it, girls. You can see the kitchen's back there. This is a real interesting place. You can hear her yelling from the kitchen. Gordon Ramsay's in there having the time of his life. Alright, I think we got everything. Cream soda sounds like a carbonated thick milk. As if carbonated milk wasn't bad enough. It reminds me of Drebin mentioning that soda agrees with the nanomachines better. Cream soda puke? What? Dude, cream soda is good. What are you talking about? Some people find that erotic. I wish I had cream soda. Maybe I'll have it one day. X-ray.
Those are some nice hip bones.
X-ray.
The more I look, the better it gets.
X-ray.
Wow, those are some gorgeous hips.
My hips?
Oops, I said that out loud.
You are now officially a queen.
X-ray. The mermaid at Sunfish Pocket has fantastic hips. I'm just saying that a really nice pelvis. What the fuck? Alright. I exhausted it. No. The mermaid girl is standing there. The mermaid girl is standing there. Okay. Let's see. What do you like in men?
Well, a triple wart sea devil or an Anacanthus barbatus.
What?
That's a mouthful.
That is a mouthful. What the hell did that even mean? This game is quite pervy. This game is quite scientific studying, yes. It studies the human anatomy quite well, yes. All in the name of knowledge about your relationship with Mizuki.
Mizuki comes here a lot. She's really friendly with everyone.
I like it here. Everyone treats me nice.
Is it because you're the daughter of the owner?
No, it's not like that.
We're BFFs.
She wields extraordinary power with that trident.
She sure does.
The Okiura family is really something else.
Was Renju here?
I've heard that Renju was sighted here.
When do you mean?
When? I got the info a few minutes ago, but I don't know when he was seen.
Oh.
Ringing any bells?
Well, he hasn't come by today, but yesterday.
Yesterday? But I was here yesterday.
Yeah. When did he get here yesterday?
It was after that. After you and Ota left.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
How could she?
You didn't ask. And I don't have any way to contact you.
Damn it.
We just missed it.
That sucks. What was he doing here?
He was looking for Iris.
Why?
He was asking everyone where she was.
Looking for me?
Yeah.
Did he give a reason?
No.
No, not in particular.
Of course.
Iris, can you think of why he would be looking for you?
No, not at all.
Mizuki?
I don't know either.
Anything else you can tell me about Renju?
Anything else? Well, he did seem really sick. He was pale and sweating a lot.
He just got out of the hospital.
Because of the accident.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Okay. What are you doing here?
What are you gonna do? Scold me or something? Why do you care what I do?
Why are you so angry?
It was just a question, jeez.
I'm not angry. In fact, I'm feeling good.
Excuse me.
The mermaid took me to the corner of the store.
Mizuki was crying earlier.
Crying?
Yes. We were trying to cheer her up. What happened to her mom was... And we thought she was having a hard time. She must have come here looking for company. That's probably why she stayed with Iris last night. She didn't want to be alone.
Shoko's body is still under the jurisdiction of the police. There has not been a ceremony, nor has the body been cremated. The culprit has not been caught, and we cannot locate Renju. And on top of that, her roommate has abandoned her.
I did not abandon her.
In any case, there are many ways you could calm Mizuki down.
Mizuki is just trying to act strong. Please, try to understand.
He didn't abandon her. He's a police detective. He has to do his job. About Okira Fishery Warehouse.
Why are you asking me about that?
I was just curious.
That company was made by my grandpa, but Daddy has nothing to do with it. I don't know anything about the warehouse.
Okay. Warehouse.
I thought I told you this already. Don't ask me the same questions over and over.
Date, look.
Is she getting hot? Oh, she's lying.
She's lying?
Possibly. She may just be excited or upset.
But what would she lie about, though? About Renju.
The police asked me a bunch of questions, but I don't know where he is.
Okay. Mizuki is sitting there. About your visitor last night. Wait a minute, do you know this mermaid?
She's my friend from back when I worked here. We would hang out outside of work, too. We'd go to haunted places and UFO sightings and stuff. Blow those boys away! Blow those boys away!
Yeah, blow those boys.
Mizuki, You really shouldn't say that.
I think you got the saying wrong. About your visitor last night.
Iris, I still need to know. What were you doing Sunday at 2 a.m.?
You haven't fulfilled your promise.
This is the date. I fulfilled my promise.
I told you. No info until the date is complete. Don't you get it? This date isn't over yet.
When does the date end? About Renju.
Mr. Okura helped me when I was just starting out. You know how my mom is single? He really supported her. He even changed my diaper when I was a little baby.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. All right.
I got hired by Lemniscate all because of him.
Iris used to stream all her own content. Like singing and dancing and gaming and stuff. But before we knew it, she went viral.
Right, I heard about that.
What's this streaming
That's how
stuff?
she started getting offers, right? But because Iris's mom knows Renju, she decided to go with Lemniscate.
But there's more to it than that. There are other reasons. Daddy
Like?
was totally taken in by her talent.
Talent?
Dancing, really. Her dancing is what got her into Lemniscate. He knew ever since she was young that she would be talented. He didn't want any other agencies to have her.
I didn't know that.
Daddy's not the type to give compliments.
This is kind of embarrassing. I didn't know he thought of me that way.
Okay. You like dancing, right? Wait, oh.
More than sleeping and eating?
What?
Well, maybe about the same as eating. Anyway, I've always loved moving my body, ever since I was a little girl.
And you're fast, too.
Yeah, I did a lot of track meets. Were you always the anchor?
That's amazing.
I told you that Iris is the goddess of rainbows in Greek mythology, right? She was the messenger of the gods. She had to be really fast.
Rainbows being so fast to disappear was the source of the legend.
You're as fast as your namesake, then.
You want a race?
Sure, when we get the chance.
I think Dante will beat you, though, because he's freakishly strong. Could you show me your dance?
Right here?
Oh, I want to see too.
Me too.
I would also like to see that.
I don't know.
Come on, just show us.
But... Alright, I'll go set up. Wait!
Uh-oh. The mermaid didn't listen and hurried off. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Jeez. Fine, if you insist.
You're trapped now.
Yay! Iris, we're ready.
Wait, where is she?
Alright, world, get ready! See my dance! Invincible Rainbow Arrow! Hit it!
Teacups that are flying, on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine, a journey through time. peppermint and fire, cold frost on the pyre, fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes, you've seen in your mind. While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in that song. Mr. Okiura wrote the music, and I wrote the lyrics. So it holds a special place in my heart.
That's right. I forgot he wrote music.
Yeah, he's really talented. I look up to him. He's done so much for me. I know I can rely on him more than anyone else.
Oh. I thought it was still going. Okay. Wait, this is weird. Why is it? Yeah, that was strange. It was like my right click was locked in. That was weird. Summarize for me. Summarize for me. Summarize for me. Okay.
Unfortunately, we didn't find Renju here.
No. We didn't find
We
anything.
discovered that he was looking for Iris.
Yeah.
But why?
Don't know. And who did Iris
We can think
meet
about
with?
that later. Let's get going.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she'll finally tell us who she met with at 2 a.m. in the morning. Probably gonna go back. Oh, I thought we would go back to her house. Because it's like late at night. Going back to Marble. I like this song.
Hey, Mama, it's me.
Dante, honey, what's up?
I'm heading over now.
Glad to hear it. Maybe I'll close the place a little early for you.
Sorry, but I'm with someone.
With someone?
A girl named Iris.
What? Is she a virgin?
I'm not gonna answer that. Anyway, remember what we talked about?
There's a regular here who was good friends with Ren. They should be here tonight.
Okay. Who's that gonna be?
Oh, right.
Are they coming tonight?
Yes, I promise.
All right, then I'll see you there.
Okay, I'll be here.
A regular who's friends with Ren.
How are you talking on your phone without earphones?
I was too lazy to explain it properly. So I came up with a lie.
I have an earpiece implanted in my ear.
Wow, cool!
Another call came in. I'm gonna assume it's the boss? Boss or MoMA?
Date, it's the boss.
Yeah, the boss. Yeah. What is it, though?
A bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
Okay, Dante, tell me the situation. Did you find number 89?
If I did, I would have told you.
Aha. I see.
What was that about?
That was a cry from deep within my heart, Date. Do you realize how screwed I am? Go find number 89.
If I find Renju, I find number 89. I'm gathering information on Renju's whereabouts now.
Where?
I told her I was going to Marble with Iris. And about who I was expecting to see there.
Wait, are you trying to get her drunk?
She's not 21.
And if she wasn't a minor?
Hmm?
Well, whatever. I'm sure you have a good plan. Find those two and arrest them. Got it?
So who could this friend be? Golden Yokocho, Monday, 10:07 p.m. She's a minor. She's 18, but we think she's lying about her age.
This is Golden Yokocho.
First time here?
Yeah.
Marble is right over here.
Date, on your 6.
Uh-oh.
2 suspicious individuals approaching.
Uh-oh. Got him.
Ooh.
Broke his arm.
Date!
Shot him. Oh, no. Whoa, that was close.
Stay right there.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Where'd all these dudes come from?
Damn.
Who are they?
We can find out later. We need a way out of this.
Yeah, but
I grabbed Iris and tried to run. If I grab Iris and try to run, we'll be shot full of holes. The alley between the buildings are blocked off. We can't go that way. So then where can we go? Which means we're trapped.
shit. We gotta take care of them.
I have reached the same conclusion.
I've only got a single revolver.
Oh, the fire extinguisher. Wait, a flashback?
Date, I have a plan. I will give you instructions. Just move as I tell you.
This better work.
Not to worry. My calculations are flawless.
What's the plan?
You see that hangar over there? Shoot the bottom of the hangar with a normal bullet.
Why?
Don't ask questions, just do it.
Oh, wait, I gotta shoot it. I'm doing. Oh, oh, you gotta use it. Oh.
Look at that. Like a gift from heaven.
Normal behavior.
Are they stupid?
Just as I calculated.
What kind of calculations did you do?
Date, focus. Now, the burst shot. Shoot the porno mag vending machine.
The porno mag vending machine. Got it.
I said no questions. Hurry! Shoot the vending machine with the burst.
Oh, God. That's a far shot. It's gonna be a random button? Nope. Why is it control, though?
Hey, this is...
This is crazy! I've never seen anything like this before!
Yeah, they must be stupid.
No, that's realistic.
You are too.
What?
The final step. But you don't have to do a thing.
What do you mean? Wait, who's this?
Hello?
Mama? There's a group of naked buff guys dancing outside your bar.
There's... What?
Don't use my voice without permission.
This is an emergency. I will slap you if you don't shut up. Now, we're ready.
Wait, but aren't
you
you...
just need to use the fire extinguisher.
It's loaded with high-pressure CO2.
Now, I will leave your eye and throw the fire extinguisher into the air. Shoot the top of the extinguisher at the perfect time. Now let's go.
How is that little body going to throw it? Again. Right in the face. Right in the head. Oh, perfect. Got him. Genius plan.
All according to my calculations.
Totally possible. Hey, we're going back to my house. Wait, we didn't meet the guy at the one place though. Dante's residence.
This is...
My place. The building's got a security system. We'll be safe here.
So Mizuki's not home?
Doesn't look like it.
I checked your phone's GPS. Mizuki is currently at Sunfish Pocket.
It's getting late, but Sunfish... Ah, shit, I missed that part. It's getting late, but Sunfish Pocket should be safe. I'm sure the mermaids are taking good care of her. If anything, she'd be in more danger with us.
Iris, I need to talk to you about earlier. Have a seat wherever.
There's a 3-seat sofa in the center of the room. Oh, we can't click on the rack? Really? No, you can. My clothes and Mizuki's clothes are hanging on the rack. A big window. A bench press. I don't think I actually would be surprised if there's anything else to say right here. A cushion on the sofa. My refrigerator. Because this seems to be like an actual very serious part. The entrance. Mizuki's bed. Was it a door rabbit? I gave it to Mizuki on her birthday. A large speaker. Audio equipment for our audio file. Coffee table. A rug. Yeah. A cork board. There's a cork board on the wall. A PC. A small filing cabinet. I keep a bunch of documents in there. A one-seat sofa. A desk. There's a chair next to the desk. Yeah, I'm not even surprised. Yeah. Okay. About the unidentified attackers. Iris is sitting down.
Iris, those guys who tried to kidnap you, do you have any idea who they were?
After a long silence, Iris spoke.
There's a reason I asked you to go on a date so many times. I wanted you to protect me. I wanted a bodyguard. But I thought that if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me. That's why I didn't tell you.
I see.
But now, I'll come clean. My life is being threatened by a secret society.
Okay.
They're called the Nizet Laws, a group under the control of the Wadjet system. Their ultimate goal is to complete X00639.
What?
I discovered them and what they were up to, and now... Date, please help me! They're going to kill me!
Wait. Slow down.
What? Okay. Let's just go in order. About the... I don't even know how to pronounce that.
It's spelled Naixatloz. Sometimes they just call themselves the Nice.
The Nice.
They're deeply connected to the Wadjet system. Their organization is everywhere. International politics, business leaders, all operating in secret.
Okay. The Nice. What is X00639?
In geosynchronous orbit around the equator, longitude 100 degrees east, there's a satellite. It's about 150 feet long. Quite big for a satellite.
True. Most satellites are between 5 and 10 feet long.
I have no
The
idea.
International Space Station is roughly 330 feet long, so this satellite she is describing is about half as big.
Okay. Why did they need a satellite that big?
It's always in the same place, and there's no doubt that it's man-made. But by who? And when it was launched, no one knows.
Also true. The first to discover this satellite was a space advocacy group in Japan. It was on the news for a short while. No one could identify it precisely.
Most people thought it was some secret US military satellite and that was it.
Okay.
That's not the truth. X00639 is a super-powered radio transmitter.
Radio?
Transmitter?
For what?
But it's not complete. It's still being built. And that's what they're trying to do. That's what Wadjet wants them to do.
That's what Wadjet wants them to do. What about their relation to the Wadjet system?
Well, you know about the Wadjet system, right?
It's the core of artificial intelligence.
Do you know where it came from?
It
No.
was developed by the American tech conglomerate Elgorg. But no specifics have been revealed.
Basically, the Wadjet system artificial intelligence is from outer space. It was transmitted to Earth in binary as radio waves. They were caught by the space dev team at Elgorg, and when they decoded it, they found that it was a truly incredible source code. That's the code they used to create the Wadjet system.
Is this true, Iba?
It is patently ridiculous.
Okay. Summarize for me. So to summarize Iris's story, the Wadjet system AI was built by decoding radio waves sent from outer space. A secret society called the Nikes, or the Nikes, knows the secret of the Wadjet system and obeys its will. Their ultimate goal is to complete the radio transmitter satellite X00639. Oh, why is Wadjet building X00639?
I managed to learn that too. They're building X00639 so they can transmit their own data to a planet far away. If they contact a sentient species, then the process will repeat itself again. That species will decode the signal, create an AI, then builds a radio transmitter. Because they're an AI, they can create copies of themselves for transmission. Doing this over and over means that Wadjet will eventually spread across the universe.
And after that?
After that,
Yeah. After they're spread all over space, what do they do next?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, why do humans have children? It's the same thing. Wadjet is alive. They want to spread across the universe. That's their destiny.
Why do members of Nix follow Wadjet?
Nyes and Wadjet have a mutually beneficial relationship. Wadjet can control stock prices. Nyes benefits from that. In return, Nyes helps Wadjet's ultimate goal. That's why Nyes is in militaries and corporations all over the world, to help build X00639.
Okay. Why does Wadjet want to keep Nix a secret?
Let's say that one day Wadjet shows up on your computer screen. Hi guys, nice to meet you. Want to help us out? Do you really think humans would help? Most people would probably think their PC has a virus or something. Or they'd panic and try to remove them. I don't know what would happen. I'm sure Wadjet made their own predictions. And they thought it was best to control certain parts of humanity from behind the scenes. But they needed some kind of direct influence. They can't build a satellite by themselves, right? That's why they created Nyset laws.
Summarize for me.
All right, I get it.
You do?
Not really, but she doesn't need to know that. But listening to your explanation, Nyes doesn't sound like a bad organization.
No, that's not true. Think of how much money and resources are going to Nyes. Think of how many people are suffering in poverty. And all the wars happening across the planet. And human trafficking and slavery. Nyes has the power and resources to put an end to all of that. But they don't. They only care about themselves. And they'll do anything to protect their own interests. They'll kill if they have to. Which is why I'm being targeted. Because I found out their secret.
And how did you find out their secret? How and when did you learn all this? Exactly what I just asked.
Well, I can't say yet. But it's true, believe me. Nyes is dangerous. You have to understand, Date. You saw my dead body.
Uh-huh. Ellipsis.
Do you think that you were killed by Nyes in the parallel world?
Yes, I think so. You're the only person I can trust. Please, don't leave me. You have to protect me.
That's asking a lot. Think. Iris' story is, well, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't believe a word of it. But if it's true that she was almost kidnapped by some mysterious group, it is true. And it's true that I saw her dead body in cold storage warehouse. And if that had happened in a parallel world...
Date, you can't tell me that you actually believe this.
Aiba, You use the Wadjet system too, right?
So what if I do? Do you suspect me, Date? Do you think I'm an agent of Nye's? Fine. This can be solved easily. Why not look into her mind? Then you will discover if her story is true or not.
A sync, of course.
I was wondering where this was going. Iris looks serious. I guess we'll go back to the headquarters. Okay. I didn't think we were going to be syncing with her. Dun, dun, dun. With Iris in the passenger seat, I headed to Abyss. But really, I didn't want to take her there. Because Boss would be waiting.
The men who attacked us at Golden Yokocho were waiting for us. That means they knew we were coming. Why
How?
would that be?
Yeah, how?
Someone tipped them off?
Who could have?
Someone who knew we were going to Marvel.
Yeah, but who?
That's right.
No, it couldn't be.
Boss.
What?
Possible.
No way.
Iba, can you contact Pewter? I want to ask him something.
Understood.
Oh, Date. Do you need something?
Oh, I'm supposed to be talking to him. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, it's not automatically going. Okay. I was very confused. All right. Before we continue, I'm actually going to take a small break since ads are about to play anyway. So let me go get some water, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back and we'll continue some more AI and Somnium Files. So see you shortly. All right. It's Pewter. That's all it says. It's Pewter. Where are you?
Where are you?
I'm out drinking in Shinjuku. I was actually thinking of heading over to Golden Yokocho, but I heard something about a shootout. So the cops have it sealed off. Maybe a shootout between gangs or something? The world has become a dangerous place.
Does a sync machine exist outside of Abyss?
Pewter, I need to know something. Does a sync machine exist outside of Abyss?
If it does, I wouldn't have to go to Abyss. I could just go there and sync with Iris. Hey, thanks, Snowy. I thought Pewter might know, but...
There's only one sync machine in the entire world, and it's with us at Abyss. For now, anyway.
For now?
The Chiba Police Department was working on a prototype, but it was stolen 6 years ago.
Stolen?
Yes. It was being transported when it was attacked and then stolen by an armed group of men. The culprit is still on the loose. The device was never recovered either.
Iba, were you aware of this?
No. This is new information. I was not even aware there was a prototype.
Okay. So they just lost a prototype syncing machine. Gotcha. About the boss.
Pewter, where's Boss right now?
Not sure. I don't think she's at Abyss anymore. Maybe she went home?
Summarize for me.
So, neither you or Boss are at Abyss right now?
No.
Good. I could take Iris there without a problem.
Thanks, Pewter. See you later.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Date, where are we going?
Inside your dreams.
What?
I'm gonna sync with you to determine if what you were telling me is true. And if it is true, I'll fulfill your wish.
My wish?
You don't remember? To become your bodyguard. Is that all right?
Yes, of course!
Hey, welcome back, Marcooley. Thanks, Snowy, for the welcome backs. Police headquarters, Monday, 11:47 p.m. Just like Pewter said, boss wasn't there. Alba knew exactly how to use the device. I followed her directions at the control console and prepared the machine quickly.
Date, this time, I will be remotely operating the sync.
Roger that.
Thanks, Marcooley.
Ready?
Yes.
The time limit is 6 minutes, as always.
I know.
Alright, let us begin.
Oh, God.
What is this place?
It is difficult to move like this.
Why do you look like that?
I went with a simpler look today. I figured this world couldn't handle my full resolution.
Guess that's fine then. You can quit if you want, you know.
Never! I will never give up!
You don't have to take it that far.
In any case, it seems that we've finally arrived.
Is this world made of jelly cubes?
This is Shovel Forge.
Shovel Forge? I don't see any shovels or forges.
Iris said that she was focused on streaming this game lately.
What's that got to do with forges?
Forget about the forges and listen! This Somnium is the world of Shovel Forge, a sandbox game in which you make and move cubes to create structures on a map.
I'm not playing this game.
On the contrary, you
Yes.
already are.
I was gonna say.
Come on, I don't want to play.
Accept the reality, Date. You have no choice.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's Tessa, also known as Aset, you bet! I'm gonna be playing Shovel Forge today. Let's dive right in!
Iris's Let's Play has begun.
Help me, Date! You have to help me!
Hey, Intra. Hello, Intra. You finally got me to play Minecraft.
It's nice, they're coming! Find me, Date!
Oh, a pickaxe! Lucky!
What was that all about?
It appears that this Somnium will not be easy like the other ones.
I
Okay.
didn't think the other ones were all that easy.
Are you ready? Let us begin.
All right. Hey, Colin. Somnium scan.
Somnium scan.
Activate. Mental lock number 1. Mental lock number 2. Mental lock number 3. Mental lock number 4. Oh, that one's weird. Sinking in the main 1. Release Iris. Iris has been captured. Free her and support her. Okay. Okay, let's do X. We got gate 1, gate 2, pickaxe, and monitor A. Okay.
This doesn't look like a pickaxe, but That's what Iris identified it as.
Intra, get hyped. Pick up.
This is a pretty avant-garde pickaxe.
Perhaps designed with glow sticks in mind.
A silver gate! Let's dig it up!
Like this? This is actually kind of fun!
Easy there. We've still got a job to do.
That pickaxe was dropped by someone being attacked by Nice. Be careful, Date. Nice might be after you too.
Okay.
I'll be the one being attacked.
Either way, all we have to do is listen to Iris and do what she says.
But which Iris? There appears to be two.
I guess both for now.
I think we'll find something if we dig there. Let's check it out!
It is a door, or perhaps a gate.
Everything looks like a block of tofu to me.
This must be where we use the pickaxe.
All right, just don't be too hasty.
That's a huge description for just picking up one item. Oh, we did move it forward, though. Monitor A.
Iris's live stream is showing on the monitor.
Oh, God, she's a webcam streamer. No.
Now, use the pickaxe on the gate like this.
How?
We need to break the gate with the pickaxe.
Which gate, though? There's two of them. Let's do gate 1.
It's blocked, but it must be the outermost gate.
Dig, investigate. Investigate.
Can you make a hole with the pickaxe?
I do not think so. This material does not look like it can be broken.
Oh, we got a 1/4.
It's
Nice.
blocked, but it must be the outermost gate.
All right, dig.
Understood. I suppose we can't dig here.
Seems like it.
That means we can only dig at number... Yeah, gate 2.
A door or gate? It is closed.
Investigate.
It is blocked off by some kind of hard material. However, we might be able to break it with the pickaxe.
All right, give it a try.
Oh, so this one you have to dig? Okay.
A door or gate? It is closed.
2 seconds. That's not really that big of a deal.
Okay, just like I always say, let's hit it!
Go, Iba!
Alright, here I go!
Oh, God. God.
I got a rare material! Ooh, I knew today would be special!
This is kind of fun, isn't it, Iba?
Are we meant to do this the whole time? This is tiring.
The gate's open. Let's go.
Roger.
That's mental gate number 1, right? No.
This is a new area.
That wasn't.
And we cannot return to the previous one.
Where else can I dig?
We gotta find something to dig up.
Am I meant to dig everywhere?
No, that was mental lock number 1. Oh, God, there's branching paths on this one. Oh, God. Okay. Unlocked. You dug. Okay. We got a vending machine, gate 3 and 4, crafting table A, and monitor F. There's crafting table A.
A crafting table. You can create items here.
Investigate.
We need the correct materials to craft something.
What can we make right now?
Nothing.
Well, shit, that sucks. No! So that could also be a bad one, too. Oh, that sucks. Vending machine.
That's a big stick of imitation crab.
It must be a vending machine.
No, 30 seconds on everything? Investigate.
Well?
It is definitely not imitation crab.
Hey, Iba.
Yes?
I wonder why the people who made this game called it Shovel Forge.
Perhaps they are interested in crafting digging utensils.
I see. It's a strange world out there.
Okay.
A
Dig.
vending machine.
I'm losing time now. Yeah, dig.
Happy digging.
Roger.
Okay.
I
Whoa.
got a lot of materials that time.
What?
Good haul today. Be sure to like and subscribe and to retweet everyone.
Hey, Iba.
Yes?
Is this Golden Yokocho?
Indeed. It appears to be modified, but it probably is based on Golden Yokocho.
This is where we were attacked.
Look, Dante!
What the hell is that?
What is that?
Uh-oh, an elite is coming. But it's okay. I've got the feeling we can do it. Project Bluebeam! Nice is trying to kill me! You have to stop Nice!
But what are we supposed to do?
Right. Dance.
Dance?
Use the most beautiful art form humanity has ever created. The power of dance! They may have money and power, but they'll never take our beating hearts. Dance is the only way to fight the Wadjet system in Nice. Using this material, we can make a disco ball. Let's build the disco ball, and then it's dancing time.
What do you think, Iba?
Shovel Forge is not a dancing game, but
That's not what I'm talking about.
Nice does not exist.
But I don't think Iris is trying to mislead me.
What you think does not change the facts. Now, we have to decide our next move.
For now, we need to find somewhere to craft the disco ball.
Okay, we gotta craft the disco ball. I mean, the crafting table would work, but I don't have the material. Do I go back? Oh, no, I just got the material from machine.
I found a crafting table.
Something the matter?
It seems you can create items other than disco balls.
But we need to make the disco ball now. That's what the viewers are expecting.
Okay. Make something else? Let's see. I can cut it down to 7 seconds. Yes.
Weren't we supposed to craft a disco ball?
Yeah, but it was bugging me.
One moment. Done.
Does this crafting table even do anything, really?
The switch is done.
What switch?
Just watch.
What is this gonna do?
What are you doing, Date? Fight Nice with the power of dance.
Date, don't listen to her. So, this is what Nice looks like.
What?
This is what's behind all this.
Was Iris lying to me?
I'm not lying. Project Bluebeam is using holograms to trick you. You can't let it fool you. You have to use the power of dance.
What is...
Huh? Oh, look at that. The enemies disappeared. What?
Who's lying and who's telling the truth?
Is this a glitch?
Okay.
I'm not lying.
Okay. Mental lock 2 done. You made it. I don't know what to believe. I think that's the point. I think it's supposed to be confusing because, yeah. It's like, what? So I guess, like, reality, her is making it up. And Aiba doesn't believe it at all. And so we're seeing her, like, made up lie, I guess. I don't know. Where's the monitor? There's gate. Oh, here it is. Literally right here.
Iris's live stream is showing on the monitor.
Investigate. Let's cut that down to 7 seconds.
All right, let's head to the next place.
Next? Where?
I believe it's that gate. Not that way. This way.
Wait.
They could have put a nameplate on it or something.
There's 2 of them. Okay, but we got a timer. Nice. Oh, is this the decision? Or no? We'll go with gate 3.
This appears to be another gate, but something is blocking it.
Investigate. It's only 10 seconds.
I believe I can dig it up with a pickaxe.
Then let's get digging.
Roger. This appears to be another gate, but something is blocking it.
Let's... No, I didn't mean to...
I believe I can dig it up with a pickaxe.
Do I lose time for picking the same thing?
Roger.
You do. Oh, that
This
sucks.
appears to be another...
I pressed that by accident. I meant to press Z. Yeah. Dig.
Do it.
Leave it to me.
Intro, Minecraft is a little bit different than what I thought it would be.
I dug it up. Got the material. Let's move on.
Does this branch the path, though?
This is a spacious area.
Is that marble?
Those flowers are winter irises.
Whoa, this place is huge. How are we gonna check everything? Maybe I can make something with the materials I have. Okay? Okay.
Another crafting table.
At least you don't have to do any more digging.
Date, do you see that shrine?
Shrine?
That's humanity's last hope against Nice. Save us from the oppression of technology. Return the stone monument to the pedestal of the shrine. We should have all the materials we need to craft the stone monument. Please, Date, you're the only one who can save me. You're the only one who can save this world.
Okay.
Date.
I'm the only one who can save her.
Hey, Date.
What?
I knew it. It's dangerous to do what Iris tells us.
I get what you're saying, but is it really dangerous?
Date, think rationally.
Okay, so what do we have? Oh my god, we have so many options. Jesus. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Where is it? Dun, 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 dun.
Someone's there?
Talk? Oh my goodness. 20 seconds? Yes. I only got 165.
Excuse me, who are you? What the? That scared me. Why is there a monster in marble?
Hey, don't say that about Mama.
Oh, please. Is that this man?
Wait, what?
You know him?
Not exactly. He is a familiar face that has appeared in many unrelated people's dreams. He is an urban legend of sorts. If you are interested, I can tell you more later.
No, that's okay.
I don't... What is that supposed to be?
More material?
Okay, so we needed... Alright, we got material. Monitor C. Man in a Dream reference? I don't know that reference. What is that reference? Is it from a game or is it debris? Crafting table?
There's a crafting table here as well.
Why is investigate so bad? Craft? Wait, what? Craft? What is that even? I don't even know what that is.
What is NA?
I see. You can take advantage of this glitch, Date.
But I don't know anything about guitars.
I said glitch, not Gretch.
I could do that?
This game is filled with bugs and programming errors. We can take advantage of that to reveal things not supposed to be seen.
I see.
Okay.
Let's try.
Understood.
What?
What? It spent the this man material. We can use you?
Is it a glitched skill?
What?
Oh, I see.
How about that? Anything change?
The numbers have changed.
What, is it August 32nd?
No, the pickaxe is level 255.
That's pretty extreme.
But with this glitched item, we may be able to destroy something we were not supposed to be able to. Something in the game world.
Oh,
or
floor.
rather, something Iris doesn't want us to destroy.
We could destroy the pedestal.
This appears to be a pedestal.
No. Shrine wall.
This is a strange wall.
Dig.
I see. I just need to use the pickaxe.
You're right. Do it.
Leave it to me.
Oh my god, I'm pressing the shit out of the button.
The wall disappeared.
Iris has bloomed?
No, this is no miracle. Merely the result of the game's programming changing the iris from wilted to bloom.
That can't be.
Date, what are you doing? What about the monument? What about fighting knives?
Tell her that we have the strongest pickaxe. We don't need that. Let's continue.
Wait! Date! No! Don't abandon me!
Wait, okay, so does this change? Whoa. Where are we now? Okay.
What's with this screen? Is it loading? Well, if you need to use the bathroom, now's the time.
This is weird. Oh. What the?
This is...
Golden Yokocho. Not the world of Shovelforge.
This might be Iris's real Somnium.
There's nothing here. We have no choice but to move forward.
Okay. Oh, I'm still not done, though. So were you supposed to come here regardless? Gate. All the way at the end. Okay. That's our car. Yeah, that's our car. Weird. What's this?
What?
Iris B acquired. Okay, what was that? It was an eyeball. God,
Is this the exit?
enter.
Let's go in.
Okay. This is weird. This is really weird.
We're back.
Hey, look.
What the?
What?
A pyramid? What?
Nice is close. Date, help me, please.
Iris!
Let's help Iris. Let's help her by freeing her from her world of delusion. Reveal the truth hiding inside her imagination, Date.
Okay. I don't got that much time. We got a mirror and a pyramid.
A mirror door. But I'm not reflected in it.
Oh, that's weird. Destroy. I do not have the time. I can't do that. I'll have 10 seconds left. Not even 10 seconds because I'll lose time by walking.
It's a pyramid.
Climb.
Can we be rational and look at my feet?
Your feet look like a sad, sliced open hair tail.
Do you think I can climb it?
It's worth a try.
Then I will try. You see?
You look pretty. Like a goldfish. Sorry, I'll get serious.
Please do.
Alright, I lost 10 seconds.
It's blocked, but it must be the outermost gate.
I should be able... I guess even with the modded pickaxe, I can't do anything, huh?
It's a pyramid.
Alright, we got a 1-7.
A mirror door.
We should be able to use it on this. Yeah, turn it into 8 seconds. Beautiful.
Well said, Date.
No, you can't. That mirror amplifies the power of dance.
Then I will do it.
Stop, please. Please.
Oh! Uh-oh. What the?
Is this Iris when she was a child?
What the?
Iris, this is all in your head. You're imagining it. It's not real.
No, you're wrong, Date.
Iba,
What?
let's end this.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Lomi? I've been a Christian Minecraft streamer all along. Defeated Nax. Wait. So that is the only outcome? You have to go down the... I wonder what happens if you put the rock on the pedestal, then. Okay. Release Iris. Release Iris. Iris's core.
Believe me.
Destroy core 999. What the Wait.
Iba, that thing there. Destroy it.
No, stop.
Understood.
But I only got one option.
Please, stop.
Okay. We had 2 paths, but I only got 1 option. This is our house again. You didn't believe Iris. Oh, okay. So the other one is you believed Iris. Okay. So I guess we get there by doing what she says. Okay. Day 5, Tuesday. Kin Zai AI. The Matsushita Diner, Tuesday, 1 a.m.
Okay, I think I got it. So it's like this. Date and Tessa were attacked at Golden Yokocho by a group of unknown gunmen?
No, not unknown. They were hired by Nyes Outlaws, also known as Nyes. I found out Nyes' secret, and now they want me dead.
But you never told us how you figured it out.
Is this for real?
It's true that we were shot at by armed gunmen. But the Nyes part...
The sync earlier, it didn't prove Iris's story. It only made me more skeptical. Iris is lying, maybe even unknowingly. She believes that she's being targeted by Nyes. She sincerely does, but
Date, you don't believe me?
I thought about it carefully before answering.
Iris, let me be honest. I think you're letting your imagination get the better of you.
It's not my imagination. Why don't you believe me? Date, you're just being stubborn. You're just a cynical old man who doesn't believe in anything.
Then you have to give me proof. If you can't show me proof, I can't believe you. Iris, seriously, you're imagining things.
Fine then. I was stupid to think I could trust you, Date. Goodbye.
Letting her go is a bad idea. Iris stood up and walked away. That's not a good idea. Flowchart. We're on a different path, right? Yeah. Yeah, we are. Can I zoom it in? No, you can't. We're on this one. Okay. So you get a different path if you believe her. Okay. An old CR...
Hey, Date! I've got this video of a nurse rubbing oil all over an eggplant! Wanna watch?
Maybe later.
Why do you have that video? A CRT TV. Nothing's playing on it. A lucky cat statue. A bookshelf. It's got stickers on the side of it. There's a menu on the table.
Kazuaki's Heart Sashimi.
A table. A beer ad on the wall. Menus written on the wall in Tanzaku paper.
Salt, pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an unidentified liquid.
Mayumi's cold-pressed juices.
Ew. Ew. No, that is nasty. No one can figure out what that sauce is. Ew. Disposable chopsticks. Nothing but a window. Ew.
That's Quentin Rapcone's Flaplaparus. It was from a long time ago.
A bucket. A mop. Dun, dun. A counter. I can see the kitchen area past the counter. A swinging door. A small sitting cushion. A cordless phone. A family photo. I think that's it. I think that's all we can exhaust. A round chair. Yeah, I don't think we can exhaust... autographs? Some celebrity autographs. Yeah, I don't think we can exhaust anything else. Oda is staring at me. Is there a problem?
Well, yeah. If you make her mad, you make me mad.
Well, I guess you'll have to be mad then. She had to hear the truth. The cold, hard truth.
Even if that's true, you could have worded it nicer. You could have handled this better, Date.
I think so as well. You are as clumsy as ever.
Do you believe any of this?
Date, you don't believe Tessa, right?
Right.
You don't believe Nizet Laws exists?
No, I don't.
Then why was she almost kidnapped?
I don't know. But it might have something to do with Renju.
He was looking for Iris.
In any case, we don't know who's behind it. But we know she's in danger. Which is why I came here. I need you to hide Iris.
What?
I need to go somewhere.
To Hitomi's residence.
Why?
Yeah, I need to talk to her immediately.
Why? Oh, I mean, I get that she's been looking after her, but what would she know? Where is Iris?
There's a room back there she kinda made her own. She's probably there.
She's certainly made herself at home. Has Iris been back there before?
Yeah, Tessa's been here a few times.
Summarize for me.
Hide Iris? I mean, I don't mind, but... why here?
The organization that I'm in may have a traitor, so I can't take her to HQ. That, of course, means that I can't take her to my house either. So I thought this diner would be a good place. Her enemies wouldn't look for her here. If she's here with you guys...
Wait.
I know that she's safe.
Why would her enemies not look for her here, though?
Wait, you guys?
Yeah, I'm expecting one more. Any minute now.
Who is it?
Mizuki?
Don't worry, I understand everything. I'll protect Iris.
Anyway, if they do manage to find her here, having Mizuki around should help, right?
Right. I know how strong she is.
Good luck, you two.
Thanks, Date.
Nothing like leaving a 12-year-old in charge of, potential kidnap victim protection. All right, the Sanju residence, 1:44 a.m. What are we going to question her mom about, though?
Date.
I'm sorry for coming so late. I need to talk to you about Iris.
It doesn't
What is
change.
it?
I steeled myself and continued.
Iris said something to me that was very concerning. She said she's being targeted by an organization called Nizet Laws, and that she needs help. Does any of this sound familiar?
I decided to not tell her about the shooting at the Golden Yokocho. I didn't want her to worry. After a while, Hitomi spoke.
I didn't intend to hide it from you. I just never found the right time.
Huh?
She's sick. Iris has a malignant brain tumor.
A brain tumor?
What?
It makes her say strange things sometimes.
I see. Her delirium could be a result of a brain tumor. It can also cause hallucinations and violent thoughts. It makes sense. Everything Iris said was likely a result of her condition.
Aiba summarized it so bluntly, so calmly, but I couldn't stay calm. The words amalgamate brain tumor circled my head. She has a brain tumor? A wooden shelf. A bookshelf. I doubt anything's gonna happen, but the lights are on. A cupboard. What about the picture? There's a drawing on the wall. Iris drew it when she was 12. A winter iris means good luck and hope. Yeah, this is too serious to have stuff, I'd imagine. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Magazines. They're not there, of course. Of course. Hitomi's sitting on the couch. Has Iris contacted you?
Yes. She said she was staying with a friend. She's with Mizuki, but it still bothers me. I'm so worried that I couldn't sleep.
Does Iris know?
I didn't tell her the specifics, but I'm sure she knows.
How long has she been sick for?
We found out in January. She suddenly collapsed at school. She went to the hospital and they examined her. They found a tumor. According to the doctor, surgery wouldn't help.
You mean?
Grade 4. Terminal. She has a year to live. At most. That's what the doctor told me. And if they were right, then she only has a few months left.
Because sometime real soon, I'm going to die.
Well, damn, this just got hella serious. Jeez. About her disease.
It's a brain tumor. It can cause a number of side effects. Nausea and dizziness.
She has been falling down. Ellipsis. Yeah. That was her at the shrine.
Sometimes her hands and legs go numb.
At the diner when she dropped the spoon.
Sometimes she can't control her body temperature.
No, but I am kind of warm.
What? That was all caused by her brain tumor?
Huh. Is there any way to save her life?
Ordinary treatments won't work, but there is one way to save her life.
What's that?
Tate, it's from Mizuki.
Why now? Sorry, could you excuse me?
She's been taken. I stood up and went into the corner of the room to answer Mizuki's call.
Date, I'm sorry.
What? What happened?
Iris,
What? Where did she go?
I don't know, that's why I'm calling. She left a note on the table. Oh, just sent you a picture. Did you get it?
I have it now. Opening.
I'm going with the person I trust the most. Please don't worry about me, Iris.
Iris.
It's the person she... Oh, the person she trusts the most is probably Renju.
I cannot connect. It is probable that she turned her phone off.
Damn. Mizuki, let's split up and find her. Let Ota know too.
Got it.
It has to be Renju.
Did something happen?
She was eavesdropping. No point in hiding it. I told her that Iris was missing.
What?
Hitomi went quiet. She didn't ask why she disappeared. I'm sure she thinks it's the tumor. She thinks that Iris's illness is making her go insane.
Iris said that she was going with somebody. With the person she trusts most.
Has to be
Any
Renju.
idea who that might be?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go look for her.
I'll go too.
No, please, stay here. She might come home.
But...
It's all right. I'll find her. Trust me.
Okay.
Date, the person in Iris's letter. The one she trusts most. Who do you think that is?
It's either Renju or Uncle. Me?
You can't be serious. Should I replay the conversation from earlier?
I'm stupid to think I could trust you, Date. Bye.
Unfortunately, Iris has completely lost faith in you. There's no way she trusts you now.
Hitomi?
Oh, yes, that must be it. Right now, Iris is heading home and we just missed her. No, Date. If that were the case, she wouldn't have written it like that. Think harder.
Uncle.
I see. The man Hitomi was dating 6 years ago.
He was a thoughtful, reliable man. I thought of him as a father.
But Iris said that she was looking for him. What are the odds she found him just now?
Pretty slim.
I don't think that's possible.
Renju?
I think so too. Remember what Iris said?
I look up to him. He's done so much for me. I know I can rely on him more than anyone else.
According to the mermaid at Sunfish Pocket,
he was looking for Iris.
That's true.
I think Renju called Iris.
And Iris went looking for him.
Exactly.
Then what can I do? We've been looking for Renju.
And haven't
Everyone
found
at
him.
HQ is looking for him too. Not to mention he's on the run with number 89. And even with all of that, we haven't found him. We don't even have any leads.
If we only had some clues to work with.
Then we wouldn't be in this mess.
Are you giving up? Iris might be with number 89 at this very moment. We need to find her immediately. Now think, Date. Where would Renju go?
Where would Renju likely go?
It's true that they've known each other for some time. But when we went to the house, he was not there.
Most likely Lambusgate, but Sunfish Pocket?
Ota already searched Sunfish Pocket. It's open for business, however, Iris was not there. I didn't ask about Renju, but I am sure that he would have told us.
His house?
Renju's house is currently occupied by officers from HQ. If he went back there, we would have been contacted.
A cold storage warehouse? Lambusgate.
I got a call from Mizuki. She went to Lemnisgate, but no one was there.
The cold storage warehouse. Why would they go there, though?
Cold storage warehouse. Maybe he's there.
But why? Damn, he was hauling ass. The door's open. As in someone left in a hurry. Yeah, see, it's closed right there. Someone left Tuesday, 2:53 a.m. Someone left in a hurry. No one's here.
There is no one here.
Damn. He's not here? Let's go, Iba.
Wait.
What's wrong? Is there someone here?
No living organisms detected.
Then...
No living organisms detected.
Oh.
You mean...
Let's search the area.
A dead body.
We might be able to find something.
We got a dead body, chat. Cardboard boxes on the shelf. Nothing's wrong here. An oil drum. Nothing looks like a clue. There's a cardboard box on the floor. It's empty. Nothing unusual. A wooden box on the shelf.
On Sunday night, you saw Iris's body here?
But it's Tuesday.
Her dead body was right here on the workbench.
This is where I found her corpse. There's nothing there now.
Date, the forklift. Doesn't it seem off somehow? It hasn't been in use for some time, but something is peculiar about it.
What? A forklift. Nothing unnatural about it. An ice cutting machine. A switchboard installed in the back of the warehouse. There's nothing strange about it. A hook is hanging from the ceiling. From the ceiling crane. It's a forklift. Iba said there's something strange about it. Uh-oh.
This can't be.
It's in the forklift? Under the forklift. No, it's in the forklift.
Iris. Iris.
Well, she's dead. The case remains unsolved. Would you like the save? Yes. I love how they have the old 999 sound effects. That's awesome. There are still mysteries left unsolved. The real culprit, the incident 6 years ago in Dante's past. The story branching points are insomnia. Use the flowchart to jump to a branching point in the Somnium. It may be hidden somewhere in the dream world. Find a new way forward. Locked. Oh, so wait. It says locked. This is locked. To proceed, you must play through more story. Yeah, it says locked. It doesn't say that that's the ending. So, or like this is the end of the path. After syncing with Iris, Dante couldn't bring himself to believe her apparent delusions. Even so, since she was still in danger, Dante took Iris to the Matsushita diner. Dante headed to the Sagan residence, leaving Iris in Oda and Mizuki's care. Hitomi told Dante that Iris has a brain tumor that will soon take her life. Iris's strange ideas were apparently the results of the tumor. Mizuki called Dante in distress, claiming that Iris ran away. Looking for Iris, Dante headed to the cold storage warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Dante discovered Iris's frozen corpse. Wait. That had to happen, like, so quickly. Yeah, that happened so quickly. Oh, no, this is Monday. That's also Monday. That's Sunday. Dude, this was a long one. This right here, this was like 3 hours. 4 hours. This was really long. That's set piece. Oh, what's this? Hold on. Uh-huh. All of these are 1, 2. Okay. So we have to go back here and then we have to go this way. This chapter has not been reached. Claiming? What? You see, where do you see claiming? Or did I say it? Oh. Oh, claiming that Iris ran away. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Mizuki and Dante are in the... Mizuki called Dante in distress, claiming that Iris ran away. As opposed to her leaving of her own... like, covering for her. Interesting enough, though, she leaves and she still ends up dead. Within... There's only 2 people that she could trust the most. It's Renju and Uncle. But if she follows either one of them, that's bad because that's 2 people that are supposedly on her side that leads to her death. And this happened quick, too. Like, really fast. She died really fast. Compared to, like, when we got told that she was gone. She died within an hour. That's pretty quickly. So something's like... reopen investigation? Begin psych. Is in case file. Alright, so for this one, we have to believe her, I assume. Start sync of the day for Monday. Sync in the main? I guess so. Yeah, it sounds like she's covering for her. Yeah. I don't know, though. She ends up dead.
What is this place?
Mizuki doesn't really seem like that type of person, though.
It is difficult to move like this.
Why do you look like that?
I went with a simpler look today. I figured this world couldn't handle my full resolution.
Guess that's fine then. You can quit if you want, you know.
Never! I will never give up!
You don't have to take it that far.
In any case, it seems that we've finally arrived.
Is this world made of jelly cubes?
This is Shovel Forge.
Shovel Forge? I don't see any shovels or forges.
Iris said that she was focused on streaming this game lately.
What's that got to do with forges?
Forget about the forges and listen! This Somnium is the world of Shovel Forge, a sandbox game in which you make and move cubes to create structures on a map.
I'm not playing this game.
On the contrary, you already are.
Oh, come on, I don't want to play.
Accept the reality, Date. You have no choice.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's Tessa, also known as Aset, you bet! I'm gonna be playing Shovel Forge today. Let's dive right in!
Iris's Let's Play has begun.
Help me, Date! You have to help me! It's nice, they're coming! Find me, Date! Oh, a pickaxe! Lucky!
What was that all about?
It appears that this Somnium will not be easy like the other ones.
I didn't think the other ones were all that easy.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Let us begin.
Did you? Somnium scan. Activate.
Somnium scan. Activate.
So now we have to believe her. Let's see. Now, what made this go by really quickly? We picked up the pickaxe and then we broke down the door.
This doesn't look like a pickaxe, but that's what Iris identified it as.
Yeah, we have to pick it up. Hey, Rain, hello.
This is a pretty avant-garde pickaxe.
Perhaps designed with glow sticks in mind.
A silver gate! Let's dig it up!
Like this? This is actually kind of fun.
Easy there. We've still got a job to do.
That pickaxe was dropped by someone being attacked by knives. Be careful, Date. Knives might be after you too.
Did you get that?
I'll be the one being attacked.
Either way, all we have to do is listen to Iris and do what she says.
But which Iris? There appears to be two.
I guess both for now.
I think we'll find something if we dig there. Let's check it out.
It is a door, or perhaps a gate.
Everything looks like a block of tofu to me.
This must be where we use the pickaxe.
All right, just don't be too hasty.
All right, so we got to use it on the one that's like right in front of us.
A door or gate. It is closed.
Let's investigate.
It is blocked off by some kind of hard material. However, we might be able to break it with the pickaxe.
All right, give it a try.
No, we got a 3 timer.
Door or
No.
gate. It is closed.
Damn it.
Okay, just like I always say, let's hit it.
Go, Iba.
All right, here I go.
Oh, they changed the button. It was X last time.
I got a rare material. Ooh, I knew today would be special.
This is kind of fun, isn't it, Iba?
Are we meant to do this the whole time? This is tiring.
The gate's open. Let's go.
Roger.
This is a new area.
And we cannot return to the previous one.
Where else can I dig?
We gotta find something to dig up.
Am I meant to dig everywhere?
Dun, 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 dun. Okay. You dug. All right, last time we checked the workbench first, and that didn't... We didn't find anything there, so...
That's a big stick of imitation crab.
It must be a vending machine.
Last time we dug.
Happy digging.
Roger.
I got a lot of materials that time. Good haul today. Be sure to like and subscribe and to retweet everyone.
Hey, Iba.
Yes?
Is this golden yokocho?
Indeed. It appears to be modified, but it probably is based on golden yokocho.
This is where we were attacked.
Look, Dante!
What is that?
Uh-oh, an elite is coming. But it's okay. I've got the feeling we can do it. Project Bluebeam! Nice is trying to kill me! You have to stop Nice!
But what are we supposed to do?
Dance!
Dance?
Oh yeah, last time we
Use
made
most
the switch.
beautiful art form humanity has ever created. The power of dance!
So we need to make the disco ball.
They may have money and power, but they'll never take our beating hearts. Dance is the only way to fight the Wadjet system in Nice. Using this material, we can make a disco ball. Let's build the disco ball, and then it's dancing time.
What do you think, Iba?
Shovel Forge is not a dancing game, but
That's not what I'm talking about.
Nice does not exist.
But I don't think Iris is trying to mislead me.
What you think does not change the facts. Now, we have to decide our next move.
For now, we need to find somewhere to craft the disco ball.
Or we can craft it over here at the crafting table.
I found a crafting table.
Something the matter?
Seems you can create items other than disco balls.
We need to make the disco ball now. That's what the viewers are expecting.
That's what the viewers are expecting. Investigate, make the disco ball.
We have all the materials we need to craft.
No!
A crafting table.
It gave me a 4x. Are you serious? Oh my god. No.
This appears to be another gate, but
No!
This appears to be another gate, but something is blocking it.
I have to use it. I have to get rid of it.
We cannot proceed like this.
Like what?
cannot dig with the pickaxe at this level.
Damn.
Let's leave this for later.
Because there's no way
We
in
should go
hell
elsewhere for now.
There's no way in hell I'm picking that one option for 120. That's crazy. Alright, we're gonna use this and turn it into 10.
Understood. Done.
That was anticlimactic.
That's a disco box, not a disco ball.
Okay, we gotta dance for real now. Give it your best dance moves, everybody.
What should I do?
Dance, Date! Fight against knives with the power of dance!
Iba, dance.
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 Okay.
Dance.
If I must.
Oh God, no.
Teacups that are flying on maps that
Oh
are
my
flying. You'll
God.
think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine. A permanent fire. Cold frost on the pie. Fruit never expires. You've seen in your mind. All the old father has all the flying in the flying. The marble loses shine. The icon like a sign. But we know in our souls the one hope, the one truth. That if we believe we can, we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. Be the glory that is within. So break those sets sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist all of our hearts to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be
Living by. Damn. Explosions. Nice.
Yay! We foiled Project Bluebeam! Amazing, Dante! We can fight knives for sure! I'm not afraid of them as long as you're here.
Yeah, good.
Huh? Well, I don't know how, but we defeated that big guy! Oh, a rare drop! Awesome! Let's see how far we can get today. Let's go, everyone! Onward!
Please defeat knives. I know you can do it, Date.
All right, let's go, Iba.
A hot head is not what we need in this situation.
Make something. Let's go. So the next lock is the final lock. You made it. All right, so monitor F. Yeah, here we go.
Iris's live stream is showing on the monitor.
Listen to Iris.
All right, let's head to the next place.
Next? Where?
I believe it's that gate. Not that way. This way.
They could have put a nameplate on it or something.
Right? All right, I was gonna say every single. Uh-oh, which one is it? This one?
This appears to be another gate, but something is blocking it.
Dig.
Do it.
Leave it to me.
Dig.
I dug it up.
Got the material.
Let's move on.
Last time we glitched our pickaxe by going after the zombie. I don't know if that's what we have to do again.
This is a spacious area.
Is that marble?
Those flowers are winter irises.
They're wilted.
Whoa, this place is huge! How are we gonna check everything? Maybe I can make something with the materials I
Another crafting table.
At least you don't have to do any more digging.
Date, do you see that shrine?
Shrine?
That's humanity's last hope against Nice. Save us from the oppression of technology. Return the stone monument to the pedestal at the shrine. We should have all the materials we need to craft the stone monument. Please, Date, you're the only one who can save me.
All right, so we
you're
have.
the only one who can save this world.
So we have to craft it.
Only me?
Date.
I'm the only one who can save her.
Hey, Date.
What?
Is following Iris's plan really the best idea?
Absolutely.
I don't know, but I feel like we're getting closer to the truth.
Really?
Let's go with it a little longer.
I suppose we can. I will follow along for now.
Oh, this dialogue is actually new too. Okay, cool. All right, so we want to craft at the crafting table. Wait, why is it red? Oh, because red is telling us that's what we did. Right. Pedestal and debris. Okay.
This appears to be a pedestal. I am certain you are supposed to place something here.
The monument Iris was talking about?
Correct. But are you absolutely sure you want to obey Iris?
100%. All right, there's that. And let's check the monitor. We didn't do that last time.
Iris's live stream is showing on the monitor.
Investigate. All right, listen to Iris.
There's something next to the crafting table. Maybe I can make something with it.
If we have all the materials, then we just need to go to a crafting table.
Correct.
Debris. It's back here. Where is debris? That's monitor F. No, it's all the way down here. Yeah, there it is right there. Wait.
We cannot move forward with the debris in the way.
Investigate.
Something is clearly peculiar about this debris. It's blocking the gate, but it seems to have come from nowhere.
It's unnatural for sure.
Does that mean Iris is blocking us on purpose?
Can she do that?
What if this is also part of Iris's imagination?
Please don't give me a bad card. Thank goodness. I've been getting nothing but bad cards. From the question marks. Okay, we got it. It's so good. Oh god, there is a lot of monitors. Jesus. We got 3 more monitors. Alright, crafting table.
There's a crafting table here as well.
Craft the monument. Investigate. Let's see. Let's turn it down to 12 seconds.
Iris said that all the materials should be here, but...
What's that on the floor next to the table?
This is the egg that came out of the vending machine earlier.
An egg! We can use this. Okay, build the monument with that.
There you have it, Iba.
Understood. Done.
You could have given it a little more oomph.
Specifications for oomph not found.
Please take the monument to the shrine.
Oomph.
You can make miracles, Date.
Got it. Leave it to me, Iris.
Are you going to continue doing whatever Iris tells you?
Iba, I get where you're coming from, but I want to believe her.
I see. If that is what you believe, then I will obey. I exist to support you, Date. Let's bring this to the shrine.
Yeah, let's go.
This appears to be a pedestal.
Place monument.
Understood. It will be done.
The wilted irises blossomed.
What?
There were dead flowers outside. What happened to them?
They bloomed?
Oh, wow! This is...
Miracle.
In the language of flowers, the iris means good news and hope. The fact that you believed in me is good news. And Date, you are my hope.
I'm your hope?
You might be able to use it now, Date.
Use what?
There's something around the flowers. Another rare drop?
I suppose we dig here.
Right.
Okay. This is new. Soft ground.
The color of this floor is slightly different.
Dig? Nah, that's not worth it.
All right, try digging.
Understood.
What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. Is it on the wiki? I'm gonna go check. Give me a second.
What is this?
Oh, I get it. It's a love bomb.
An item of that description is not in the game.
Let's fight for the future with the power of love. If you use this, you might be able to find me.
Use it? How?
You need to dance, Date.
What?
Right.
Again?
Again?
Eh.
Haven't I danced enough already?
Right.
This is to save Iris. Please, just bear with it for now.
All right. I'll just use this bomb somewhere over there, I suppose?
Yeah, try it.
Okay. We only got 60 seconds. That's not good. Oh, no warning either. You get no time warnings.
We cannot move forward with the debris in the way.
Mm-hmm. Use the love bomb.
Around here?
Yeah.
Dance, baby, dance!
Do you want me to dance?
Please.
A 1, a 2, a 3. Whoa. That thing blew up immediately. Jesus.
What?
Oops. Looks like I messed that up, didn't I? Okay, well, guess I'll just die and restart.
Dead.
Where is this place?
Okay, let's regroup and keep going.
As a video game character, experiencing death again and again is wearing me down.
Iris is further away from us now.
So when will you stop believing her?
Date, can you see that shrine?
The green one?
I'm sorry. Did we make a mistake?
No, you haven't.
What's going on?
Are we supposed to go that direction?
What direction?
Iris? You there?
Alright, last time we tried to climb it, it didn't work.
Something big is coming. Okay, this guy's gonna be the final boss for today. Stop! Stay away!
Iris!
Nice is coming. Date, help me! Huh? Sorry, everyone. My PC is acting weird.
Iris is in trouble. Is there any way to save her?
Date, this is Somnium. It cannot affect the real world.
That's not true. I saved Iris in Somnium once. If I don't save Iris here, Iris in the real world is in danger.
Either way, we do not have the power to fight against the UFO. If you want to help Iris, we need to find a way.
What can we do? Where do we go?
Oh, I don't have... Wait, do I gotta get the pickaxe? From... No, I can't. Gate 1, pyramid, monitor A. I only got 41 seconds. Shit.
It's a pyramid.
Last time I tried to climb, that did not work. She said we don't have the power to dig. Investigate? Maybe I should use these. Investigate.
It's a pyramid. There is no other way to describe it. Fitting to the name of Golden Yokocho.
Because it's like a golden pyramid. Oh, Iba.
Yes.
When are they adding shovels to this game?
They are not adding shovels.
What?
Shovel Forge has no shovels.
Wait, are you serious?
Dun, dun, dun.
It's a pyramid.
No shovels. Dig.
We no longer have a pickaxe.
Right.
Well, shit. Well, that's useless.
It's a pyramid.
Mind blown. Shovel Forge has no shovels. What? Alright, we already mirror door. We don't want to do that one. Because I can't break it anyway.
Suspicious individuals have appeared on the monitor. They are hijacking the stream.
Listen to? 6 seconds. Oh god, it's really getting close.
How can I help Iris?
There is one thing, but I have a bad feeling about this.
What? Tell me.
The mirror. It is unusual.
Let's go. Hurry.
Don't give me a double time. I only got 25 seconds.
A mirror door. But I'm not reflected in it.
Oh, okay, so we danced this time. Dance. Last time we broke it.
The power of dance. The most beautiful thing humanity has ever created. Dance is the only way to beat Nyes in the Wadjet system. The reason why your reflection isn't shown in the mirror is because of Nyes. You're a threat to their existence. They're trying to erase you and...
Date.
Please, do it!
Understood. I'll do it.
Understood.
Teacups that are flying on mountains defying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine.
Get hacked, UFO.
A journey through time.
Get hacked.
A permanent fire, cold frost on the fire. Fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes. You've seen in your mind. While the old bow their heads, while the blind need the blind, the marble loses shine. The eye clouds by design, but we know in our soul.
There you go, get down.
That if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows exhale through the night sky to
My UFO now.
resist all of your hearts and take you. Never let the stars of this world erase you. Words to guide you, and you shall be
Bathed in light. Nice.
It's... Thank you for finding me, Date.
Iris. Is it really you, Iris?
Mental lock defeated. Nyx Defeated Nyx. Or Nyx. Release Iris. Dun, 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 dun.
Leave me!
Touch the core. Last time we destroyed the core. Yeah, we had 12 seconds left.
Please. Please trust me.
Aiba, touch the core.
Date.
Mental lock number 4. You believed Iris. Awaken. Da, 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 da. So what do we learn here? The power of dance conquers all. Day 4, Monday. Okay. So now we're on the other path. The sync from earlier touched my heart in a way that will always linger. All doubt was removed from my mind. I was determined.
Iris, I'm sorry that I doubted you. I believe you. Watch it, Nyes, X00639.
Are you serious?
And like I said, I'll fulfill your wish. From this moment on, you're under my protection.
Then...
Yeah, I'm your bodyguard. I'll protect you with my life, Iris.
Date! Thank you! Thank you so much!
Date, are you delusional?
You're going to help too, right, Aiba?
My mission is to support you.
Good. And thank you.
Okay. Now is this one gonna last longer than the last one? Day 5, Tuesday. DACA AI? Or DOC AI? The Kumakura office. 11. Why are we coming here? 11:24 a.m. There's no other routes? No, there's another route.
What? You stayed at a hotel with Tessa?
It was a business hotel.
It was a 2-bedroom.
Don't say misleading things. We got 2 rooms, each with 2 beds.
We did bathe together, though.
No, we didn't.
What?
Isn't your gang supposed to be clean?
Why are you here anyway?
I told Moma about the attack by Nyx.
I see. I heard about the shooting in Golden Yokocho last night, but I never thought it'd be you.
Yeah, there's other paths. So we got this path when we didn't believe her, and we got locked out of it. So that means it still continues. It means it's not the end. It still continues, but we couldn't go further because they said this is locked. To proceed, you must play through more of the story. But then we also have this right here. So at the second sync, I think. Yeah, the second sync or the first sync that wasn't the tutorial, because we had a tutorial one. We branched paths here too. So there's a A and a B. We went to B. So this whole thing has been B path. And so this has been the second branch in B path. So we still have a whole other side. A bronze dragon. There are lanterns with Kamakura written on them.
Hey, Iris. What does a candle remind you of?
Fire?
Anything else?
What, like a dick?
I wasn't asking you.
There's a lantern with Kamakura written on it. A PC on top of the desk. And then the chairman's desk. There's a telephone on the desk. A Shinto shrine. A Kamakura crest. There is a A-set figure hidden in the safe behind it. A window. There are files lined up on the shelf. A leather sofa.
There's something about this that's so black. It's like, how much more black could this be?
None. None more black.
A leather sofa. A rug. A tiger rug. A coffee table. There is an ashtray on the table. There's lockers near the window. Some kind of permit. The company's philosophy is written on the wall. Always reply after reading. The company's philosophy is written on the wall. Last month's schedule is written on the board. 24th, nursing home magic show. What? You got Yakuza members doing magic shows now? The entrance. There's a partition set up by the doorway.
Partition!
That's a stretch.
It's a desk. Probably belongs to someone in the gang. A chair. I don't even get what the heck she was trying to do there. I don't get it. Lockers are lined up on the wall. Ding. The door to the next room. I think that's everything. Iris is standing there. How's school?
School?
Today's Tuesday. It's not another holiday, is it?
What are you, dense? Tessa was almost kidnapped. She can't be going to school now.
I guess that's true, but...
Wait, but if we stayed at a business hotel and then we're at the Kamakuras at 11 a.m. in the morning, why do you even think she went to school in the first place? Seems like she was with us the entire time. About Renju.
Maybe Mr. Okiura was a part of NICE.
What?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking out loud.
What makes you think that?
When we were at Sunfish Pocket, my friend said... he was looking for Iris.
Okay.
And then later, I almost got kidnapped by NICE. Was that just a coincidence? And not just that. When you found my corpse in the parallel world, you found it in an Okiura warehouse. Whoever killed me in that world was probably affiliated with NICE. That makes me think the Okiuras and NICE are connected.
About Renju.
Maybe NICE ordered Mr. Okiura to help number 89 escape. And number 89 is an assassin. If he wanted to get rid of me, Mr. Okiura must have...
If that's true, it could be related to Shoko's murder.
Which we were
Shoko
like...
must have found out about the organization. They killed her for getting too close, then displayed the body as a warning.
It all comes back to Nights. Once we solve the mystery of Nights alone, everything else will fall into place, or so I thought. Wait, that's like...
If you want to know more about Nyes, why not ask Ota?
Why Oda?
Remember what he said yesterday?
I know about conspiracies and secret societies too. I find that stuff fascinating.
Oh, true.
Good point. You might have more information for us.
Do you want to call your mom?
Well, that's random.
I just thought she might be worried.
It's fine. She knows already. I told her I'm with you. I'm sure she's not worried.
Okay. Moma is sitting on the other side of the desk. About Nike Salon.
Sorry, never heard of them. Are they even real?
Yes!
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course. I've always known, deep down, there must be some kind of secret organization.
Mm-hmm.
Always known it.
Mm-hmm. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. What about Nike Salon?
Anyway, I got some info about the shootout. Those guys aren't affiliated with any criminal organization we're aware of. They're not mafia or yakuza or anything. They must have been hired guns. By Niza Mattis.
It's Nizit laws!
Niza laws. Where are your lackeys?
When you told me you were coming, I made them leave. I can't let them see me with Tessa.
About Renju.
Unfortunately, I don't have anything new for you. But, I did find out a little nugget of info you might want to hear.
What is it?
I'll tell you, but, Date, come over here.
Another hurdle. With his arm over my shoulder, Momo lead me to the corner of the room. Oh god, what is it now?
I'll tell you, Date, but you gotta do something for me.
You want to shake her hand again?
No. I did that already. I want to see her panties.
I'm sorry?
I want to see Tessa's panties. I really want to see. You gotta let me get a peek.
She's not gonna let you.
Well, can you at least ask?
What?
Unbelievable.
Momo and I went back to where we were. What?
Iris, could you do me a favor?
Hmm?
This guy wants to see your panties.
Wait. She hit me hard.
That's messed up, Date. I know Momo would never say that. Right, Momo?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god.
Date, you evil pervert.
Seriously?
You just want a handshake, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to tell him.
Of course. Iris took Momo's hand and shook it. Mm-hmm.
Date, this is the happiest day of my life.
I thought that was yesterday.
What the fuck? Hey, have a great rest of your day, Lander. Thanks for being here with us. Hey, Circular. Hello. About Renju.
Anyway, what's this intel you got?
Check it out. Friday night near Bloom Park, someone saw Renju.
Friday night?
That's when Shoko was killed.
Obviously, that's not enough to pin the crime on him, but it does prove he was there.
I guess we should check the merry-go-round again.
Again?
The police have already thoroughly searched it. And we've been there more than once before on our investigation.
But we might have missed something, right?
Summarize for me. Summarize for me. There are 3 places we can go. First, Bloom Park. I'm curious about Renju being seen there Friday. Second, Matsushita Diner. I want to ask Oda more about Nikes. Third, the Sajima Estate. Wait, that's random. Sajima was probably the one responsible for Iris's murder in the parallel world. In which case, he might be a part of Nikes. I need to confront him. But he said he never wanted to see us again. Okay.
Let's go, Iris.
Oh, yeah!
You're taking Tessa with you? She'll be safer here.
I can't do that. I made her a promise. I will be Iris's garter belt.
Her what?
Sorry. I meant bodyguard.
Garter belt.
Freudian slip, no doubt.
Well, whatever. But if you're gonna leave, you should take this with you.
What's this? Moma opened his desk and took out a small object.
What's this?
A GPS transmitter.
Moma, Iris's phone already has GPS.
I know. But in case she gets caught and they throw away her phone or something, it's just an extra precaution. Put it somewhere they won't find it.
Thank you.
I don't know what a garter belt is. Iris took the GPS transmitter and hid it in her clothes.
I hope it'll be useful. Date, if anything happens to her, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life.
It'll be fine, relax.
Okay. All right, let's go to Bloom Park. Yeah, let's go to Bloom Park. Hey, Mona. Or Mono. Hey. Bloom Park Tuesday. I took Iris to Bloom Park. God, I haven't heard this song in so long. I took my time checking every inch of the merry-go-round.
There's nothing here.
Guess not.
Why did Renju come here Friday night? Was it to place Shoko's body here? Or did he have another reason? Renju is my friend. I want to believe him, but I don't know how long I can keep defending him. Where is he? What is he doing? I've thought it over 1,000 times. My head is heavy with it. Iris suddenly snapped me out of it.
Want a race, Date?
Race?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. You want to challenge me?
Well, sure.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll start here and end here.
So we race around the merry-go-round?
Right. Line up next to me.
Before I even had a chance to reply, Iris got set. I guess I have no choice. I lined up next to Iris.
Okay, here we go. Ready, set, go!
I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I must be dreaming. A second after the race had started, I was already 2 paces behind her. I couldn't close the gap. I watched her back get smaller and smaller.
See? Told you. Iris is the messenger of the gods.
You've earned your namesake. Do you know a lot about mythology?
Huh?
You said that Iris is a goddess in Greek mythology. And 3 days ago, you were talking about Egyptian mythology.
Did
Horus
she?
is the Egyptian god of the sky and sun. The right eye is the eye of Ra, and that's the sun. The left eye is the eye of Wadjet, and that one is the moon.
That's what Iris told me 3 days ago. Horus's left eye is the eye of Wadjet. Does that have any relation to the Wadjet system?
Oh, mythology? I actually don't know that much. Uncle taught me everything. 6 years ago, I used to come here with someone all the time. I used to call him Uncle.
Oh yeah, didn't he come up with Aset too?
Yeah, that's right. That name is rooted in Egyptian mythology too.
Aset? How? There's a fence around the merry-go-round. I guess you can't click on the other benches, huh? A paracel. It's a bench. A merry-go-round skewered upside... merry-go-round horse skewered upside down. It looks pathetic. I don't understand what that means. It looks pathetic. The holographic caution tape. The autumn sky spreads out. The Kawasaki district buildings in the distance. It looks sad. That's not really... I don't know. I don't use the word pathetic for sad. So maybe I don't get it. That probably is what it means. But to me, it's just such a weird usage of pathetic. I usually always pathetic to me is like when you're looking down on someone. Or like you're looking at something in a negative way. In an aggressive, negative way, pretty much. That's how I've always thought about it. I thought depressing would be a much more... When I think of it, I would think of depressing. As like the word of choice. Is that it? Really? Is that all we can select? Oh, the column. Friday, I found Mizuki inside the central column. The roof to the merry-go-round. There's a hole in it now from all the years of weathering. Iris is sitting to my side. How has she not noticed your two color eyes? She probably has. But I don't know. Not many people have pointed out the two eyes, so I'm not really shocked she hasn't either. MoMA hasn't. Neither has Mama. I'm trying to think of anyone unrelated to The mermaid lady hasn't. The receptionist hasn't. A lot of people haven't. Oda. About Aset.
Horus's mom is named Isis, but in ancient Egyptian, it's pronounced closer to Iset or Aset. How do I explain this?
About Aset.
Horus's father's name is Osiris, and his mom's name is Isis. So Osiris is Isis's husband. Osiris was assassinated by his brother Set. After Set killed Osiris, he tore his body to pieces and threw it into the river. Isis was devastated. I can't believe I'm a widow at my age. But she didn't let it break her, because she had the power of life and death. All right, fine. If that's how it's gonna be, I'll just revive my husband. With a group of her friends, she gathered up Osiris's body and started the resurrection ritual. Live! Shkur! And so, Osiris was revived! Well, technically he wasn't all there, so he wasn't in one piece. But anyway, Isis was the goddess of life, death, and fertility. She was worshipped by all the land.
Man, playing the Shin Megami Tensei games, or just the Megaton games, makes me understand that so much more now. A metal pole.
Date, why are you staring at the pole? I mean, I am a good dancer, but I've never pole danced.
I was not expecting that reaction.
What is up with a metal pole? It's like they're half expecting him to say perverted stuff. Jesus. A merry-go-round horse. About Aset.
I think I get the picture. But what does that have to do with your own name?
There's a theory that the Greek goddess Iris is really based on the Egyptian goddess Isis.
So Isis and Iris are connected.
Yeah.
And Isis sounded like Aset in ancient Egyptian, which is where your stage name comes from.
That's right. But remember, I didn't come up with the name.
Her uncle.
Okay. About the Eye of what? Well, how did you get so fast?
I told you yesterday, I love moving around. And I especially love dancing. But about 3 months ago, Mr. Ogira told me something. He said that I can't dance.
Why?
I don't know. He said something about being over-reliant on dancing and neglecting my singing. You should stop dancing for now and practice singing.
But during your live stream...
She was dancing.
Because I was sad. After I stopped dancing, I lost so many fans. They said terrible things to me, like that I'm worthless if I can't dance.
Oh, well, that's nice.
All I have is dancing. Just dancing.
Iris is sitting to my side. About the Eye of Wadjet.
Horus's arch enemy was Set, his uncle.
His uncle?
I told you earlier. Horus's father was Osiris, who was assassinated by his younger brother Set.
Right, I see.
Not only was he killed, he was shredded to pieces. So obviously Horus was pissed. Drats, I'll never forgive you, Uncle Set. On the other hand, Set didn't like having Horus around. Ugh, he's so annoying. Osiris said that I was supposed to be king. But now everyone's like, oh, Horus should be king. Are these idiots serious? Horus would be an awful king. Time to go to war! And so, a bloody war broke out. Just like that. And the winner was decided by a deadly game.
What kind of game?
They would disguise themselves as hippos, ford the river, and whoever gets to the other side first would win. That's what they decided.
How oddly specific.
So, for 80 years they fought. It was bloody and horrible.
How about the Eye of Wadjet?
In the end, Horus won. Horus used a spear to cut off Set's foot and wee-wee.
Wee-wee?
I believe she is referring to a male... Wait, why are you asking me?
But Horus didn't come out of this unscathed. During the battle, Horus lost his left eyeball to Set. It's said that the left eye survived and traveled all over Egypt, gaining wisdom and experience. Horus had no idea that his left eye was wandering around on its own. What? Where did my eye go? Horus was totally bummed out. He went to see the god of wisdom, the moon, and time, Thoth. Damn, Set did that? That's brutal, dude. All right, I'll use my moon power to heal you up. Yay, thank you, Mr. Thoth. Okay, here it goes. Moon healing power! Ring, ring, ring! Thoth cast his spell and Horus's eye came zooming in. Zoom, click! Horus got his eye back.
Okay. About the Eye of Wadjet.
And from that day forward, his left eye had the power of the moon in it. It became the symbol of knowledge and healing, and revered as a sacred icon.
So that's the Eye of Wadjet?
Right.
And it became the Eye of Providence.
Yes.
And do you think that's why we call it the Wadjet system?
Probably, yeah.
Summarize for me. In the end, we didn't find any new information on Renju. But I'm not too upset. This is what a criminal investigation is about. You don't always find what you're looking for.
Let's get going, Iris.
Yeah, let's go.
Da-na-na-na-na. Okay. I don't want to go to the Matsushita Diner. That's gonna be last. I kind of like her voice for this little story time. I think all the voice acting in this game is pretty good. Shijima Residence. Yeah, there's not really a voice acting in this game. I think that's bad.
There's no one in the garden.
So must be inside.
Wait, I have detected a living organism in the garden.
Huh?
You should look around.
Okay. Someone's here? Oh, over there. At the Vandala. A garden stone. Where's the life signal coming from? A tree. A great green blob. If four connect, they appear. They disappear. Oh, never mind. That's a plant. It's a plant.
It's a garden lantern. I said garden lantern, not hardened lanyard.
I'm aware of that.
The Shijima residence.
No one is inside.
I keep wanting to say the Shijima estate. There's no one inside then. A pond. Nobody is around. An island.
Small island is Kojima in Japanese.
The director Kojima? He's here? It honestly wouldn't be that weird for him. But he's not there.
Nice. There's a small island pond, but it's not Kojima. Nice reference. There's a small island in the center of the pond. The director Kojima? Not a blob. Alright, I think we... Now the bridge? There's an arch-shaped stone bridge over the pond.
Is that Mr. Bridges?
Who?
I don't get it. There's no one on the bridge. The Verlanda? Vandala? Veranda. Is that how you pronounce it? It's Hitomi. What is she doing here?
That's so. Next to him is... Hitomi?
It looks that way.
Why? What's Hitomi doing with So?
Date? What's wrong?
Iris hasn't noticed them yet. I decided to ask her about them.
You said you don't know So Sejima, right?
Right, I don't.
What about your mom? Does she know So?
I don't know. I don't think she does.
Do you ever talk politics at home? Anything like that?
Not particularly. Why are you asking me this?
At that moment, two bodyguards dressed in black came running out of the mansion. They had panicked look on their faces.
We told you you can't come in here.
You can't do what you want just because you're a cop.
You're trespassing. That's a crime, you know.
Get lost.
No use pushing it. If they call HQ, we would get arrested for sure. That would, and what would happen to Iris? Who would protect her? Next is a huge organization. They have people everywhere. I can't risk being caught. Then I wouldn't be able to save Iris.
Fine. Let's go, Iris.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess we gotta go to the Matsushita Diner. What was her mom doing there? She wasn't grabbing her right arm, by the way, either. If you notice, that's the first time we've seen her where she's not grabbing her right arm. The Matsushita Diner, Tuesday.
Nized laws. I see. It's not impossible.
Nizalas. Yoda spoke softly to himself, looking deep in thought. Menus written on the wall in Tanzaku paper. A swinging door. A small sitting cushion. A beer ad on the wall.
Hey, Date, do you want this poster?
No, not really.
You know, if you rub the swimsuit with a coin, you can scrape it off.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll throw it away for you.
A low table. Disposable chopsticks. There's a menu on the table.
Kuroda Kazuaki's liver with anchovy stir fry.
Ew.
Salt, pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an unidentified liquid.
Well-rested Mayumi juice.
That just does not sound good either. Well-rested Mayumi juice. Nothing but a window. A lucky cat statue.
Meow.
What are you doing?
Oh, you don't know?
It's good luck to imitate a cat in front of one of these. Oh, I see.
I was expecting her to do it too. A lucky cat statue. It's November, but the calendar says January. Looking closely at it, even the year is wrong. This is old. It's a clock.
What has 2 arms and a face but no eyes?
Buddha.
What the?
Like the Buddha.
He doesn't have eyes?
Have you seen his eyes?
But he's not blind.
No, of course not. He sees all.
What? The gears have stopped turning. An old calendar on the wall. It says good luck. A beer ad on the wall. A kid's chair.
Do you need to sit down, Mizuki?
Do you want me to crush your tailbone so you'll never be able to sit down again, Date?
A kid's chair. A family photo. A cordless phone. I can see the kitchen area past the counter. A stool. The counter. None of us can figure out what that sauce is. Ugh.
I have Masanori's autograph too, from Shinsen Chatran.
Masanori was here?
He knows about this place?
It was from a long time ago.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's one of the talent people at Lambusgate. Yeah. Some celebrity signatures. She did have that threat ready. She was on the ready with that one. It's a mop. A bucket.
You guys want to put some water in that bucket and swing it around?
Tessa, please not in the store.
There's a menu on the table. A table. Beer.
Hey, Tessa, can you stack up those beer cases and stand on top? And I can get on the floor and,
He can't be serious.
No, he is, probably. Yeah. No, he's probably dead serious. A round chair.
Is that chair comfortable, Tessa? If it's not, you can sit on my back.
This man will stop at nothing.
A bookshelf. It's got stickers on the side of it. An old CRT television.
Hey, Date, I've got this video of a girl in a white shirt under a waterfall. Wanna watch?
Absolutely not.
Oh my god, nothing's playing on it. Can you get any more perverted? It's a round chair. It's Mizuki. Do you know where your father is?
If you're asking me, he's involved in all this, isn't he? Is he the culprit? Did he really kill Mom? Well, I guess it's understandable that he'd be a suspect. After Mom got killed, he didn't even call. He called me out to Bloom Park for some reason. I thought it was suspicious. But I pretended not to notice. I didn't want to acknowledge it. I wanted to believe in Daddy.
Why are you here?
Well, Ota,
Date, can I...
Oda gestured and walked over to the corner of the room. I quietly stood up and followed.
Look, I was gonna let you have it, but under the circumstances. Date, can I...
What are you talking about?
Mizuki, of course. You've been neglecting her. Don't you think she's at her limit? Mizuki stayed at one of the mermaids' houses last night. She was twisting and turning all night. They had to sleep in the same bed so she'd calm down. She called me this morning so I could pick her up. Normally, she'd be in school, but Mizuki had the day off for mourning. I thought that she shouldn't be alone. Why don't you try being nicer to Mizuki? I know she doesn't show it, but she's really hurting. She needs you, Date. She just doesn't want to trouble you.
She's a remarkable, brave young girl. You should try to understand how she feels.
How did they expect him to handle all of this and the police investigation at the same time? It's not like I can necessarily bring her with me. About Iris.
Who is Iris to me? A friend? A big sister? And I kinda envy her.
No, stop it!
It's true though. I look up to you a lot, Iris.
She goes back to pouting face. About Mizuki.
Mizuki is like a cute little sister. And my favorite friend. I like her a lot.
How much?
About 3 universes worth.
But just 3 universes?
What about 278,128,182,845 universes?
Well, I like you double that.
Hey, no fair.
Are you cold?
Iris, you look cold. You okay?
Yeah, fine. I just get cold easily.
The room is 74 degrees Fahrenheit at 62% humidity. Not conditions often considered cold.
A lot of cops face that problem. How do you be a good cop and a good father at the same time? I mean, it's it's a murder investigation. How are you going to track down your lead? I mean, you got to track down your leads, you know? I mean, it's your job. I don't know how they dictate what's on and off hours. I have no idea. But it's not like you're going to take a 12-year-old girl to a crime scene, to questioning witnesses and Yakuza places, you know? Like, you're not going to do that. About Oda.
Ota's like my big brother. He's a hero who will help me out of any jam. He's really important to me. I like him a lot.
How much?
3 Earths worth.
What is this indescribable feeling of loss? I mean, 3 Earths is pretty big, but...
Nice.
She got way more than that. She's trembling. I wonder if it's the brain tumor. Where's your mother?
She's out right now. I'm not sure where. Shopping, maybe.
About Iris.
Tessa is my hopes and dreams, my peace and my life, my light, my star, my sun, my goddess.
You're everything?
She's like the laws of the universe itself, the embodiment of beauty.
Jesus.
An angel, a lover, a cute mascot to put on a body pillow, a guru, a wife, a soulmate, life itself.
Oh,
She's
God.
the object of my total devotion and worship.
Snuck lover and wife in there.
Sure did.
I would ignore it.
And like I told you before, I'm Tessa's thrall. If she calls for me, I'll be there.
Thanks, Ota. That makes me happy.
Does it really, though? Does it? Does it really? It's not creepy in any way? That's...
I've heard of them. Nizitlos, or Nize, is a satanic secret society, like a cult. They sacrifice children. While the sacrifice is up all night screaming, the cult performs ritual acts. Their ranks are full of politicians, intellectuals, and business tycoons. They've only been active for a few decades, but some say that they've grown to be the largest secret society in the world. An organization so big that it absorbed the Freemasons and the Illuminati.
About Nizalon.
But even though their membership is huge, no one knows who their leaders are. Like, you've heard of the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, right? But for Nize, there's nothing. No one knows who's running the cult. My guess is that they're being led by a group of super geniuses.
Ota doesn't know about the Lodgen system or its connections to Nize. Iris found out just why they're after her. Pieces fit.
If you believe everything she said.
Okay. Summarize for me? Summarize for me.
Alright, Iris. Let's get going.
You got it.
Date, if something happens to Tessa, let me know, okay? I'll come help right away.
Me too. I'll save you no matter what, Iris.
Thank you both.
Promise me.
I promise.
Okay, where are we gonna go now, though? This was the last place. Marble? Okay. This didn't go too well last time. In fact, we never actually got to meet up with that person that we were supposed to meet up with that day. No. And nor did Iris tell us who she met with at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Where are we going next?
Marble and Golden Yokocho.
Wasn't that where we were attacked by Nize?
It'll be fine. I didn't tell anyone we were going there. They won't be waiting for us. Besides, they wouldn't ambush us in the same place twice.
But why Marble?
No reason. I just need to talk to Mama.
Marble, Tuesday, 5:36 p.m.
Sorry I couldn't come last night.
No, don't worry about it. It was better that you didn't.
Huh?
You didn't hear? There was a shootout right in front of the bar. They closed all of Golden Yokocho down. They were saying something about hitmen suddenly pulling out guns and shooting. They were trying to kill a man and a woman. Wait a minute.
Yep.
I told Mama about last night and about Nizalon too. She reminds me of Lala-chan from Persona 5. There's a TV on the wall.
Date, you want to watch Hiroka's promotional video?
Who?
Yeah, who? It's a menu. It was written on... It has writing on the back. The bar counter. A beer tap.
Beer! What? Don't like beer?
Was that supposed to be a joke?
You say stuff like that all the time.
I don't... Okay. There's bottles of alcohol on the shelf. There are bottles lined up on the counter. A beer tap. A bar counter.
Iris, let me introduce you to Mama's little sister.
That's a fridge.
There is music playing over the radio. A picture on the wall. The specials are written on the chalkboard.
Hey, Date, it says beignet custard on the board. What is that?
I think it's written wrong. It's supposed to be Vernier thrusters. Mama, you better order them quick or we won't be able to control the rocket.
I know. I'll have the Vernier thrusters ready tomorrow.
Wait, what? What was that exchange? Huh? Does anyone get that one? I don't get that one. The specials are written on the chalkboard. There's a poster on the wall. How I learned to stop worrying and love the bum. I wonder what that is. A flyer. She's blocking. Okay, she's not blocking. A sofa. There's a table in front of the sofa. Stool. A stool. Iris is sitting to my side. What do you think of Mama?
She's a delight.
No, aren't you nice? Are you looking for a job?
Iris is still in high school.
How about after you graduate? Starting rate is 6 million yen an hour.
Date, I need a body so I can work here immediately.
You won't get hired looking like that.
Want a drink?
No, I'm okay.
What should we ask?
Mama, what are you doing?
Just polishing the bonito.
It is not well known, but dried bonito is a fermented food. They are boiled and dried, which attracts a particular mold as it ages. It takes between 3 to 4 mold attraction sessions and results in high-quality bonito. Mama is cleaning off the mold right now.
Okay. Introduce Iris.
Sorry for the late introduction. This is Iris.
Nice to meet you. I'm Aset. You bet. Oh, sorry. Habit. I meant Iris.
Oh my, you are so cute. Are you a virgin? You are, right?
Well, yeah.
What a coincidence. Me too.
Oh, you don't say.
Okay. About the armed men.
I think they must be foreign mafia. Some kind of international organization. They would do anything for money.
Nyes must have hired them.
I'm still trying to get over that last exchange of words. About Nyes.
Sorry, honey, but I don't know a thing about that.
You're an informant. I'm sure you must know something.
I'm well versed in local information. I know all about Tokyo's underworld, but I can't say much about the rest of the world.
Summarize for me.
Mama, I want to ask you something.
What is it?
Those gunmen were waiting for us. Did you tell anyone we were coming?
That's right. You did tell Mama that you were coming. and that you were bringing Iris.
Well, I did tell one person.
Who?
Who?
The person I was gonna have you meet, of course. Same guy who gave Ren his watch.
What's his name?
Futa, I think.
Fuda.
Futa Amanoma.
Fuda Amanoda.
What?
Pewter? Pewter? We were gonna meet Pewter? Okay. Police headquarters, Tuesday, 7:05 p.m.
There's no one here.
Okay.
Maybe he went home.
No, that can't be. Pewter is definitely around here somewhere.
Date, your intuition is correct. I am detecting a living organism nearby.
I knew it.
You can't hide. If I were an adult male around 6 feet tall, where would I hide? Obviously in a locker. We were gonna meet Pewter at the bar, though. Strange strings of characters and figures scroll across the monitor. Just a chair. No one is sitting in it. So does that mean he ordered the ambush on us? But if he ordered the ambush on us, that would also mean that he let the dude go at the police breakout. The door to the sink room. Because that would make, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Is Pewter in here?
No, he's not.
I know. This Pewter guy must be hiding inside the CRT monitor.
What is he, a contortionist? Of course he's not in there.
A CRT monitor. Pewter is not in the metals shelves.
Of course Pewter is not there. Take this search more seriously.
I know. This Pewter guy must be hiding between the binders.
What is he, made of paper? Of course he's not in there.
Pewter isn't on the table. A binder full of papers. Not Pewter, though. Hey, he's obviously in the locker. I mean, where else is he gonna go? There's nothing on the monitor. Iris is looking around. Maybe.
There's that bastard.
Wait a minute! Okay, I'll tell you everything.
You better.
You told those men that Iris and I were going to Golden Yokocho, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Renju hired them.
Renju?
Which means Mr. Okiura is in with Nice.
Nice.
Don't play dumb. I know you're with them.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was just helping Renju.
Did you help number 89 get away?
How much does she know?
Just answer the question.
Yes, I did.
It's been bothering me. How was number 89 able to escape from Metro so easily? And you were the one being held hostage. If you were helping him the whole time, it all makes sense.
But why? Pewter is kneeing on the ground with his hands on the back of his head. Why did Renju escape with 89?
I don't know. It's true. Please, believe me. Renju said that he needed him. That's all I know.
Okay. About Renju's watch.
Is it true that you were the one who gave Renju his watch?
Yes, that's true.
There was no need to ask anything else. Why did Pewter help Renju? His last answer was all I needed to hear. About 89's escape.
2 days ago, Renju escaped from the hospital. Renju asked me on the phone to report everything about Shoko's murder case. That's what he wanted. Yesterday, the boss told me that number 89 was coming. Then, Renju asked, "Is there any way we can let number 89 escape?" I was conflicted. I thought hard about it, but it was Renju asking. Someone I love. And he sounded like he was on death's doorstep. He was begging for help. I couldn't say no. With my intelligence, I was quickly able to come up with a plan. You know what the results were.
Okay. About 89's escape.
The escape happened exactly how I described earlier. Though, I wasn't being threatened with a gun.
You were acting, huh? Just pretending to be his hostage.
Yes,
Did number 89 know about the plan?
of course. We discussed it when we were alone in the interrogation room. Naturally, he agreed. I imagine he would have taken any possibility of escape. Even if we failed, he was already serving a life sentence.
True. Why was Boss not present at 89's interrogation?
I may not look it, but I have connections high up at HQ. Friends from my college days. I asked one of them to call up the boss.
But wouldn't that make you suspicious, though? Like, wouldn't they pin that on you that he got away because you just suddenly called? Where's Renju?
I see. So where is Renju?
Even if I knew, why would I tell you?
Because you don't want more holes in your body than you already have.
You can't.
Why not?
Date, I didn't tell you all this because you were threatening me. I genuinely wanted you to know, to understand the truth, Date.
What are you talking about?
There's a variable you haven't considered. I made Aiba.
And?
You don't get it?
Date, his hands!
Uh-oh.
Date!
Oh, no.
Come with me.
Uh-oh. Wait, he didn't take our car, did he?
Damn it, Pewter!
Date, calm down or it will compromise your ability to drive. If you crash, you will not be able to save Iris.
Where is she?
I don't know.
So then where the hell am I going?
How would I know that? You acted on your own.
What about her phone's GPS?
I tried. It's been turned off.
Then
What about the GPS chip that MoMA?
It's just an extra precaution.
Yeah.
Put it somewhere they won't find it.
Iba, call moment now.
On it.
Hey, Dante, what's up?
I explained this situation as fast as I could.
Tessa got kidnapped? Dante, you bastard!
I know. Yell at me later. Right now, I need you to tell me where she is.
God damn it!
After a short pause, MoMA yelled out.
Goto! Ariake! Harbor Warehouse District!
What?
Why there?
That's where the cold storage warehouse is.
That's where I saw Iris's dead body.
Why there again?
Hey, are you listening, asshole?
I've got it, thanks.
I'm on my way there, too.
We're always going back to this warehouse over and over again. The Harbor Warehouse District, Tuesday, 9:29 p.m. Uh-oh, we got a van. Uh-oh, armed guards. The ascent and descent Matsu S chain is completed. That is a lot of armed guards. That's like 20 dudes.
Those are the guys who attacked us at Golden Yoga Show.
The mercenaries.
How many?
I detect more than we can see. They are positioned all over the area, surrounding the warehouse. Each of them carries an assault rifle. Getting through will not be an easy task.
Looks that way.
There are tons of enemies on high alert all around the storage. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun.
There are portable barricades set up in 2 areas in front of the warehouse.
Portable?
They can be moved and erected easily.
Okay. Portable barricades in 2 spots around the warehouse. We got a crane. Barricade. It's dark. I can barely see a thing. The area is shrouded in darkness. Now is the perfect time to use Iba's function. What else? We got... Can I was gonna say, yeah, can I move my face? What else can I examine? I can't... X-ray. Oh, there she is.
It's Iris.
Damn it. Is she okay?
Unknown, but at least we know she's alive. The
Yeah,
issue
she is
now
moving.
reaching her.
Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun.
All right, let's do this.
Hold on. Are you dense? They're gonna blow your brains out.
They got guns?
Yeah, not just 1 or 2. They all have assault rifles, and they're everywhere.
You can tell? Even in the dark?
Have you forgotten that I found out what was inside your safe? I have superpowers. I can see in the dark, and I have X-ray vision.
Oh, shit, you were serious?
I nodded and then told him about the rest. That Iris was in the van at the end of the harbor. That's a bad idea. And that there was 2 patrol barricades on the way there. After I laid it out, I stared into his eyes.
We need a plan. Can you help me?
Yeah, sure I can. But I need to ask you a few things first.
What's that? Wait, where'd you get this ATV?
That appears to be a military-grade all-terrain vehicle.
MoMA, that vehicle.
That's one of ours. I got it from the army. It's bulletproof, even the windows.
I thought you were trying to run a non-violent gang.
Well, that's exactly why. We got rid of our offense, so we needed a little defense.
I suppose that makes sense, in a way.
I mean, it does. An armor ATV. It's completely bulletproof.
MoMA has a hunting rifle.
MoMA, that's not a toy, is it?
No fucking way. This is the real deal, baby.
Do you have a permit for that? I am a cop, you know.
Oh, come on. Don't throw the book at me now, Date.
Wait, why is there numbers on these? Oh, I see. It's all the same. What did you want to ask?
The jackoff who took Tessa. Pewter, right? What's his deal?
I think Renju asked him to do all of this.
Renju?
I told MoMA about Renju and Pewter's relationship.
Oh, that's right. Renju was looking for Tessa.
Not only that, in a parallel world, I found Iris's body at an Okiura fishery warehouse.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Hey, Sam. Good morning. What did you want to ask?
So these bad guys, why did they take Tessa?
The van's at the end of the row. Okiura fishery cold storage warehouse is right there. They must be planning on taking her inside. Right now, they're probably getting it ready. They've got lookouts waiting outside.
Okay. What did you want to ask?
Tessa's in the van down there, right?
Yeah.
In that case, why don't we go around the back?
Unfortunately, that is impossible. The warehouses are flush with the water. The only path to the van is down the front.
Smart. That's very smart, strategic. I relayed that information to MoMA.
Shit. Guess it won't be that easy. So, what's the plan?
Well... Mizuki, Ota, what are you doing here?
What do you mean?
You contacted us.
What?
I sent an IO message to both of them.
Why?
Date, if something happens to Tessa, let me know, okay?
I'll save you no matter what, Iris.
Promise me.
I promise.
A promise is an inviolable protocol. It must be followed.
Do you know what a white lie is?
No, I am an AI.
You always pull out that excuse when it's convenient.
Besides, Mizuki can be very helpful.
And Ota?
Perhaps he can be used as a shield.
Now that's cruel, even for me.
Date? Who are the kids?
Don't call me a kid.
Who's the old man?
So your 6th grade roommate and a NEET who's trying to get his light novel published? What good are they?
You don't look very useful yourself, old man.
Yeah, you're all short and scrawny.
Shut up, I'm not short. The Earth is just big.
That argument is fallacious.
And you're short too!
No way! This isn't even my final form. All my joints are folded up. I can get 3 times bigger than this.
Liar!
Listen up, you idiots. You're here because you're all ASET fans.
Water.
Wet, sweat, ASET!
Fears.
Upset. Regret. ASAP.
Gambling.
Roulette, bet, ASET.
Yes!
Yes! Yes!
All right, let's work together and get our Tessa back!
Yeah! This is our time to unite. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yeah! Shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart, we stand! Show no mercy, for you shall receive none!
Yeah!
It seems they've already become good friends. Iris has extraordinary power.
Good. It's working. Here's the plan. Ota, can you drive that vehicle? It's bulletproof, so don't worry, they can't shoot you.
Yes, sir!
Moma, I need your trigger finger. Get on the back with me and shoot any gunman you can see.
You got it!
And Mizuki, you're our secret weapon.
Oh, I was
But I'll
muted,
go
yeah.
south, we're gonna need your powers.
Leave it to me.
Hey, Date, what are you gonna have her do?
She might not look it, but she's something else. They won't take her down without a fight.
You sure about this?
Yup. You should worry more about yourself, Moma.
So, now you know your jobs. This is how we get through. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but our objective is to reach the end of the harbor. We need to rescue Iris from that van and then get the hell out of here. Any questions?
None.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, let's lock and load.
We're coming for you, Tessa!
On 3. 1, 2,
3.
go!
They're all gonna die. And so Operation Iris Rescue began. Hey, take care, Mona.
Hey, look! Is that a tank?
All right, let's do this.
Let's go.
Kill him!
Damn.
Damn, there's too many of them.
I don't think my rifle can handle this many.
I have to think of something.
Hey, welcome back, Vesper.
Dante, I have a plan.
Is it a good plan?
Just listen. You still have that pornographic magazine, right?
Wait, from where?
Don't act innocent. Last night, you went back to Golden Yokocho. You found one of those magazines and hid it in your clothes.
How did you know?
I'm your left eye, Date. Of course I would know. In any case, throw it at the drum.
Why throw it at the drum?
Why not?
This is a collector's item. It's SSR. I can't just throw it away.
So what is more important to you, Iris or Eros?
Arrow. Iris.
Good. Hurry, they're closing in.
Not the porno mag, no. No, rip. No.
Take this! What? Could it be? The legendary?
Oh, this is amazing. No one back home will believe me.
This is so stupid.
Date, now! Shoot the drum!
Oh god, no. He's crying.
Now's no time for crying. The drum contains flammable liquids. Do you understand?
Fine, I got it.
Oh god. Kabam!
Ota!
On it.
Just ram that thing down. You can totally do it.
There's still more of them.
Man, no more oil drums to blow up.
I'm at my limit here.
Wait. Iba, any ideas?
Let me see. Date, last night, you picked up something else, didn't you?
But we are going to have to continue our session of rescuing Iris.
So dance, while I put you in a trance. Let's party.